therefore, again, B'nai Aliyah, mostly B'nai usage, considered to be the lateral usage. Now, the only time the B'nai Merpesas have to use the pit to show how, if there's nothing that shows the cavity of the pit, or that's specific because it already goes all the way at the bottom. But if the bar itself is filled with water, then halacha l'maisa for the b'nai Merpesas is considered to be lateral usage. For the b'nai Chatzah, it's considered to be what? Only usable throughout. Everyone agrees that when one Rosh has quote unquote lateral usage, which just means direct usage, and the other one has either Zriko or Shilshul, everyone agrees that the one with lateral usage, what we call Pesach, is the one who is awarded the Rishos. Therefore, the Gemara says this is not a raya before. Aren't you concerned that the pit is going to become diminished? You're going to draw water, and over time the pit is going to become diminished. Doesn't that cause a problem? Remember again, it's very nice if you're awarding usage of the pit right now when it's filled with water to the Merpesas, but right now for the Merpesas, how do we use it? So the Chatzah is Zriko usage. When everybody keeps drawing water, the water level is going to go down. At some point in time, it's going to be Shilshul for the Merpesas and Zriko for the Chatzah. So what are you going to do in that case? Since when it's full, therefore one person is still going to remain. I don't understand what that means. It's the opposite. Even the opposite. Say that since it has the propensity to be diminished, the water level is going to inevitably go down. Everybody's drawing from it. So why don't you say since the water level is going to go down, it should be us not even the water level is flush with the top of the pit. To which the Gemara is right. I'm not buying what's the case here. Talk about before Malaya Taylor's house. Talk about a pit which is filled with fruit. Fruit. Say Rabbi say again, it's the same answer, but it's not water. In other words, if you use it because it's filled, let's take a step back. The reason we brought up the bar is the Gemara assumed that the bar case was going to be a principle of Shmuel is right. After the shul, who do we give it to? What do we give it to? Shul. Give it to shul, right? So what do we do? The Gemara says that's why I brought this question. No. It's not a case. The case is Echad, Echad. In fact, this was lateral use. Filled with water, the water goes down. Right now, water is filled with fruit, and therefore the name of Pesach, its usage of the Pesach lateral usage, or the Chatzah, it's Zrika, which was I understand. Those who are into the same house, the Hal Kaseda, the Chasmi, over Shabbos, what's going to happen? People are going to take fruit from the pit, and the pit is going to be diminished. So right now, it's very nice. Right now, it's Echad the Pesach to Echad the Zrika. So the Pesach has lateral usage over time. The food level is going to go down. And what do you do then? Which one is it? What's that one? And move it on. Yes, I will say. Therefore, the Mishnah says that we award the pit to the Merpesas. That's because for the Merpesas, usage of the pit is the Pesach. Lateral usage. Because why not? Because the fruits are cooked. So therefore, for the Merpesas, it's the Pesach. For the Chatzah, it's Mizrika. And everyone agrees. So we'll say anytime one domain has what we call Pesach or lateral usage, and and the other domain has either Zrika or Shosho, everyone agrees that we give it to the Chatzar of a lateral Pesach. That everyone agrees. Therefore, we'll say once again, no proof to Shmuel. Tashma. Another case. We'll say again, we're laser focused over here. Who is right, Rav and Shmuel? That's what we're trying to figure out over here. So Tashma, and again, two groups of people. Two people live in the Chatzar, group of people who live in an aliyah, an upper story. Now we'll say what happens. What happens? Halach l'may. Can I skip? Yeah, I'm sorry, I skipped. They can only dikani. We'll say again, this would seem to be correct. That ultimately, again, we're dealing with the case of a pit that's filled with pebble stones. The Gemara says dikani put the stone in the case of the pit together. Just like the stone is muktzah, so too again, what's the case of the pit? Filled with muktzah items as well, and therefore the level of the pit is not going to diminish. I believe in this thing, so effectively, the bar case and the stone case are the same thing. Right? Both are cases of Lamala Miyur, and therefore it's telling you that if it's more, if it's Lamala Miyur, it belongs to the Nefesh, if it's less, then it belongs to the Chatzar. Yashmanon, Sela, the Lekala, exactly. If we had just said the case of Sela, I would have said the reason why Sela the Malam good goes to the Merpesas is that the most said there's no concern of the Sela becoming diminished. However, again about bar, the ligs are zimmin the Mal Yeferos in the case of the bar, maybe I would say that even in the case of a bar that the Malam good you shouldn't give it to the Merpesas. Why? And I'm concerned about what happens in a case where the bar is filled with permitted food. Suppose in a case where the bar be permitted food, then it's not so clear that just because it's above you would have wanted to the process. After all, again, that could become a case of Achab is Shoshol, the Achab is Lida. Therefore, therefore, any both cases good. So, you just Tashma. Next case, I will say, still trying to resolve my focus, Rabbi Shmuel. So, Tashma, Anshe Chatzar, Anshe Aliyah, Sheshach, Kovula, Irbu. You have members of the Chatzar, members of the Aliyah, right? Two groups of residents. Some will live in the Chatzar, some will live in the Aliyah. And what happens? Sheshach, Kovula, Irbu. We'll say, they do not make joint view. So what's the halacha? Anshi chatzim mishtamshim b'asar tachton. We'll define what it means in just one. Let's translate the word. The members of the chatzar, they get to use the lower tent floor. The Anshi aliyah mishtamshim b'asar ha'elyonim, and the Anshi aliyah they use the upper tent floor. What is this? So let's look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, "Below Yerbu Elu and Elu, Masar Tachtonim, the Kosel Habayis, the Chotzer, Anshe Chotzer Mishtamsh to Brido Kapasach, Nealeh B'Shosha." Listen to this. What he's saying is like this. Let's say you have members of a Chotzer, members of an apartment building in Aliyah. And what happens? Halacha L'Maisa, they did not join. So you could imagine a group of people live in an apartment building and a group of individuals together. So what's the halacha? So we'll say the wall, let's say the wall of the apartment building. So the Gemara seems to indicate here, the people of the Chatzar have the usage of the bottom 10 tefachim of the wall. The bottom 10 tefachim of the wall, that's the Bnei Chatzar. Listen to this. But however, the Bnei Aliyah get the upper 10 tefachim. This is very interesting. Look at Rashi. Basara Alyonim. Shehem Mikachas Naliyah, Anshe Aliyah Mishtamshu Smooth Nehel Bnei Aliyah, Vahavil Lididok, Kipasar Meikol Nechaz. Let's listen to this. What it says is the Bnei Aliyah get the 10 tefachim of the wall. For both sides, those 10 tefachim are measured downward from their windows or entranceways. Let's say, right? So you can imagine again, you have a wall of the apartment building. The Bnei Chatzar, they get the lower 10 tefachim of the wall. That's where they're using. See how this plays out in this moment. The Bnei Aliyah get the 10 tefachim of the wall, but the 10 tefachim is measured downward from their windows, right, or from their entranceways of their home. So the Gemara says, therefore, how does this play out? Ketzad, back to the Gemara. Ketzad, Ziz hayotzin yotzin minachos. Let's say you have a protrusion. Imagine you have a plank that extends out of the wall. So the matam yasara on the chutz. If it's within 10 tefachim of the ground, then ultimately will to the chatzar. The malam yasara la'aliyah. If it's above 10 tefachim, ultimately again it belongs to the Bnei Aliyah. Had the beni asar. We'll say if it's right in the middle So you can see this is picture 281. 281. So we'll say you can see over here in the picture, the bottom plane is Lamata Me'asara. Right, Lamata Me'asara. Right, it's ultimately again the upper plank is Lamala Me'asara. So we'll say so again, if it's Lamata Me'asara, then Halacha L'maisa again. Belong ultimately to the Bnei Chatzar. Lamala Me'asara, it belongs to the Bnei Aliyah. Now the interesting case is, what about Beni Beni? They'll say Beni Beni, you can see over here. What? There's a situation where Halacha L'maisa, the plank is situated exactly at 10. Exactly at 10. So we'll say, so now why bring up this case? You can see actually the picture spells it out explicitly. Rashi says it also. What happens when the plank is exactly at 10? The upper how do they access it? How do they access it? Below the bottom of the Bnei. How do they access it? Through Zrika. So this is the case of Echad B'Shilshul Echad B'Zrika. Again, what does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says, Hadid Beni Beni Aser. They both say, which is a support for Rav and against Shmuel. Because Rav Zrika, one through Shilshul, they both have the same exact access, and therefore, in the absence of a joint Eruv, they will Aser upon each other. Shmuel was the one who said, no. Shilshul is considered to be ease of use. Zrika is more difficult use. We give it to the area that can access it through Shilshul. So this supports Rav, contradicts Shmuel. Which he says, no, it's not. Rav Nachman, what's the case here? Hakaba closer to Shas. Yes. Those are talking about actually a wall that's only 19 talking. This is Yotzi Mineno. And the plank stands from it. Lamata Me'asara. So if it's below 10 talking, then one, L'zeba Pasach, L'zeba Shilshul. And on both sides, the Bnei Chatzar are considered to have lateral usage, that's what means Pasach. The upper, the Bnei Aliyah are used through Shilshul, and therefore we'll say obviously it's awarded to the Chatzar. The Ma'ala Me'asara, they'll say it's above 10 talking, L'zeba Pasach, L'zeba Halacha L'maisa, the upper, right, the Bnei Aliyah are considered to be usage through Shilshul. Through Pasach lateral usage, and therefore it's theirs, whereas the Chatzar uses it through Zrika, and therefore it does not go to them. The Gemara just says, we thought we had a riot. We thought that this was a case. Ultimately, again, after the Shul, the Echad B'Zrika, to which the Gemara says, no, it's not. It's a case of a wall that is a maximum of 9 to 12. Therefore, we'll say again, if it's within 10 to 12 of the ground, then it's considered to be lateral usage for the Chatzar. Essentially, if it's above 10 to 12 of the ground, it's considered to be lateral usage for the Aliyah. And whoever has lateral usage, whoever has Pesach usage, is considered to be the habit. Primary easier usage, and therefore is awarded for that area. Amid days, Tashma, I'll say very interesting. Shtegus Deros. Zu lamala mizu. They both say so. There you have two gustros. Two gustros. Protrusion, but you're going to see over here really what it means is like terrace. I just have to like the pictures. You have to agree about it. Over here, that water is so blue and it's so tranquil and very relaxed. You just look at the pictures. Because it even have the artist that even have the reflection in the water. So I say so. Right, it looks like this is a good place for vacation. So I say so the Gemara says it like this. So you have the Shtegus Turos. So this is picture 282. Shtegus Turos. Great case. Great case. Two Turos in the protrusions. Let's just go with terraces. Two terraces which extend above the water. Zu lanala mizu. One is above the other. But as you can see from the picture, it doesn't literally mean one is on top of the other. They are diagonal from each other. They are diagonal from each other. Yeah, both said, now watch this. Shtegus zu lanala mizu. So we'll say, listen to this. Asula ayona. Below asula tachtona. So they went ahead and they made a mechitza for the upper but not the lower. I will say, just let's give a little bit of background. And it's probably easiest to describe it when looking at the picture in 282. So we'll say, see here, you have two terraceways in front of two entrances. They extend over the water. Now, I will say, remember again, each of these terraceways are each other's shusayachim. Dalach is water, is a carbonus. So therefore, again, you are not really allowed to draw water from the water on Shabbos and bring it into your shusayachim, which although is not asim l'doraisa, is asim l'drabban. There is a special halacha by water that essentially, as long as you create an area that is 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, I will say, if you look in this picture 282, you will see on the right kustura, because the right terraceway, you'll see there's a little box extending down to the kustura. That is your hovering the pizza. Hovering the pizza. So we'll say, as long as you make an area that is dollar by dollar, you make new pizzas, those new pizzas are considered as if they extend into the employing a number of different ideas of good. Review the pizzas if they extend downward. Review those pizzas as if they extend into the water. Never Allah my you're permitted to go ahead and draw water from the gusto. But I will say, interestingly enough, on the case in question over here, what happens is so you can see that the chitza is on the right gustura, but the left gustura does not have its own chitza. So what does the left gustura do? It's very simple. They just roll their bucket through the hole, the opening in the upper gustura. Right? So the left lower gustura normally just rolls its bucket through the opening in the right gustura. So listen, now watch this. Now let's just have a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here, base gustura zulam al mizu, the ilu chuvan as well. So we'll say ultimately again they are within dalit tefachim of each other. So we'll say the upper gustra halacha l'maisa has the mechitza, right? It has the partition so as to allow it to draw water. And what happens? So again, what normally happens? So as we saw in the picture, right? Again, mostly just referencing picture 282. So left lower gustra does not have its own mechitza which extends into the water. So normally what left lower gustra does is it just throws its bucket through the mechitza of upper right gustra and draws its water like that. Okay, so fine. So the Gemara says, watch this. Shtei gustros, zuru alamizu, asu le'al v'lo asu le'tachona. If they made the mechitza for the upper right gustra, did not make a mechitza ultimately again for the lower left gustra. What's the halacha? Shteihan asuros ad she'er. That was interestingly enough, these two gustros must make a joint eruv. And if they do not make a joint eruv, then what? They assur upon each other. Rabbi said this is fascinating. Why do they assur upon each other? Because you view them both as having rights in the same area. They both have rights in that same mechitza, and therefore we'll say again, because they both have rights, if they make a joint eruv, shalom al yisrael. But if they don't make a joint eruv, then what? Then they ask upon each other. And I both say, now what does that show you? What does that show you? And what's the thing about this moment? Take a look back at picture 2. Gustara. How does the lower left gustara use the mechitza? How do they use it? How do they use it? Zrika. Right? They have to throw lav daf and throw. But what does throw mean? Upward motion. Upward. Here they really would have to throw. Right? But ultimately they have to throw their bucket ultimately again through to the upper gustra into the mechitza. How does the upper gustra utilize the mechitza? How? Shulshul. Lower. We'll say this is echad shulshul. Now, if Shmuel was correct, who should be awarded Yusuf in the Mechitza on Shabbos? Right, the shulshul one. Right, ultimately again, the upper set or Raisa says that they assur upon each other until they make a joint eruv, which Rabbi said would seem supports the position ultimately of Shmuel of Rav and not Shmuel, to which the Gemara says, what's the case? Oh, we'll say what's the case? Look at Rashi. So listen to this. What's the case of Osai? Take a look at picture 283. What's the case of Osai? The case over here is no. There's right of access from the lower gustra to the upper gustra. There is a ladder. There's a ladder. So we'll say because it's a ladder, we'll say what happens? Water. How do they do it? They don't throw the bucket from the lower gustra through the upper gustra. Rather, what do? They walk up. They walk up to the upper gustra and they too lower their bucket. Therefore, what's the case? The case is Shnehem B'Shulshul. Everyone, those two areas, accessing a joint area exactly the same way. Oh, that's why they assur upon each other until they go ahead and they make a joint area. Now it makes sense. The Gemara says, "V'lomi ba'ikava." So the Gemara says, "Lomi ba'ikava" means you don't have to say this, but we say it nevertheless. You're on the Asiri. So as I goes without saying that what? It goes without saying that what? The halacha l'maisa. Look at Rashi just a moment. Lomi Rashi says, "Kilomar v'chi tema hoyel u'b'soch hasara kaminon v'kaina mishum de'ein yizul l'shos v'lo lashmut v'lezeb l'shos v'lezeb v'vikin also l'zeb l'shos also for this." So the Gemara says, all right, let me see in the Gemara. Lomi boy asu l'takon v'lo asu l'adikain asu l'hadad ela hilu asu l'alyona v'lo asu l'takona. So let's listen to this. So I'm sorry, look at the next Rashi. Lomi by cover, Lomi by Asula Takma, Asada Yana, the Ikalo Ukni, Kaima Visur, Hashmish Hashava, the Hasmuchotni, the Meshach Hakosa, the Sokdalu Tok, the Mukmina Lakamakon, the Global Nami, Gabi, Go Asara, Ella Afilu, the Habi Lazeb Shushu, Zeb Miktas Rika Bishoshu, so to this. So the Gemara says, Lomi by Asula Takma, below Asula Yona, it goes without saying that they made it for the Takona, for the lower Twistura, but did not make it for the Abayona, but ultimately it will be Asa. The Chayban did the go Yud, but the Hadadi Kanina, Asi Hadadi. They say since these two Twisturos are within 10 talking about each other, the Abayona, for the Asa the Takona. And we'll say even if they made it ultimately again for the upper one and not for the lower one, Sagadai Kanina. Kivan de Lezebenachos, Lezebakasha, I'm at a point that since the other one uses the Mechitza more easily. Tashmisha Benachos, lace in the Tashmisha Benachos, give the opening, give the Mechitza Mashmalon, Kivan de the go Asara Kanidan, Asana Hadadi. What's it ultimately again? What's up holding over the other side? What's it holding over the hands talking on each other? Therefore, again, in the absence of a joint Eruv, the Asa one a little bit about both is Rabbi Shmuel and introducing another concept, which is that halakha l'maisa, whenever you have an area that is used by two public rishuyos, and those rishuyos are within 10 talking of each other, they effectively Asa one upon the other. The Gemara says, Hada Amra Nakan Amra Shmuel. This supports the view of Nakan Amra Shmuel. The Gemara says, what happened? Gag Hasawa was Sarabin. The Tzarach Sulam Kabua Lahatilas. Listen to this case. This is picture 285. Right? Gag Hasawa was Sarabin. See, let's look at the picture right there. Right, so Gag Hasawa was Sarabin. You have this roof area that is right next to the Rishus Harabim. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Sarich Sulam Kavua Lahatilo. Ultimately, again, it requires a fixed ladder in order to permit it for use to the Bnei Aliyah. And to the Merkasas as well. So we'll say, so when you see that ladder over there, that is a fixed ladder. So that fixed ladder is necessary in order to allow ultimately, again, the Aliyah to use it. So we'll say, take a look at that. Actually, just a moment. Gaga some of us should have. She'in mukaf khatzer b'chotzi. So what's the point of here is this God is not enclosed by a mechitza on all sides. Ela tziva achad rishus rabbi stam God gavo asara. Sarach sulam actually next actually sulam. Sarach Sulam Kavua Minha Lia Legad Lahatilo Letalto Minamir Tesses Legad. The other Le Sulam Gully Daite, the Salty Legad, the Cross Rosh Saradin, the Unechalik exposed to this. So the Gemara says if you have a rooftop, and the rooftop is 10 fucking away, 10 fucking right up to the Shusarani. But there's no mechitza surrounding the rooftop. So if there is a fixed ladder from the rooftop to the aliyah, that shows that the rooftop ultimately is what? Ultimately is used by both the Mechasas, over here, as well as the aliyah. But the absence of a fixed ladder, what happens if you don't have a fixed ladder? Rashi says, Sulamarai, Kevan the Messiah like Kiman Delasing. We'll say if you don't have a fixed ladder, then halacha l'maisa would end up happening over here. Then this would be an area that was within 10 tefachim of both the Mechasas as well as the Rishus Hanachim, which would then be usher to both areas. So the Gemara says, Sulam Kavua in, Sulam Araylo, my timer. Then we'll say, why is that? Why is it halacha l'maisa? That only a fixed ladder. The Hadadi Kaini, Asuna Hadadi. It must be because of since the roof, ultimately, again, is within 10 talking about both the Rosh Hashanah and in their Pesach. It's an area that's within 10 talk about both Rishuyos and for the Amasr. I will say, I just want to point out, you know, in the case of the two rows, the two periscodes, which share the mechitza that goes into the water, the reason they answer one upon the other is because they are within 10 talking about each other. The Gemara is suggesting this 10 talking case comes from this case of the shared roof, in which the Gemara says, Maskir Rabba, the Dimot Kisharab, and the Kasvin above the Kumsa Sutra. Ultimately, again, that my Papa says maybe not. But so maybe the case of the rooftop that abuts the Rosh Hashanah is problematic. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, since it's an event and talking, people use it to the nearest Hashanah, use it, put down their packages, and to put down their hats. Look at actually the Shalom for Kumsa Sutra. Sherigilin, Masa is above the Chol, Kovid Uma'atores, the Tashmish, Nocha, the Hagun, the Masri cow. Listen to this picture. This is picture 286. So in picture 286 you can see, because it is such a low rooftop, and talking the B'nai Rosh Hashanah and ultimately use it to go ahead and put down their stuff. So because they use it to put down their stuff, therefore I will say, absolutely listen to this. So because it's an area that is so easily usable by the Shulchan, the halacha says as follows. If halacha is a fixed ladder, like we see in picture 2, that this God is used by the Aliyah as well as the Merpassim. So therefore makes it the domain of the Aliyah and the Merpassim. If there is not a fixed ladder, since we're dealing with a God that is so low, and it's easy for the Bnei Yisrael just to put their stump down on it for just a little bit, that is used both by the Bnei Yisrael as well as the Bnei Aliyah and the Merpassim. And therefore, again, I will say any area that is within 10 of 2 Rishuyos and is used by both becomes usher. But the presence of a fixed ladder makes this an area that is dominantly used by the Aliyah as well as by the Merpassim, and therefore again it becomes theirs and does not belong to the Israel. So we'll say, to just understand, we're going to stop over here for today, but just understand what we're still reading on, because we have not resolved our machlokas. We'll say, the entire day today, and I think you guys point out, with this Torah's case, the two mechitza that draw water, that's going to be a mission of Eretz Hashem that we already in just a couple of days. So we spent some significant amount of time. We spoke about that in the second Shabbos, this special utilization of these mechitzas to draw water. But I just want to point out, we began today with one simple mission, which was again, I will say, a machlokes Rav and Shmuel. What's the machlokes supposed to be? Let's start with what we know. Our sugya is all about two areas that both have the use of a common third area. And what's the shayla? For Hilchos Eruvin, who should be awarded use of that area? It's an area that they both share. They both have usage. So who gets? So we'll say, obviously, if they make a joint Eruv, then what? As they say, there's nothing to talk about, because if you make a joint Eruv, then everybody gets usage of that shared area. What happens if they don't make a joint Eruv? So we'll say, so who gets usage of it? So it depends. What does it depend on? Ease of access, ease of usage. So we'll say, remember again, just to clarify our terms. So what we'll call lateral usage, which means direct usage. I don't have to use it through shul or through zrika, that's called Pesach. If one of the chatzeros has usage through Pesach, and the other one utilizes it either through zrika or through shul, then what? It's awarded to the one that has lateral Pesach usage. That's the easy piece. We'll say, soon again, both of them have Pesach, both of them have lateral usage, and what's the halacha? It's usher for everyone. So we'll say, where does the focus come up? The focus comes up is if one has zrika, one has shulshul. So Rav says zrika and shulshul are the same. Therefore, if one has zrika, one has shulshul, it's also to both of them. Shmuel comes along and says that echad to shulshul, the echad to zrika, shulshul is considered to be ease of use. Shmuel's logic seems to be, why is Shoshel easier to use? So you're in a downward motion that's just considered to be easier than an upward motion. That's called T's. It says use Shoshel. One has Zrika, we give it to us Shoshel. So we spent things through Shmuel's Shita. It turns out that all of the cases the Gemara brought, none of them proved Shmuel or disproved Shmuel. So let's say so. We kind of begin the way we ended. The end of tomorrow's daf, you will reach resolution of the end. Or maybe over Elul when I say
I'm back finally. Hello guys. W's in the chat, I guess. Some Del Taco. And some jalapeno tacos. Chips on a ranch. Oh, too much ranch actually. Full ranch. Huh? What's up, Rabbi? I'm back.
All right, are you drunk yet?
No, I just got it. I got Del Taco.
Well, I would say if your wife isn't pregnant, that's a good sign. If she wasn't, excellent. Yeah, so did you get something different at each place?
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool.
McDonald's, I got the large fries and Coke. Del Taco, I got 2 red burritos. Carl's Jr., I got jalapeno poppers.
All right. Is that what took you 65 minutes?
How long did it take me?
Dog. Days, man. Days. That was like weeks ago that you were here. Now, my question for you is this. Is there any ping pong currently going on anywhere in the world? I don't care if people are playing in some backroom bar, at some pizza place. I want to know, is there any ping pong going on?
Oh, I'm sure of it.
All right. Well, then, can you bet on it?
I mean, I'm almost rinsed here.
Remember when you were streaming on Kick?
I'm still on Kick.
You left your Kick stream to go get fast food?
Yes.
Okay.
What's the problem with that?
What is that mean? Remember again, king,
Is there some kind of issue with getting food? It doesn't matter because I just rinsed it all in 3 seconds anyway.
It's called old. Why? It's called old, right? Because
yeah, even if I wanted to go from
Doug, on what are you betting? That's my question.
I don't know, bro.
Okay. Are there any ping pong games on which to bet right now?
Let me see.
That's all I want you to do.
Sheva did 7 years of time. Now we'll discuss that for more than 7 years. We'll discuss that in just a moment. Talk about cookie test. Save by Yolam Hashem. Malach David al Yisrael. Then David al Yisrael for 40 years. So the Sheva Malach David for 7 years. With Shlomo Ksiv, and I will say, Shlomo it says, Vayachal Livnos Bishnas Arba'a Lamafusa. Shlomo begins to build the base of the 4th year of his reign. So it's like, if you want to say,
unless you know somewhere where I could get crypto with this card, but the board works online for this shit.
What? We've got Gilgal for 14 years, Nob and Givon. Shiloh for 9 years, Nob and Givon for 7 years.
Does this bitch want to fuck? What are you doing? Showing me TikTok garbage?
Says where do we know this? Where do we know that bubbles were permitted after?
Doug, what in the fuck are you showing me? This is the most garbage shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
Because again, we'll say this week's parsha is Moshe says Yisrael, you have not yet come to the Menucha and the Nachal. Nachal Menucha means resting place. Nachal is inheritance. What is this in reference to? Ela Menucha, Zu Shiloh. Menucha refers to Shiloh. Nachal Zu Yerushalayim. Nachal refers to Yerushalayim. When Lama Cholga, we'll say, so why does Moshe reference Shiloh and the Beis Hamikdash separate?
Doug, what the fuck are you showing me? This isn't ping pong. Type in ping pong. Doug, this is the worst. Do you know what ping pong is? It's a ball that is played with paddles.
Rabbi, for fuck's sakes, I'm going there.
All right, that's what I want. You're over here telling me about this feast that you had, which is cool. All I want is ping pong. Retro Ray, do you know what Coast to Coast AM is? Oh, dog, you've been sitting on your ass for all these years. You don't know what the fuck is up.
Put me on then.
Dog, it's the greatest overnight talk show in the world. It's the biggest overnight show in the Western Hemisphere.
There we go, ping pong.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right, who's winning?
It's 1-1 right now.
All right. Oh, that guy sucks. The guy on the right is fucked. I can just tell the way he picks up the ball. Oh, dog, he's actually really good. He's just seemingly.
He was just scamming.
That's cool. Look at this motherfucker. on the corner. Look at these shots.
Like that. I don't know if that's pretty black.
Ping pong, maybe
Anyway, so the Gemara said, so
the most exciting game to watch. It's very fast. I'm gonna invent. I'm gonna invent a ping pong arena where they don't have to go get the ball; they just hit another ball. They'll have like ball boys. Are these guys Russian? If you had to
I don't
bet,
know what the flag is. It looks like a Russian flag.
if you had to bet on
Yeah, it
one,
looked like Russian names.
if you had to bet on one, which one would you bet?
The guy in red. Just because he's he can do it.
Oh, that's really
Yeah,
great.
my card doesn't work.
Okay, why don't you?
It could work on Cash App, which I was gonna try.
No one wants you to
Okay,
do
let me
that.
see your phone real quick.
Dog, don't do that. You've got a child on the way. Just pretend that you bet on it.
They are considered to be obligatory offerings that do not have a set time.
I'm still gonna leave some in so I can get food and stuff tomorrow. But this is the only thing I can think that would actually work, is adding it to Cash App and transferring it to another card or something. Because it doesn't work anywhere, like at all. Like everything online, it just defines.
Can you call your financial institution during business hours and tell them
Tell them what?
that your card doesn't work online?
Oh, they don't give a shit. I've told them before.
You haven't told
They
you
was sitting
that
right
you
here,
wouldn't.
It's like it's a security system. We can't do anything. But look, it just fucking worked on Cash App though. I was able to add money on Cash App.
All right, and then you buy the crypto to be able to bet on this game. That is degenerate as fuck. That
Did you
is.
say that? That is pretty fucking.
Oh.
I did that on purpose so I wouldn't put it back in. And then I just came up with the amazing idea. Oh, let's just slap it on fucking Cash App. It'll take the card. PayPal wouldn't take it. Gift card sites wouldn't take it. Any sort of crypto thing wouldn't take it. CSGO gambling off sites wouldn't take it. Oh, but fucking but Cash App took it just fine.
All right. So on which guy are you betting?
Game. It's already in the third or fourth quarter. 2-1. It's already cooked. There'd be very little odds, if any at all, already. Let me see your phone again.
Baby, if you got time to burp, you got time to bet.
So I've transferred over to 3 different cards now.
Dog, so degenerate.
I'm taking a fee every time, seems like. 0836, right?
0836, everybody. 0836.
Last 4 digits of my Visa card number.
The last 4 digits of his Visa card number. 08.
475970. 05090210836. Expiration date 1023, or sorry, 1028. CVV code 441.
Dog, that was not that smart.
Take notes, guys. I'm gonna replace this again
This day,
Let's
this day.
What's your zip code?
86401.
86401.
To the Menucha Nachla. It says the Gemara, Menucha zu Shilo Nachla zu Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, Menucha Shilo Nachla.
What's your social security number? Social security number.
Pasuk says, putting over the pasuk from
521-3889.
was like a lion in the forest.
That's not a social security number. That's not even. Come on, man.
This pasuk was literally
90 was transferred into your bank. Now I should be able to do $97 on this card, and it should go through.
My man thinks that a social security number is 6 digits.
Surrounded by other birds of prey.
I'm not that comfortable.
All right, here's my question. I know you're having a lot of fun transferring funds from one financial institution to another. At what point are you to bet on ping pong?
Whenever it lets me buy this, apparently. $96. Continue. Loading. It doesn't even fucking work. What the hell? How much did I transfer over? I transferred
$97.
There is a fee of $1.95 per transaction.
All right. Well, then transfer $93.
We try 95.
All right, try 95.
Shimon says no. Menucha zu Yerushalayim, Nachala zu Shilo. This is just the opposite. Menucha zu Yerushalayim, Nachala is Shilo.
Bro, it just fucking loaded and then said nope. Really? Now I have to fucking buy it a whole different way. On a whole nother off-brand thing where I can buy crypto, where it might work.
So you see, Yerushalayim is
some bullshit. I need to drink more of this beatbox.
Or talking about Yerushalayim. No, talks about Yerushalayim. Talks about Bachar Hashem B'Tzion, and immediately afterwards he says Zos Menuchas. So therefore, Shimon says that what Menucha refers to Yerushalayim. So Nachala is Shiloh, Menucha is Yerushalayim. So it says here's the problem.
Of course, I'm banned everywhere for buying crypto on everything.
Oh, yeah,
I
dog.
use my lady stuff.
Dog, I don't know how this woman hasn't left you.
Dude, I'm the most degenerate. Shit, I might as well just go jerk off in the bathroom while I'm at it.
You're going to do it at work.
Let's sit there and cry and use my tears as lube.
So Ella the Mandam Menucha zu Yerushalayim Nachal zu Shilo Ella Nachal Menucha mibayle. But according to Rabbi Shimon, it says that Menucha ultimately is Yerushalayim. And
no, but it's the degeneracy.
Moshe Rabbeinu should have said Ella Nachal Menucha.
When this kid is born, they're going to want to get back inside that vagina because they don't want to live in a house with such a degen. They're going to refuse.
We're on the most degenerate.
Oh, no doubt.
He's actually saying when you get to Gilgal,
You
I
are
don't think you've seen anyone more degenerate on Kick in the existence of Kick.
that you find random individuals online, random people you've never met in real life, from other countries, and ask them for loans when you need money for gambling. That's fucking degenerate.
Oh, yeah. We love ping pong. No.
Dude, it's amazing. All right, so here's my question for you. What happened to buckets?
Buckets?
Buckets.
What do you mean buckets?
Who was your friend with the girl?
What girl are you talking about?
Dog, you had a friend with a girl and you had a falling out with him.
Oh, what about him?
What's his name?
Nets?
Nets. Oh, yeah, not buckets. Nets. Yeah. Okay, so what happened to Nets?
Oh, fuck him. I didn't talk to that nigga. Fuck him.
All right, well, it's not cool for you to use that language, but why isn't he
So he is
in...
black.
Okay, well, you're not cool enough to be able to... All right, so why isn't he in your life anymore?
Because he scammed me.
Did he really scam you, though?
He did. You know why?
Why?
Because one of these casinos had an infinite glitch where you could just keep submitting a KYC request and they just keep giving you $10 free to bet with. If you make any profit and you wager at 1x, you can withdraw it. So this fool made $600 while I was at work. I told him when I came home, I'm like, how much you made? He's like, oh, I made $600. I'm like, cool, send me 50 because I gave you the method. And he basically said, yeah, I will, just give me 20 minutes. I'm going to gamble it right quick. Gambles it, loses everything.
Okay, but weren't you kind of just making a demand? Like, hey, give me $50 because I told you about this glitch, but like...
Well, it was agreed on prior to. Was the thing as well.
Okay. That's
he already told me before that. He's like, if I make some money, I'm going to at least give you $50. I'm like, I'm sure. He's like, yeah, just let me know the method. I gave him the method. And then he gambled and didn't pay me when I was owed. And then he brought up some, it's okay. And I'm like, no, it's not. And I couldn't pay you, but it was okay because you already agreed it was fine. So he just basically just...
And so you gave a friend over $50?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty degenerate.
There was a third possibility.
Yeah.
And then what happened to that Eastern European fellow who you brought in here?
Oh, Gaba, he's still good. He's just not answering right now because it's early. I tried to get them. Dude, there's badminton. We could bet on badminton. Bro.
Dog, let's do it. That's the thing with the birdie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fucking fast game. Let's do that one.
That's a fast game. Got a 1.9 and a 5.0 on one.
Dude,
The first set?
that 5.0, that's tempting. 5.0?
Yeah, we bet $10 on him.
Yeah, fuck yeah, that sounds
we got
good.
$10 on
Let's
one,
go, baby, let's go!
I don't even think you could watch it, though.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. Don't bet it if you can't watch it. Okay, that's...
International Malaysia Open doubles. That's pretty degenerate right there.
Dog, Malaysian badminton? Degenerate as degenerate. It's got to be more degenerate. Are you finding it on some like website or something?
I'm trying to.
It's excellent. You want me to jerk you off?
Yes.
Okay.
So he got
That's
our
a
money
no.
on Lungard
Okay.
right now.
Excellent. Which one?
They're in the first set.
Are they?
I know nothing about this game.
Okay. Are they top or bottom? Damn.
Let's go.
peace and tranquility.
I think they could win. 5x is achievable.
Tribal portions were solidified.
You have no idea.
No, I don't.
At least you admit that.
Both refer to Yerushalayim.
Yeah.
Do you think they juice? Do you think they use steroids in badminton?
Oh, yeah.
Do you think they're wearing eye protection?
No.
Dude, you know that birdie can go at like 150 miles per hour?
Oh, 100%.
I would think that it would be good for them to wear eye protection. Hey, remember that time we were watching bad?
Has been the site ultimately again so much struggle.
Oh, you bitch. Oh, so it can tap the floor, they just have to hit it back.
Oh, interesting. I played badminton when I was like 5, but I just hit it around.
There you go. 12 to 17, and they got the serve. I have no idea how this game's even played. I'm just convincing myself I know what's going on.
Yeah, dog. All right, I'm gonna read you the complete rules to badminton, and you're gonna listen to it like a fucking nanny reading you a story. You got it?
Okay.
All right, here we go.
It's interesting. You would have thought again, it's a tranquility, spiritualization. Gemara doesn't say that. Gemara says, "Menuchas aron." It is the place where the aron rests.
Oh, we need rules for doubles.
The aron rests.
Right? Because they're playing doubles, right?
Wherever it is now. I will say that there is one place.
I have no idea. I don't even know what this game is. Yeah, doubles because there's 2 people, right?
Right. Okay,
What it
toss.
says?
The rules of badminton states that a toss shall be conducted before a game starts. If you win, you can choose between serving first or to start play at either end of the court. Your opponent can then exercise the remaining choice. Scoring system. The rules of badminton states that a badminton match shall consist of the best of 3 games. In doubles and men's singles, the side to score 15 wins the game. Didn't you say one of the teams had 17 though?
18 to 13.
So they must be playing.
Yeah.
So we've got to look up Malaysian doubles.
So the Gemara says as follows. So remember again, if you go to simple, the Pashat Pshat on Amadallah, which is that Menucha refers to Shiloh, Dachala refers to.
Who got that? They got it?
It's a very important halachic concept.
Oh, as a foul? As a foul.
That Bamos will be usher.
No, they got that point. Okay, fuck me, I guess.
So that was a very important halacha that drove
Scoring system.
Everything for the last 4 blocks.
These guys are coming up.
So that drove a lot of.
A match shall
19 to 14.
So it's the first to score 21.
Oh, shit. Might be cooked then.
You're done, son.
Because then what it's telling me is, well, actually, truly, I don't know what it's telling me then.
Why the fuck did I bet on this shit?
I mean, you bet like $10. Not a lot. You spent more on jalapeno poppers.
Refer to Yerushalayim, right?
Jalapeno poppers were $6 for the app.
Oh, okay, well, you didn't say through the app.
So about
Oh!
shower your bones. So
Oh!
let's say, now watch this. If your manucha nachala both refer to
Let's
each other,
go!
what does that tell you? That all
Let's
the
go,
way up to
Denmark.
the building of the base of Mikdash. Right? Then what the most
You bitch.
building of the base of Mikdash is.
Oh, how'd they get the point? It landed, because it landed out of bounds. 19 to 15, I don't know. Bro, they could come back off this.
Dog, you're done, and you know it, and you are just injecting yourself with
I'm
hopium.
coping.
You're injecting yourself with hopium. Hopium.
Yeah, I know, bro. Lurking in the shadows. Hope you're having an awesome stream. Thanks, Arturo.
Arturo is amazing.
If you do that, then how much
Love you, Arturo.
just dramatically changed Jewish history, right? That you've just gone ahead and stepped on a ton of Israel went into Israel for 430 years. Ultimately, again.
Oh! They got 20? Never mind, 20 to 15.
You're done, son.
Now I'm super fucked.
Oh, for sure.
They got to get 6 points to get a lead on these guys. These guys got to basically just give up.
Yeah. This game is over.
You son of a bitch. Are you sure it's 21 points?
I mean,
It only says first set. So maybe there's multiple sets, like they get a point that from multiple.
It's probably best of 3. That's over.
We're at 21.
It's over.
But there's still another set, right? Oh, first break. Yeah, so they got 1 point. I see. It's just like ping pong, except they got to get to 21 first.
So now that turns very problematic for us. Why? Because there's no private bamos.
How many do you have to get in ping pong?
So how is Manoff able to
2 minute interval. I don't know. I think it's like a lead of like 6 or something. I have no idea.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Nobody believes you on that one.
I don't know. It's probably something. You must know, since you're asking me what it is.
Yeah, I think it's 21.
440. If you all died for the entire 400.
But it could be 11.
No, he was saying some other shit. I don't know what the fuck he was saying.
Have you ever thought about being the...
Dude, 6X.
Dude, you're fucked.
Throw an extra $5 in there, bro.
No, that's a bad move.
Dude, that's a 1X versus a 6X, dude. The 6X has to win against them. They have a women's one we could bet on.
Are they hot?
1-1.
Are the
11 to 7.
Are the female Malaysian badminton players hot?
I don't know, but it could go hard because it's 1-1, but it's also 11 to 7.
We have to focus.
No, I'm betting on it. I'm betting on it.
Dog.
I don't care.
These bitches better be hot as fuck.
Rabbi was of the opinion, Rabbi said, he taught that both Menucha and Nachala refer to Yerushalayim. So what's like in the yeshiva of that you smoke?
Well, I can't even bet on the women's one because they don't. Well, I did, but I can't even see it.
How do you remember this?
I don't think anyone's streaming it.
Oh, good job. Way to just waste your money.
Go ahead and
You know what? Fuck you, bro.
Dog, that's what I'm here to do, is critique your every fucking move. If you don't breathe correctly, I'm going to critique it. Got it?
I got it.
Excellent.
I'm sorry, Rabbi.
No, I'm tough on you. I'm tough on you because I love you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, somebody's got to.
Bro, where can I see it?
Dog, nobody's going to have Malaysian badminton, women's Malaysian badminton. That's like impossible. Their own families don't want to watch them.
there's almost.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, we got.
But in the periods of the time of Shiva and the
Okay.
All right, are you red or black?
During Yom Kippur,
Red.
Bamos are permitted.
Hey, are you up 1-0?
Says the Markah touch. To remember against
2-0.
2-0.
Yeah.
All right, start jerking yourself off.
Fuck yeah, I'm gonna whip out the lube and fucking have a whack party.
You're not gonna need lube. You
You
got
guys
your
are-
tears.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my tears as lube.
Right. Going back to that 2K game. Would you rather lose in 2K?
All night, right?
Would you rather lose in 2K like you did by like 10 points, or lose in overtime on a last-second three-pointer that I don't even think was a legitimate shot?
The second one.
There you go. That's exciting.
2-2? Really, bro? Really, bro? 2-2?
Don't you think
These
that?
guys, I don't know who they're trying to fool.
Don't you think they should put like a little like layer on the birdie so that it's easier to see?
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, we'll tell them to improve that shit.
Yeah, you tell them, Rabbi.
Right. Or there should be some kind of setting on a TV that you can turn that on and off.
Like a hit marker kind of thing.
Right.
Look, they're going hard on these motherfuckers. Oh, wait, what? How'd they get that? Okay, never mind.
What's the
2-4, that's not looking too great.
I mean, it was great while it lasted. Remember when it was 2-0 and you were like, "This is a dynasty." I have a bad.
It's 3-4. I mean, they're trying.
Do you want
If I
to?
put ranch on a burrito, is
Absolutely.
that sacrilege?
Oh, all of that is sacrilege. But for you, absolutely.
But if you actually offer up as a carbon, it is a key of colors. My time,
You doing all that?
my time, what's his reason? Number
Hey! You're doing over there.
He's possibly talking about ultimately the offering up of a carbon. Ba'alein Tomer, ala smuchim Tomer. So we'll say ultimately again, this possibly juxtaposed.
You know what'd be even more degenerate if I split screen this and I did some CSGO case openings.
Don't do that right now. Let's focus on one thing at a time.
Alright. Focus, lock in.
Put on your bank account.
Honestly, just give him my car, give him my wife while I'm at it. 4 or 5, I mean, they're coming back.
Your wife is too good for Malaysian badminton players, but it may be a sacrifice that may need to be made. Some little Malaysian baddie who likes to play badminton.
So I was trying to find it, bro. That one's better than this shit.
Wait, remember that time we were watching badminton and then you started to click on everything? Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Because Pepperidge Farm remembers. Go back to the fucking game, dog.
That shield me,
Dog, no one gives a shit about anything you're doing. We care about badminton right now. Hey, would retrograde.
What?
I want you to type into the search Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live.
Okay, hold on.
No, you're downloading. I didn't say anything about downloading. It's Rabbi RABBI Rothschild. RABBI. Okay, wait. Now filter by live. Look at all these lives.
Oh yeah, you got emotion.
Look at all these lives, baby.
And there is no Mosas.
What the fuck, dude? How do you make that many lives?
Because I'm sexy as fuck.
Oh, you got every camera angle too.
Word, dog.
Wave at the camera. Wave at the camera.
Hey, baby. No, it's fucking live, baby.
Effectively refutes the statement of Rabbi. Therefore, if you will say, so I kind of wanted to say, but in case.
Wave at the camera real quick.
I am. I'm giving you the finger right now. It'll take about 30 seconds.
But you didn't actually
Okay, let me see.
offering it up. It was work prohibited. So I've kind of suggested that if you just did the shchita b'chutz, you're only.
I'm about 10 seconds away. Go back. I'm about 10 seconds away from waving at the camera.
I saw it, I think.
No, you didn't. You're jerking yourself off raw.
I did.
No, you didn't. Just wait.
There it is.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm live, baby.
That's crazy.
Have you ever seen?
No, that's insane, dude.
I agree.
I don't know why you're not live on Kick on 20 different channels and on Twitch all the time.
Wait, hold on. Let's talk about this. I used to do that on Kick, and then they said that was against their terms and conditions when it wasn't. It wasn't written explicitly in the terms and conditions. So they had to add it.
Right. You made them add a whole ass TOS rule just because of you.
100%. But Kick isn't that important to me because it doesn't archive the footage. YouTube is important to me because people can watch.
Yeah.
Okay, now here's my question. Here's my question for you. What is the score of this badminton game?
7-8.
That's
1.
yeah, but that's okay. They could come back.
They can.
The black team might get gassed. You know what they should really allow you to bet on is dodgeball.
Literally again in the Makom Mishkan / before God, he's not on your private altar. She does Savon obligation to check certain carbonates in the north. Siv Safora Lifnei all of the corners of the Mizbeach. Siv the Zorach al Hamizbeach Savir. What's the other piece? The process is you shall sprinkle it al Hamizbeach. The Mizbeach. We'll say that's the Hey Hayidiyah, the definitive article. So Hamizbeach means what? The of the Mishkan or the Beis Hamikdash.
Oh, 9-8. What is it? 9-9.
Before God. Hadgasha, the bring close of the carbon, Sid, the Isha El Hamizbeach.
Did your wife gamble?
No, she doesn't gamble, thank God.
No, she just considers her as her big gamble.
According to the opinion, says that you offer up Medach on Alabama, you also offer up bird offerings on Alabama.
Did you hear my joke? It was really funny. I said she just considers her marriage to be her big gamble.
Yeah.
All right, so what's the score? Dude, hey, remember that time? Remember that time we were...
I gotta see what this one's
Doug, remember that time we were... Doug, remember...
That one could pay pretty good, actually. That could be a $50 win right there. The women's one's looking more promising than the men's one.
Okay, remember that time we could watch the women's one on TV? Because I don't.
Yeah, you're right.
If it's not being streamed, it's like it didn't happen.
Yeah, you're right.
Now, what's the score of the red team versus the black team?
10-10.
All right. You're doing pretty well, man.
So far, they're locking in now. They don't want to lose this shit, or else their mother will be unhappy.
Dude, a lot of Malaysian people will be pissed off if they lose. This is the biggest event in Malaysian history right now.
Is it really?
I mean, do you know another time when Malaysian sports as ourselves? Right. This is like their Super Bowl. Hey, dog, I thought this isn't like the funniest joke, but I think it's kind of funny. There's a winter and a summer Olympics. Why isn't there a spring and a fall Olympics?
Because winter and summer, there's no in between.
Dog, there could be. There could be. And then also, what about this one? There's a World Bowl and a Super Cup.
Um, because one you eat salad out of and one you eat junk food out of. That's why. I think.
Okay.
Or something like that.
Okay. I'm okay with that, I guess. All right, dude. I need these badminton people to understand that they take too many breaks. Can you even see the birdie?
It goes so fast, I can't even tell.
I can't either.
Oh my god, 10-12, dude. Motherfucker.
Is there a net?
10-12.
Does the net extend all the way to the bottom, or is it just kind of in the air?
It's in the air. There's still a bottom right there, I think.
Okay.
But I think it's a foul if it goes under or something.
But yeah, they go so fast, I can't even see it. So I'm glad that you can't see it either. I mean, I wish you could see it, but I'm glad I'm not alone. That's what I'm saying.
I could kind of see it. That dude just let it go out of bounds. I think they get the point for that.
Doug, why didn't you comment on my question? Why don't they let you bet on dodgeball?
Oh, I don't know. I wish they would. Dodgeball would be a badass sport to bet on.
I agree. I don't understand why dodgeball got this taboo. Well, I think I know. I think because it was a way to bully kids.
Mm-hmm.
And so they didn't gym class anymore. But dodgeball was always the best of any game that you were going to play. Dodgeball was the best.
True. Women's game is 1-1, 16-17.
Okay.
That one could be good. Darts could. So it actually sticks though. Hope this goes. I hope it goes, bro. I got a couple real ones in the chat. I appreciate you guys.
Do you like G-Money?
G-Mommy?
G-Mommy? Do you like G-Mommy?
Yeah, I miss homie.
Dude, I one time, it was a very funny clip that I got of him, and I actually recorded it, and I have it on Instagram.
Send it to me.
I will. I'm going to find it right now. So this is what I would do, which I think is really funny. I would spam people until they complained about me, and then I would clip them and tag them on social media.
Oh, so you'd rage bait.
Yeah, basically. All right. I'm going to look up G-Money.
13-15. Yeah, I don't know, bro. They're 2 points ahead.
Dog, you're done. And everybody knows it, but that's cool.
Oh, no, that was some bullshit.
Word.
Now they're up. Black's up 3 points.
That's some garbage.
13-16.
That's garbage.
Appreciate you, Sims gang.
Rather, you right, say that they apply ultimately again in the Baba Gidola, and they do not apply on the Baba Gitana. Gitana will say they have another version of this issue. The Amr Rami Bakama, Loshana El Bakachi Baba Gidola, so it's just an ultimate version of this previous exchange.
Oh, what?
We only learned El Bakachi Baba Gidola.
13-17. Nah, I don't know, bro.
Yeah, you're done.
They're 4 points behind. Because they keep hitting out of bounds. Just fucking play ball, dude. Play the bloody ball.
Even if they're offered up on a Bama Gidola, we do not go ahead and start doing different blood applications. Which is another way of saying that if it's a carbon that belongs on a Bama Kitana, then it has the identity of a Bama Kitana offering. To the point that what the Mosai.
Bro, the women's game is.
Remember that time we could watch it?
Yeah.
You have the chest and the thigh of the animal, or the truma, the blows of Lachmate, or the Noagin, the Kachi Bama Gidola, then you are giving the Kachi Bama Kitana. So at first,
okay, they must have got the point. Really? Still? Fucking idiots, bro. I'm gonna crash out. They're holding the bag on purpose now.
This last statement argues on Rabbi Lazar.
Oh my god, dude. 20-13. Yeah, they're getting their ass beat.
So it turns out that again, there's a fundamental macro. What's the fundamental macro? If you take something that was supposed to go on a Baba and you bring it inside the base of a very unique case, it only comes up where? Only comes up in Gilgal, or ultimately again between Shiloh and the base of Mikdash, where there still was a Mishkan, but yet you had to buy, you bring it up, you bring it into the Mishkan of Osai.
Yeah, it's done.
What is the status of that?
I lost that one. The woman's one looks promising though.
Like an individual offering.
Oh wait, no. I lost the woman's one as well.
Shut up.
Yep. Yeah, I lost both.
Why is that?
And they still have one more to go through. It's 2-1, and they just started. Oh no, it's done.
Everyone else seems to say that no. Once
Yeah, it's cooked. I lost both.
Always a Bama Siachar offering, and therefore even if you are actually,
you know what that means, right?
Find something else on which to bet.
Like a carbon of a yachid,
Ping pong, baby. At its finest. Oh, Simiak Fun are not doing too good. For a cause, yeah. I don't know. Bet 17 maybe. Let's see this one. We bet on Orikaz Michael. Oh, are they fucking brothers? I think I just bet on two brothers playing. So we want Michael to win. We want Blue to win.
All right, Jabbo, say good morning. Let's begin. So today's daf is decided. He actually very beautiful daf that was today. 95. Says the Mishnah. Begin Shiyatza is the Kilai. What's the Mishnah is about? Let's say we're dealing with the following situation. Look at Rashi. Begin Shenitas Alav Dam Begin. I have a garment, and that garment has Chata's blood that's splattered on it. We're already experts. That I know how to. Issue here is that
I know I made a G-Money one. I don't know if it might have got taken down on TikTok. It's very funny to me. I used to watch it and laugh.
Remember again, that garment that has Chata's blood that's splattered on it requires kibbutz.
For G-Money.
I asked him about you. He's like, yeah, that motherfucker used to spam Discord every other day. Like, no shit, huh?
His Discord or his
What
kick?
Is it, 8-7?
His Discord or
He
his...
used to spam your shit?
His Discord?
His
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's true.
What happens about saying, here's the wrinkle.
Okay, 8-8. Oh, or 0-1.
So again, same case.
I don't know. I kind of have this in the bag. What you think, Rabbi?
Oh, you definitely lost.
No, I didn't.
For sure.
If he gets a point, then it's 1-1.
Now, what's my problem?
How many points for ping pong till it's over? Is it a time limit or what?
No one knows.
There's an obligation to loan to the article of clothing, the Makam Kodesh, in a sanctified holy place.
Michael's doing good. We bet on Blue. He's doing good so far. So.
I cannot go ahead and bring it back into the base of the Shaila now becomes, what do I do with it? Which the Mishnah says,
yeah, I don't know.
The actual is to Mazara. So now my problem is I can't bring back something into the base of Mikdash. So it's not a problem. What do I do?
10-10.
Kodo. So I said, ultimately again, I tear it. Now look at that.
You fucking bitch, dude. Come on. Wow. You're a fucking piece of work.
How do you spell his name? G Mommy?
Yeah. 12-11? Oh, 13-11. Okay. What is it over?
I have to find a way to bring it back.
I lost on that one too.
Oh, yeah, you lost on everything, no doubt.
Still got 50 in the balance. You know what that means, right, Rabbi?
Let it ride, baby. Ping pong.
Let it ride, baby.
How do you spell G Mommy?
G and then mommy. So G-M-O-M-M-E-Y.
G-M-O-M-M-E-Y is, don't you mean G-O-M-M-Y? G-M,
Yeah, like G mommy.
well, there's no E in mommy.
Yeah, I'll spell G on Discord.
No, you can't.
There is for him. He has an E in his name.
Okay, are you sure it's not? Just spell it. Just read it to me. G.
Yeah.
Isn't there an under?
G-M-O-M-M-E-Y.
It's Lil G Mommy. It's Lil G Mommy.
Yeah. Yeah, Lil G Mommy.
Okay, why didn't you say Lil?
Because I thought you already knew that.
No, nobody knows that.
You asked me how to spell G, just G Mommy. I'm like, yeah, I know how to spell G Mommy. Get the low part. Yeah, it's cooked. God damn it.
If I took it out, nothing happened, I bring it back in. Now I took it out.
Right back and hope for the best.
Oh, I found it. I found it. Wait, I found it.
Yeah, it's good. No problem, Uber officer. There ain't no coming back from that shit.
Oh, I found it, dude.
Send it to me.
Oh, you're gonna get it like you've never gotten it in your life.
Oh,
And then I'm gonna watch it with you on your fucking shit. Get out of there, dude. That thing sucks.
It's gone already, bro. I already rinsed.
So you lost $90?
Yeah.
You're the worst.
Rinsing, washing. That rinsing, washing has to be done inside the base.
All right.
So if I took
I had a crypto monthly reward, but it didn't let me claim it.
Quit with that garbage. All right. Go to your Discord messages. Let's watch this on Little G Mommy.
As long as nothing happens.
Remember that time I told you to check out what I sent you? There you go. Listen to it. It's hilarious. And look what I write. It's even funnier. I say world famous pussy eater. Did you see what I wrote to him?
Yeah.
It's very, very interesting. So let's analyze this. I don't understand. Oh, so remember, let's start with the bag. Nothing happens.
Did you see
Yeah,
what?
look at him now. He's fucking. Dude, he looks fat.
Did you see what I sent to him?
Yeah, the 24/7 live stream Rabbi Rothschild shit.
No, I'm gonna read it too. Go. You're gonna want to pause it once you can see what it writes. Okay, pause it. What did it say?
World famous pussy eater Rabbi Rothschild takes karaoke requests in any search engine.
And then listen to what he says. I know we heard it, but it's hilarious to me.
My goal So says, what's my goal? My goal is that I've done chakras on a garment. So what's my goal? What's my goal? One word. Kibus. Kibus, that's my goal. That's my goal.
He's so triggered. Look how fat he is now.
In your effort to get
Look at this fat fuck.
You fundamentally undermine your ability to do kibus.
Look at this fat ass.
Kibus only devolves.
Do they look fat as fuck now?
A baguette. A baguette.
Look at him from back then.
I mean, he's not looking like Yokozuna.
But you also remove the baguette status, which means you bring this stuff back into the Beis Hamikdash, but it is no longer subject to kibus because it's no longer a baguette. Incredible idea. Says the Gemara, Maska Avina Koro, you're gonna tear it.
Like you got some punch, bro.
So it says it's only a din of kibus by a baguette.
Right.
Which the Gemara says a lot of baguettes. Now that you
He'll get on those GLP-1s and he's skinny as fuck in no time.
Is that good for you?
Probably better than
Not
obesity.
super bad for you.
Probably better than obesity, son. Probably better than obesity, son.
Well, fuck, Rabbi. You ain't got room to talk either.
Baby, I'm sexy as fuck. I've got dad bod. Bitches masturbate to me.
Okay.
I have a lot of inbox messages of people who say they masturbate to me.
I bet they definitely do not.
Oh, I definitely do. Do you know how many Discords I'm in? It's just a numbers game. If you're in as many Discords as I am, people are going to masturbate to you. People masturbate to lights on the wall.
Bro said, hello, hello, my little Discord kitten.
Dog, wasn't that shit on Lil G Mommy just the tightest fucking shit you've ever seen?
That shit was funny. He's like, this dude makes accounts and da 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 da.
Yeah.
That's what he does, bro. Deal with it. I keep getting notices from stakes saying, we noticed that you've deposited 5,000 USD. Contrary to popular belief, depositing large sums of money does not guarantee success or increase chances of winning. Each better game remains largely dependent on the amount spent. We have a tool which can keep you to assist gambling limits safe and enjoyable. Loss limits, budget calculator, safe need help. Call 1-800-GAMBLER if you have gambling problems. They care about me, dude.
They don't give a flying fuck about you.
They're like, hey man, you deposit over $5,000. That's a problem.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to take a step back and look at what you did.
Calm down, my man.
Let me see. Maybe they
They're like, hey, Rabbi, you know I've got this amazing tool to be able to promote people, and then you didn't use it on yourself. Why is it?
It's down. It's not working right now. I have to get it rebooted.
I think that your tool sucks. I'm just going to be honest with you. If it doesn't work 24/7, then what good is it?
It's just down right now.
It doesn't get Lil G moment. It doesn't get Lil G moment to know about you.
Yeah, I guess. Any available bonuses or unfinished rounds. Sometimes you get lucky if you have an unfinished round.
So wait, let me get this straight. Every sport on which you bet lost, right? Right?
Yeah.
You're so degenerate.
At least I tried.
Sure, dog.
It's only one can ask for.
Do you feel like you're the most degenerate person ever? Yo, what up, Zoot? How you living? Zoot, are you ready to lose? Yeah, okay. Zoot, I'm going to send you an invitation, and I'm going to beat you like you owe me money. How was your day, big dog?
Rabbi, I don't look retarded, but I'm starting to think I'm retarded.
Well, who's to say that you don't look that way? Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot,
Oh, Russell Brand's going. Yeah.
no one cares. The only thing about which they care is if you're going to accept my invitation. Zoot, are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Retrograde, I think it's time that you retire, at least for the night. You don't want to spend any more money. You literally lost everything.
It's only the start, bro.
Zoot, do you have an invitation? Hey. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot! Zoot! Zoot, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, sorry. My phone's like...
Dude, I don't give a fuck. Get your shit together. Let's play.
I won those games somehow.
Which one?
I don't know. Out of nowhere, it's like you won $36.
So you're gonna go blow it?
Something.
That's fantastic.
Uh,
Traveling is no longer a creed.
I'm gonna try not to.
What did you do with 32?
I run on the Michael one. Wait, what? I put 17 in?
What type of book can you get for $36?
I don't know. Shit, you could probably get like 2 of them at Phoenix. Okay.
Zoot.
You said what?
I'm talking to Zoot. Zoot, did you know I made it in 2 shots?
You hammer it back. In order to hammer the whole bag, you hammer the whole.
Yeah.
You hammer the utensil until the hole is filled. So therefore,
You're giving me every
Oh, $100.
you
What up, boy?
how'd
Back
you
in.
dog. You're so degenerate. Just quit.
I just hit $2 bets at 40x. Bro, we ain't even started yet. The night's still young. I still got a whole nother alcoholic beverage in the fridge.
Dog, you need to quit.
Bro, we barely began.
Zoot, you know how you can be a degenerate person in cryptocurrency? Comparison to retrograde.
Oh, yeah, I'm terrible. I'm the worst.
The
Good at dice and stuff.
Zoot, you know you can do better than that.
So what happens? So let's say the keys over here is.
Rabbi, I'm going to give that a shot. You just did a 5.
I appreciate your ranking of my shot.
Okay.
Zoot, do you know Shane Gillis and Joe Rogan?
So you say to yourself, not a problem. Why? What do I do with
Nice.
this? What do I do with it?
That's big time.
Tear it,
Zoot, that was really good. That was a 10 out of
You know
10
who's in
shot.
Adelaide right now?
James McCann?
Yeah, I'm going to his show.
Are you?
Maybe.
That's a no. You're going to give
If there's still tickets left in 6 hours, I'm going to his show. If they sell out in the next 6 hours, then I'm not.
Dog, you're not going to his show. You and I both know that. This is a guy that you've met, but then you've never met him. You've shaken the hand of somebody who's met him. You didn't even know who he was before. You didn't even know who he was before I told you.
Rabbi, I'm probably 5 handshakes away from the President of the United States.
That's not that good.
How many handshakes are you away from the President of the United States?
One.
Who said did you shake the shook hands with the President?
A bunch of people. So, I know a lot of people in the Orange County Republican Party, and they fucking jerk off over Donald Trump.
Right, I was probably four-handed.
Okay.
Right, let's play a game, Rabbi. Rabbi,
What's the game, Zoot?
how many handshakes away were you from famous people?
I mean, I know some.
Dead or alive?
Okay. You name it. Go.
Michael Jackson.
If it's more than one.
for a hatch, then it's shear for two is no longer three finger breadths by three finger breadths, but rather it's three hands breadths by three hand breadths, so much more the shear. Which the Gemara essentially says.
Let me think.
So therefore what?
I think probably two.
Which the Gemara says, no. Agav, Abiyem, Kash. What's he? Therefore, again, as we take it, therefore is Kashur, and because it is Kashur,
for a lot of the people I know, they don't shake hands with members of the opposite sex, so it could be even closer, but they've just rejected them. Like, I know a lady, I've known her like quite well. She wouldn't shake hands with George Clooney.
Name me a famous person and I'll tell you how many handshakes away I am from it.
Cleopatra.
Sorry?
Cleopatra.
That works now with the
Probably 1,000.
Okay. That's pretty good.
If you bring it in less than that,
Probably 10,000.
that's less than the shear of the beggar. Therefore, again, it's not viewed as if you're bringing a beggar.
Selena Gomez.
Now we come to a discussion. Look at Rashi. Dam Chantal Shimzar. So this is going to see now just a little bit. Rashi, the primary discussion Rashi points out is exact. We're going to spend a little bit on it now. Like when you have Chantal Shimzar, so that's like the way you wander that ultimately again is you wander it with 7 different items. 7 different, I guess the word is like one of them is like herbs.
Yeah, probably for handshakes away from Selena Gomez. I'll tell you why.
You said 3?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. I know someone that spent a lot of time with Post Malone that shook Post Malone's hand, and I know Post Malone would have shook Justin Bieber's hands, and Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber dated, so only 3 handshakes away.
Dude, you're 3 handshakes away from giving Justin Bieber a hand job.
Let's talk about wandering.
Alright, we got $91 in the balance, Rabbi.
Right.
All right.
Let's play.
It has to be remedied inside.
Donald Trump.
Trying to figure out how to get back into the base of English. But don't I have another issue? What's my other issue? My other issue is in the laundry process itself. Urine.
Port's crazy.
Items that is used
Trump, but I know that Trump shook hands with Donald Trump, so there's video footage of Lil Pump shaking hands with Post Malone and Donald Trump, so
Dog, you're like 4 handshakes away from giving Donald Trump a hand job.
Focus most on the urine. The time the problem was that we don't bring urine into the base of English. So if you don't bring urine into the base of English, you have English, which is what? How are you going? So again, just understand there are 2 facts. Fact number 1 is that items like Sarahas and like Danhatos are laundered with 7 different detergents. We know the list of approved detergents. Item number 6 is Iraglayan, urine. That's fact number 1. Laundering only have to do. Fact number 2, let's say, is what? You can't bring urine into the okay.
Okay,
reconcile those 2 facts. One
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
how many handshakes away from
Mix all the 7 detergents together. You have one super.
there's another button we can do?
Fast acting. Based on Nicholas. Removes all stains. Even removes saras. That's the right? Even gets out your saras.
Let me think.
So what happens? Mix it all together. And if you mix
King of England.
then again, maybe that allows for entry for the urine.
How many handshakes away from the CEO of Sony?
That's the CEO.
Some Japanese guy. Probably. Hiroki Toki.
Dog.
Is he on
What about Heidi?
Zoot.
I don't know.
Zoot, you're 5 or 6 hand jobs away from giving the CEO of Sony a hand job. Does that make you proud? I mean, that's like, you're like in his family.
Rabbi,
Yo, baby.
how many handshakes away?
Okay, you can't mix all 7.
Virtually, we're united.
Hello from the other side.
Sorry.
Rabbi, let's do it.
Have you ever shaken the hand of anyone in Harry Potter or Baba Sonic New?
No, whose hand you shaking? Pass across back together.
Well, I've shaken people's hands in Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic New, so that would be the easiest way to probably. Then we'll find another route. Okay. So, trying to think of. I don't know. I probably have shaken people's hands from Australia, and 3 or 4.
But again, obviously, so we're So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, so tonight, Ella the Bivlu and
I've shaken Stephen A. Smith's hand, and he's shaken a lot of people's hands. So he's shaken like everybody in sports, and probably Lil Pump's hand. So probably we're like people away from each other.
So Little Pump shakes hands with Post Malone, and then Post Malone shakes hands. So it's like 4.
No, you've shaken Little Pump's hand, right?
Shit.
Zoot, have you shaken?
No, I'm not two handshakes away from Little Pump's hand.
Oh, okay. Well, I know someone who's shaken Little Pump's hand. So then we're like 3 handshakes away from each other.
The handshakes away from each other.
So first of all, we got a little bit of an education on the first. Just to point out, this is not the primary subject. The primary subject is
So we somehow went from 0 to 36 to 175.
Dog, that's amazing.
No.
All right, is there any ping pong on? Is there any ping pong on?
Ping pong is better than that. We always talk about ping pong.
Now, here's my question.
How many people?
Dude, just hold on. Why don't you bet on the favorite in ping pong?
Because I like to bet on one that has higher odds typically. Like Tomaska, I bet on him before. I'm going to throw 15 on him for a 28 payout. But they're in the last quarter, 8-8, they're tied completely. And I just got him like right at the best. So let's see, is Tecumseh going to win? I think he is. Be an easy few bucks right there. I'm waiting for the more games to start because they're all in the fifth quarter. They're all basically over. Come on, blue guy. Let's go, blue guy. Hey. Yes, oh yeah. Blue guy. Huh?
Rabbi, how many people do you think are less than 5 minutes away from President on us?
Oh,
Sorry?
thousands.
How many handshakes are you away from Edward Craven?
We're friends on Discord.
I know you're friends on Discord, but he doesn't care about you, clearly.
He cares about me enough to make my name banned on the entire platform. That's pretty good. Can you name another person who you can't type this?
I cannot. Oh, of course he fucking lost.
Zoot does not know this. Zoot types the phrase Rabbi Rothschild into kick. Isn't that tight as fuck? You would be proud of me for that. Zoot.
I'm gonna do my dice strap here. I'm pretty proud of it right now.
Doug, I know you are, but I figured Zoot would think it's tight as fuck.
Be proud of it right there.
I mean,
I'd say.
you can literally put in all kinds of bad. My name, it gets banned globally. That is a feather in my cap. That means that they literally had to have a meeting of some sort to be like, look, this motherfucker is spamming so much that we just have to remove him from the entire system.
Yeah, they were like, this guy's genuinely a problem here.
Exactly.
Let's say you took a carbon and you went ahead and you suspended it on a spit inside the oven. Inside the liquid actually is low. The sheep would shove khatas with slow soap other times.
It wasn't meant to end like this, Rabbi. Not like this.
Remember again, when the conscious when we speak about a tanner, what is a tanner made of? Or carrots.
Okay, yeah, now it's officially fucked.
Take care, big man.
What's the novelty here? So the khatas is cooking.
Wow, that went from very optimistic to just absolute sadness very quickly.
The only thing that's happening over here is that what? It's inside the cavity of the tongue. The shaila, of course, becomes what is the status of the tongue? You said the Gemara, whatever, do we say that the only time that a kli is considered to have absorbed from the khatas is with what? There's bishul inside.
Zoot, you passed.
Right? Ultimately, again, there has to be both cooking and absorption.
Yeah, baby.
Anytime you cook a carbon
Let's buy this guy. How many handshakes away from this best night?
I've answered all your questions. I named a ton of people and you didn't answer.
Once the carbon is inside the clean,
Two.
Really?
Yeah, he's since died, but I knew a doctor who I think maybe worked at his child.
So let's say, let's look at the Mishnah. What are we learning? That whether the kli, something was cooked inside the kli, where you pour something hot into the kli, and ultimately
And
how many handshakes?
So what we see here, was that ultimately again,
So I'm probably on like 7 handshakes away from Michael Jackson. Maybe less. Maybe 5.
So do you see? I just scored 34 points on you.
What about Elvis?
Maybe 3.
Okay, check.
Would you give Elvis a hand job right now if he asked for it?
How much?
Okay, you at your age now, and Elvis at age 69, and it would just be for bragging rights to say that you gave Elvis a hand job.
No.
Okay, what about for $1,000?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Right, you've got quite a low number.
Wait.
No.
Do I have to make income? Do I have to make income?
I mean, what do you think a hand job is, dog?
Do I have to make income?
What do you think a hand job is?
You can give someone a hand job and make them not come.
That's not really a hand job. That's jerking someone not even off, just jerking someone. So the answer is yes, you have to make income.
So is it rape if neither parties come?
No, it's not rape. It's rape if one of the parties doesn't consent.
And same with giving someone a hand job. If you don't come, it's still a hand job.
No, that's not true. That's not how it works.
If you don't come, it's still a hand job.
Zoot, that's not how it works.
You don't come, it's still a hand job.
I mean, perhaps. Okay, I can see your rationale. Zoot, you have 69 right now.
Rabbi, why haven't you gone viral yet? I know it's gonna take a long enough to get right.
I don't think so. I had someone who, well, you know him. You know 50.ETH?
Yeah.
He was talking about me today.
Yeah, that's cool. It's just I don't think it's gonna be.
Okay,
I think it's gonna take a longer.
Zoot. 50.ETH. 50.ETH lives next to or Jenner, whatever that bitch is. And he knows about me. Kylie, yeah. So all he's got to do is tell her, hey, you know Rabbi streams their life 24/7, then it's going to go viral. So I'm like, very close.
Who do you want to play your movie if they don't move you back?
Perhaps one of my cousins.
Who's gonna play me?
Maybe we'll have you play yourself. Because no one could recreate your wildness, baby. Pieces anymore. Zoot, when's the last time you spoke in an X space? I'll wait.
2 months ago.
Okay, so you're not really on them anymore.
It's because I forgot my account.
I know, but you've got another account.
Oh, was MoonPie in the 50.eth space?
Yep.
Were you there?
Yeah, they 50.eth knows who I am and invited me to come up and speak, but I was talking to people in my Discord, so I didn't. I'm sexy as fuck.
Right, Rabbi, I might resign.
Zoot, why would you do such a thing?
Look at the scoreboard, bro.
Baby, I'm dominating.
224, which now Rabbi,
Yeah, baby.
I think Russell Brand's going to get sentenced.
What did he do wrong?
Multiple sexual assaults.
Do you think he's a good role model?
Do I think someone who sexually assaults someone is a good role model?
Yeah.
Sexually assault someone who shows absolutely no remorse is a good role model.
From shaking hands with Russell Brand, I
Did they consent?
a synagogue, Beth Jacob of Beverly Hills, and like a sister synagogue, and Sacha Baron Cohen goes there, and my friend is shaking his hand, so, and Sacha Baron Cohen is shaking Russell Brand's hand, so that's like 2.
I believe in punishment over rehabilitation, but I feel like you have to show remorse. This should be.
I mean, weren't
I
these
don't think we should.
weren't these sexual assaults? Didn't they happen like a long time ago? I'm not saying that discounts them. I'm just, when did he sexually assault somebody?
In the 2000s, in the 2010s.
Well, then the law should be should, if he's guilty, he should have to be punished for it. I have ever played. We usually do a lot better than this. We're both struggling for good words.
I do think he regrets what he did, but I don't think he should. He will never.
So, Brand, a hand job for $1,000.
Nah.
So only Elvis. Would you brag to people?
I mean, yeah.
All right, that's cool.
If he didn't make me sign an NDA soon, then yeah.
No, dog, he would be proud to have Zoot give him a hand job.
I mean, Elvis. Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Russell Brand's different. I wouldn't want anyone to know about that. That's kind of gross. So like everyone would be like, why did you? Like, everyone would be like, did he force you? Like, what?
What happened? But other people would be like, oh, Elvis, that's tight.
But everyone knows who Elvis is. Not personal. Well, yeah, like everyone. Not everyone.
Right. I get it. You play.
Rabbi,
Yeah.
Comedian that ever lived was.
It depends what you consider a comedian. Like, if you consider Shakespeare a comedian, that being of like since 1950, um, maybe maybe pretty big comedian. Jerry Seinfeld's a pretty big comedian.
Robin Williams.
Yeah, but I don't. A lot of he was like known as a joke thief, and what he would do is he'd do their stand up set, and then he would steal their set and perform it somewhere else, and then people would come up to him and be like, "Hey," from like Mork and Mindy. He would just say, "Okay, how much do I owe you for it?" And he would write them like $100 check.
Have I stolen anyone's joke?
Yeah, you steal everybody's joke. No, nobody wants a joke about an Amish orgy.
That's funny. Guitars.
I know, Zoot. Happens to the best.
I think it's good if you bomb, it's pretty obvious that you're not stealing anyone's jokes.
That's a good point.
But I have seen someone who stole someone's joke that bombed as hard as fuck.
What happened?
They literally just got away. They got away with it the first time. First time they got away with it on stage, like people started finishing their jokes on stage. Someone came along and just started like finishing the punchline to all their jokes.
The best way I've heard to deal with someone who steals jokes is go up, just do their set right before them, and then they don't have anything to say.
Yeah, but I would do that, but I think then I'll lose my spot.
Why would you lose your spot?
Well, then I'm just wasting a slot for the week. God just stole like everything from the Tony. I don't know if you remember the jokes.
I remember everything from Kill Tony. I'm the biggest Kill Tony fan in the history of killing and Tony.
Who's the comedian who made the Jumanji joke?
I actually kind of remember this.
He said, my favorite, Jew's favorite board game's Jumanji. I'm kidding, it's Monopoly. Or something like that.
Yeah. And was that not very popular?
No, it was just predictable. Everything he was saying was predictable. He was talking about, what else did he say? He said something about, I hear you're not meant to give money to homeless people when you're meant to pick them up or something.
What did you say?
So, did you hear you're not meant to give money to homeless people, you're meant to pick them up? That was one of his jokes. Have you ever tried?
So look at this move. I just got 8 points. So it's 131 to 318.
Do you believe
Zoot. No, I don't. I think you should be able to prosecute going back as far as you want.
What do you think is more important, rehabilitating someone or punishing someone?
Rehabilitating someone.
So every year, like certain different cases. So the mirror says the size of the stone is like enough, or the stone is like enough. And the river says the size of the stone is like an egg. Wrap them back up and says the same is enough.
Yeah, I can't believe the systems we got in place just like where you like make it hard for someone to get a job because triple conviction is just gonna lead them back. Shouldn't be like that. That there is someone who fans at that work area with that. That someone who's drunk and made a mistake and punched someone in the face because well, they were threatened or held accountable forever.
I don't always agree with those. Like if you're, let's say, 18 and your girlfriend's 17 and you can get in trouble, I think you should be able to work around children in the future. And they had a girlfriend who was 17 and 364 days old, and they got in trouble for it. I would let them have a relationship with, not a relationship, but like, I think they should be able to be, I don't know, when they're 40, they should be able to own a, I don't know, they should be able to teach students. I don't. They made a mistake when they're 18, and it's like really, really close. Like, but a lot of times they're not allowed to, and I don't agree with that. Now, a situation where it's like a 50-year-old guy who has a relationship with an underage person, no, I agree with that. But everything is subjective.
The age of consent here is 17.
Okay.
So it wouldn't matter.
No, it would. It would if they came to the United States. And a girl who's 17, they're Australian. They come to the United States for vacation. If he, dude, I just scored 19.
Everywhere I live, South Australia is 16. So if you go, if you live in Victoria, which is like Melbourne, you came to South Australia and you were.
Yeah, exactly. In those kind of situations, I don't really agree with. Agree with this one's ridiculous to me. If you're a, let's say, a 15-year-old person and you take a picture of your dick, you get charged with child pornography. That's an absolute joke of a fucking law.
Yeah, imagine like you're out camping, you get bitten by a snake, right? You get bitten by a snake on the dick, and then you're trying to see it. You're trying to like be like your friends are asking you what happened, and you gotta like you don't want to show them, so you show them a picture, and then you get trouble with the snake and you're on the dick, and you show them a picture.
Dog, I bet you if you give any 13-year-old a camera, they're going to take a picture of their genitalia. They shouldn't get charged with child pornography because of that. That's an absolute joke. of a law, and I don't know who came up with that idea, but they're ridiculous.
I mean, distributing it a little bit different.
No, but they're not even allowed to have it on their phone. My having beaten you by over 180 points.
I don't want it. It's not fine.
Take him, big dog, and I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
No, I don't want to. Get asked by girls. They're just like, can you send me a big pic? And you're just like, yeah.
Okay. I mean, you could always just say no. I don't hear what they're saying.
They're saying that.
I know what they're saying. I heard them. Wasn't that? What up, baby?
So, girl was dating about 10 years ago. Yeah, 10 years ago. She would let me send her dick pics, so she wouldn't send me notes.
Okay.
Hit all niggers. Hit all fucking despise niggers. Lynch niggers.
Hello, I am Andrew Payton. You are a nigger. You see, niggers can't be top G if they're holy shit, I hate fuck.
What happened now is but my criticism of executive order which indicate that it's
Zoot, are these your friends?
So I said, because assume that if you find the traces of executive, that's because someone else used it.
Zoot.
Because only then that stone that someone else used just simple for the rest just simplicity that was so why would you mind going ahead and such this which we must
Zoot. 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 Zoot, you're the worst communicator ever.
And now what happens actually is actually shoot also let's say so again, you're gonna piece of the mortar. Let's say again. Now plain mortar looks on if it's clear, right, that mortar was used as a white stone, then halach l'maisa it's not what happens in the main, happening in the ring as both the white away this is the waste from the stone. How you reach the money, you get halach l'maisa, right? Still recognizable there, and halach l'maisa move it outside. The idea is no actual waste on it. But if there's something that recognizable, just like there was waste on it, and ultimately again they treated it as a white stone, and halach that she says, "Okay, if you show a nigga my girlfriend, the favors and all so positive something, we will be back in it." The idea that any time that there's some recognizable outcome space on that order, a person that's going to use it to grind us to be something. That's the line. And therefore, I love for myself, it's not myself, it's not carry the white.
Hey nigga, you better run. I'm gonna kill you one by one. Break your necks and hang you hard. And that's the way you're gonna die. I hate niggas. I hate niggas. I hate niggas. All niggas. I hate niggas. I hate niggas. Don't you live it with them, and that is what you do. I'm gonna get you like a Jew. On the streets, you said you're drugs. I'm you down with my dogs. I hate niggas. I hate niggas. I hate niggas. Oh, yes, I do. I hate niggas. I hate niggas. I hate niggas. Oh, yes, I do. With my boots, I kick you in the head. Stab your back until you're dead. When I hang you from a tree, this my face is the last thing you see. I hate niggas. I hate niggas. I hate niggas. Oh, yes, I do. I hate niggas. I hate niggas. I hate niggas. Don't you?
Niggers, rape niggers. Niggers, rape niggers.
Rabbi Eliezer אומר לנו אדם כיסא נשאר על black was Moshe. There's an interesting discussion. The Moshe says that Allah myself, if they would confront him, then a wood should confront him. I could take a wood chip or a sprinkler and use it as a toothpick in order to pull out, or to pluck out, or to remove the meat or the food that's between my teeth. Also, look at actually very much on other. This thing has a color on Gali's heart. There are wood chips on the floor. So the device. The one that looks different, is that right into it? Rabbi Eliezer says that literally, if I see a stick of wood on the floor, I can pick it up, use it to remove the food in between my teeth as a toothpick. Because, I'm almost certain I would say that's wrong. And Allah is a sprinkler on the ground, and you but he looks up, nevertheless, against to remove the food between my teeth is considered to be covered up. This is considered to be dignity, and therefore Allah
music to play. Here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Keltoni show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, and Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Keltoni show in Grand Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? You know, I love living here in Austin, Texas, and I just get to work with my friends.
sorry,
Yes,
so
sir.
what I'm planning on that.
Yes, sir.
So,
Yes, sir.
Rabbi answered, said that what? We'll pick it up and use it for a movie.
Well, I don't think I was supposed to understand it.
The Chachamim say, no. It has to be said.
I would appreciate you guys.
Now, it doesn't have to be prepared for human use. Be prepared for animal use. We must be prepared in some way. I said to Gemara, I don't understand.
Yes, sir. We appreciate the support.
Custom and looking. So again, try to
Thank you very much. I think I'm saying it right. I
go
think
ahead
I'm saying it
and
right.
remove the
Go
food from
ahead
that.
and say what you have to
That's
say.
what looks nice. That's what looks nice. So I don't understand why you
Yes,
make fun of everything an animal. Why don't you use Rabbi Eliezer that Allah told him, I think he's going to go off the ground? Which was very simple to do. Awesome program of the people say, in general,
what's up, bro? What's up?
person knows what he's going to do.
I just was gonna ask, can anybody see my blue tick? If you can see my blue tick, can you give me a $100?
Very simple. Prepare your two things before Shabbos. However, also, program of what is say, also when it comes to reading oneself, remember again,
It was all you wanted to go ahead and say. Just wanted to make sure his blue tick was seen. He must have just got his blue tick on the song. And it's looking like it is roasting active. I'm telling you, bro. You keep showing up to these spaces, you're gonna learn a lot, bro. You're gonna learn so much. Just show up, fam. You're gonna grow along the lines. And subscribe to my channel, fam. So thank you so much. Said, bro. And I'm going to work on it. I'm going to work on it.
Us for the discussion here this time. So the point is that you are not permitted to relieve yourself.
You guys know what time it is. It's that time to wind the fuck down. We will see you all tomorrow. Stay tuned in to CJ back January. We're gonna be getting these spaces popping every night. We're gonna continue to help each other grow, prosper, make money, stay locked in, and I see you all tomorrow. Enjoy the music and have a great rest of your evening.
So, if you want to say because of the end of the day, I'm ruining my friend's cloud field. Cloud is field. If I start relieving myself on the field, I'm ruining the quality of the field. If that's the case, I'm doing the whole time. I will say that's not a reading practice. That's true. Which time you're not what should do is if you're not committed to relieve yourself on your friend's field, Elam is showing the sun. That you have to think because of what? Because ultimately, again, I'm grass. And listen, now, what is that? Look at that.
Like I was saying.
Touch with the okay. Okay, big boss, I see you. You can unmute your mic now and promote your account.
Right here.
I can be a first side space. I educate myself, I educate others. I hold space most of the times. I'm here to network, build myself and see how things go. Okay, that's the massive voice of big boy, guys. Let's stamp with him, let's stamp with him, let's stamp with him. Let's stamp with him, let's stamp with him. Let's give him that engagement too. Let's give him that engagement too. Big boy, please do want to raise your hand up so he can see you and also engage with you. You can see, you can go to my timeline. Do you want to go to my timeline? Also, we to this post. You want to go there with this post. If you're in he has a post tomorrow that's 28 minutes ago. If you want to retweet, you want to like on his post, you want to retweet, also you want to follow. He's already at 500 followers. Wow. This is massive. We are super happy, guys. Wow. I love this. Okay. I'll give a shout out to those people that just followed him in the next 5 seconds. So to compete 5, to compete 4, then 3, 2, 1. Currently is at 503 followers, guys. Let me give a massive shout out to those people. Trekking, I see you.
Goodness, I see you. Solomon writer, I see you. Do want to follow your driver. Do want to follow your driver. Do want to follow your driver. Your driver mod pain. Come to the AMI6 section. You see me. Mod pain. Do want to follow your driver. Okay, Softy, I see you. Lawrence, I see you. Lawrence Smith, I see you. Abuja, I see you. Todd, I see you. These are the active ones. These are the active ones. Abuja, you're super active. You're super active. Udofia, I see you. Solomon Udofia. On Google, I see you. You're super active. On Capital, I see you. I see you. I see you. One side, I see you. I see you. I see you guys. I see you. Pamela, I see you. Pamela, I see you. Web3, Emmy, I see you. Black Joker, I see you. Alex, I see you. Gold Hunter, I see you. And our super host, Electron, I see you. Electron, I'm sorry, right now. I see you. I see you. Cletus, Elijah, I see you. Doris, I see you. I see you guys. You guys are super active. Thank you for coming with you. Let's see. It's coming out. 504 followers. Let's count with him. Let's count with him. Also, do want to give a comment on his post. Well, yes, do want to give a comment too. Wow, that's massive. If you're active, my listener section, smash with the 100. Gold Hunt, I see you. Gold Hunt, I see you. You're super active. Yeah, mutual. I see you. You can shoot me a DM. Gold Hunter, shoot me a DM. Okay. Mr. J, I see you. Victor, I see you guys. Joyce, I see you. We are super active, guys. If you're just joining us, guys, this is the house of guidance where we can aim 1,000 followers, guys, in a day, guys. Someone just give a testimony how he has been earning massively, guys. Okay. Smash with the 100. Encrypt, I see you. Ariella Step, I see you too. I see you too. You're super active. That's our driver. She's super active. Ariella Step, we see her right away now. Go to Capital. Photographer, I see. I guess I'm hearing more bad. Let me know. Am I the one who's talking? Can you guys hear more? Electronic, okay, I see you guys. You guys are super active. Like I said, this is the house of guidance. You want to follow him, do want to give a retweet on this place, and also do want to comment and tag your friends to join us. Lady B, I see you. Encrypt, I see you guys. You see a post there. I need active users. I need verified active users. There's a group meant for engagement for verified active users. If you're interested, you can shoot me a DM just for verified users. Please, if you're interested, you can shoot me a DM. Okay, guys, we're camping now with the active ones. I see you guys. Wiz, I see you. EK, I see you. You get a super active. I see you get a super active. Okay, in my speaker section, if you're still active, please smash me the 100. If you're too super active in my speaker section.
Incredible, overwhelming rush. Before we get to the rush, we just mentioned tomorrow. I participate
Like they started.
so therefore, the flower. But the right place is the flower pots. So go ahead and give some level of nutrition and nourishment of the soil. It's not attached to the soil. Kind of common with our I understand. Just because you said that you're permitted to go ahead and move stones on Shabbos because you covered up wheels, does that give us a license only at the other to incorporate flower pots? Rabbi said, I'm not buying Parkisa. Homeo for us to be other Rema Bubukos. Rabbi says, now that we start talking about perforated flower pots, let's begin to discuss one of them. Ayumina from Rabbi Karma. If Halakha Lamaisa, you have a perforated flower pot that is sitting on the ground, Benipa Rabbi said, take it from the earth and you put it on top of head. So that's what you did is you're sitting on the ground. Now you lifted it up off the ground. How you usually coverage. Your high ultimate preclusion of the discussion. How you move up a gabi, single things, a gabi karka, high usually the tail. Assuming the interview to go ahead and have, because of the flower pot that is sitting on head, right? It wasn't attached to the ground. You put it on the ground, it would be high because of fire. So I will say, this is what the big macro is actually discussed about the about the nature of a perforated flower. say, but before we go ahead and go on it, to show you incredible. If you look at actually Haifa Kisa, you see it, it's pretty much right across now. We're up to in the line. We're up now. I'm going to build up to the camera. Actually, Haifa Kisa is very close. Let's say we watch this. So the Gemara says, actually, the Taz is not what she's out about. Listen to this. For the Chivas Hagoin, this is incredible. For the Chivas Hagoin, Rashi writes, Natsasi, Sha'osim, those in the couples tonight, used to be older days. They would make baskets out of pumpkins. Make baskets out of pumpkins. Well, the knowledge also offered they would fill these baskets with dirt.
Every week, this is one of those
I just want
episodes
to
where
say,
truly
if anybody's watching this anywhere in the world, my life might not always go that well. Right now, I got a new Kill Tony. Joe Rogan's on it. Shane Gillis is on it. I've got Ranch pouring out like it's a motherfucker. I am happy pappy.
Every parent would take one of these baskets, corresponding to your children. So however many children you had, that was the number of baskets you
Just the best.
And what would happen?
two of my best friends in the world did noise for Joe Rogan and Shane Gillis. Ladies and gentlemen. We are here. Shane Gillis going in financial field, aka Eagles motherfucking football stadium, July 17th. And Joe Rogan, the JRE, the #1 show around the world. These are the homies. Normally we get to hang out on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, some Thursdays, but tonight we are here on a fucking Monday, getting the week started right. How we feeling, gentlemen? Let's fucking go.
I feel good. I feel excited.
Legitimately.
Very excited to be here.
You guys are two of the best guests in the show's history, so you already know that this bucket is filled with over 250 or so of hopefuls' names. Sometimes it's a great upcoming comedian who we haven't discovered yet. Sometimes it's an insane person that just signed up this week. You never know what can happen. I'm gonna let this guy whose eyes are extremely close together, I'm gonna let you pick the first name tonight. You could wear a monocle and look through both eyes through a monocle. It's unbelievable. If I select one of these people out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which rudely interrupts their set. And then I conduct an interview. They get feedback from my dear friends here, and we have a hootenanny. The whole thing's improvised. Anything can happen. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? We're gonna get it started tonight with a golden winner while we mingle that innocent soul who's going to go up after him. This golden ticket winner is great at opening the show. Very neurotic, very, very wild boy. Make some noise. 60 seconds uninterrupted.
Uncle
A brand new
AJ.
set from Jack Shaw, everybody.
Oh,
Here we go.
Someone DM'd me and they said, fuck you, fuck the Jews, I don't support bombing hospitals. And I was like, no, that's not me. I'm not doing that. I have no part in that. If I did have a drone, I'd bomb the homeless people. I mean, talk about making unwanted settlements. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, didn't go great. All right, cool.
We're awful.
I'm just a silly little guy, dude. That's just what I am. My girl told me that it gives her the ick that I pee sitting down.
This guy sucks.
So I got upset with her, okay? And I said, if you don't like me peeing sitting down, you should see me pooping standing up. Also didn't go as great as I thought it would. Okay. Very cool. Awesome. Okay, got one more. Awesome. Hey, you guys hear this app, Rocket Money? Okay. I got this app, and if you don't know what it is, it's an app that tells you the subscriptions that you have. And, well, I got the app. It turns out I have 2 Rocket Money subscriptions.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Really? Criticizing himself throughout his set. Not leaving much work for us to do. I don't know why you had to bring up the DM that I sent you. That was supposed to be between me and you. Jack, I mean, you know how that went. You thought it was going to go better.
I really did. Yeah. I was really like, wow, this is going to go great. And then I got happy and it wasn't.
Why do you think it was? What do you think exactly happened here tonight?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that maybe it was me.
Could you You're terrible.
You are correct. That is the correct answer.
Yeah. Oh, man.
How's life been going, Jack?
It's been great. It's the last night of Hanukkah tonight, everybody.
Wow, that's a way to get the Texas crowd on your side.
I brought some presents for all of you guys. That's kind of what I
You did?
I brought some presents. Wow. Can you bring out my Hanukkah presents?
Oh my goodness. Here we go. It's Hanukkah time with Jack Shaw.
It's Hanukkah time, and ladies first. So Tony, I actually got you something very special. I made you your very own Kill Tony yarmulke.
Wow. Okay, great.
Put that on.
It says I'm gay on it. There you go. This is where all your preparation for this week's set went into. I love it.
No, you should wear that.
Shut the fuck up. Tonight's episode is already brought to you by Netflix. I don't need to put it on.
Rocket money.
When the deal's up in 2 years, I might have to put this back on. But for now, we good. All right, what else you got over there?
Well, I got something special for Red Band.
Oh.
I got you a lean cuisine, because you're fat.
There you go. This is going so much better than your set. This is incredible.
Can you pass this down?
What? It's you. He actually hated Normandy.
Of course there's nothing in it fatty.
But if you tear it up properly, it actually turns into a lean cuisine yarmulke. Okay, what else, Jack?
Good idea. I should talk to you more. Okay. And then for our favorite Latino members of the band, I got you citizenship to the United States of
All right,
America.
so let's let us begin.
Fernando Castillo,
Is
roll. Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, and Michael Gonzalez, you are American.
Absolutely incredible. How many gifts do you have left over there?
And then John Dees, I got you something. I didn't really know what to get.
Wow. Look at that.
That's for you.
Okay. We'll take care of that later. What else you got there, Jack?
Okay, Matt Mueller, I heard that you're a big liberal.
Oh, God.
We got another.
Wow.
So this is like
It's crazy.
Schizophrenic. You know, it's totally schizophrenic. What is going on? Really, it's a circle.
Wait, did we get a white stripe on there? This flag might fucking be all right.
Some white power stripe on the flag? Do it on the ground, dude. Turn around your shoulders like a prize fighter.
This is bad to wear, so I'll give that to you. I'm gonna wear it like a cape and fly away.
That thing ain't flag. You gotta treat it like it's the Iranian flag.
I don't know what that means.
It means they'll kill you if you leave it on the ground.
Oh,
good.
Okay.
Gotta fold it properly.
Yeah. I'm giving. Oh no! I'm panicking. I am fully panicking. You're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. It's gonna end up in a dumpster next to a Kiltony yarmulke later. So, all good. Dude, I spent $20 on that. Uh-oh. I really thought you liked it. No, it's great. It's great. I really do. I'm just making jokes, Chad. Unlike you during your set tonight. His new get her done is that didn't go how I expected it to. Have you ever thought about doing prop? Yeah, right now. I was talking to Carrot Top about this because it's kind of crazy that he's the only guy that does prop now. Yeah. When I first started out, there was a lot of prop comics. It was a common thing. But Carrot Top got so big that the upcoming people thought they would be stealing if they started doing props. But I think it's a legitimate idea for you. This was like way fun. Yeah, like very clever. Very clever. Yeah, like the Rocket Money joke. It was okay. Turns out I have 2 Rocket Money subscriptions. That's good. Yeah, that's good. That's good. You didn't get anything for D-Madness? That's the final gift of the night. I don't know what happened, but I got you some. They really broke. They really broke. They already broke. Okay, I thought that was gonna go better too. Okay, so that was this Kiltony set. Madness, those are googly eyes. You're wondering.
That was terrible.
Good. Keep that trans flag away from D-Madness or else it's gonna light on fire. Famous homophobe, D-Madness.
I've got to see. They've just got to be shitting on this motherfucker. I'm going to tell you this. From one Jude, whatever you are, that was awful. And know your room.
Go back to the answer that Rabbi gave. Find reference back to yesterday's discussion. The lowest Meiser Sheni, but you can't go ahead and move Meiser Sheni that has not been redeemed.
Nobody's shitting on this motherfucker.
Meiser Sheni which hasn't been redeemed is effectively unusable. If it's unusable, therefore halacha it's mukta, so lo tzricha, the niftu, lo niftu kiofasa.
I want to shit on him.
But it is not redeemed in accordance with the normative halacha. What does that mean?
He's terrible.
Meiser, Shepado al Gabi Asim. He will say the piece of Meiser, if he was someone redeemed it on an Asimos. That will say this Asimos, for those of you who are a little bit older, Asimos is not the reference to the little coin
Duh, this must be a big time episode. There. Oh, it's too much.
An unminted coin. So a coin that has the metal, but it's not stamped in any way.
Comedian of the night. But now we go to the bucket where, believe it or not, it's usually more insane. So we're going to see what happens here. Your first bucket pull tonight. Make some noise for Kojak, everybody. 60 seconds uninterrupted.
Who loves you, baby?
People keep asking me why I did Jake Paul during the 6 rounds. Boxing, no. Rest in peace to George Foreman, boxing legend. Died a couple months ago. You guys know George Foreman? Notably known for naming all his kids George Foreman, even the girls. But also the George Foreman grill. I'm sure you all have a George Foreman grill, right? I just moved to my new apartment. I got a George Foreman grill, but I'm a little cheap, so I got a knockoff version. I got the George Foreman grill. It's sort of like the George Foreman grill, but you gotta press down extra hard to get the grill marks.
What about the pizza type? You have to feel that the type of
Call me Kojak Kaepernick out this bitch. I expected the grill marks to say BLT, but it ended up saying BLM, and I'm sick of the fuck. And that's what I get. I used a counterfeit 20 to pay for it, so I guess this is what I get. Alright, thank you. That's my time. Thank you.
Kojak, ladies and gentlemen. George Floyd Monroe. Look at that. Welcome, Kojak. How long have you been doing stand-up?
4 years? Once we open, as soon as you open this. Well, 3 years. Yes. As soon as the mothership opened, I started.
Nice. What made you want to start then?
I've been watching Kill Tony since 2015. I saw you at...
How old are you? You look like you could be 20 or 65.
I'm 46.
Really? Wow, look at that.
It's great.
I believe it. You're doing good. How do you stay so young looking?
I stay in the gym. I stay in the sauna.
Stay there.
Yeah.
24-hour fitness membership.
Yeah, I'm fat, man. I do some things about a lift.
You just looked at Joe Rogan and said, I love.
I was uncomfortable. I lift weights.
Okay.
Shake.
What do you do for a living?
I am the #1 waiter in Austin, Texas, at a fine dining establishment.
Okay.
I took care of Shane. Like, what? Yeah, last year, I was supposed to eat in the can in Santana. Yeah. How was I? I don't care about what's the name of the restaurant. You want to say? I don't fucking remember. It was good, though. You were great. I didn't know you were so fucking racist, but I don't know if I bigger tip. That was crazy to do that for all these whites. Even I didn't like that. We gotta be careful out there, man. A lot of George Floyd types out there. I was told 3 on my way in.
What does that mean?
Where are you from? Really? Go Birds! Let's get the 22nd time. Stop playing. Oh, wow. All right. Well, the hood. Yeah. I take back every joke I made about you. I waited on you. Was I great? You were wonderful. Thank you, Mike. I remember it. Yeah.
You don't want to say the restaurant? You think you'll get in trouble for a George Floyd joke?
Yeah, definitely. I keep looking at my restaurant. Don't be saying now. Definitely gonna fire you, bro.
For those of you maybe not watching and just listening to the podcast, the Kojak is black, everybody. I know he's extremely racist towards the black people. I promise you, he is black. This is incredible.
I just have a problem with George Floyd.
Why? What's your problem?
I'm trying to make this that he was my hero. I had George Floyd and fucking P. Diddy to come to a zero. That's some bullshit. Yeah, man, I mean, do what you gotta say. And I think all the educated blacks would agree. Where's Candace Owens when you need her?
Wow. Kojak, when you say you're the #1 waiter in all of Austin, what do you mean by that?
That means I was rated #1 in all of Austin by anyone that comes in, I take care of.
Okay. All right.
Steak, you like steak?
Yeah.
You like bone-in filet?
Yeah. I like bone in at my butt.
Yeah, so that's 6 hot dogs. We got a nice petite filet for you.
Kojak, what do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up or waiting tables?
I do a lot of cooking at home.
I have I'm always at HEB shopping, so I have my boyfriend is Puerto Rican, so we go to Puerto
If you have that on your bingo card, again, if you are on Prize Picks, and you bet only $2, your first bucket pool would be a gay, black, racist against black comedian. With only a $2 bet, you just won $3.5 million. This is why you need to go to Prize Picks, use the promo code Tony, and place your bets. A $2 bet would have gotten you $3.5 million. Gay, black, racist against blacks. Do you want to be my new best friend? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Do you like hot dogs? We'll put those on your George Foreman grill. We'll have a hell of a night. Tell us about this Puerto Rican boyfriend. What does he do for work?
He works at HEB.
Wow. I get a discount. Oh my God. What's he working the bakery?
He's in the meat aisle, Tony.
What part of HEB does he work at?
He's a bagger.
Ooh, a bagger. Look at that.
That's the only time he bags, right? Hot dog bagger. That's right. I'm 20 years a senior, so I bagged him.
Wow.
Oh, racist kid. That whole flag that was just out here. Oh my God.
This motherfucker is the funniest comic around today.
Wow.
Racist kid. That whole flag that was just out
How long you been with this bag boy?
5.5 years.
Wow.
His in-laws are, my in-laws are moving here. He's got his mom and his grandma to come move.
Oh my goodness.
And it's a little bit of an age gap, but me and the mom are the same age, so that was a hell of a good
You're with the young. You've been with the young.
Wait, you're 47. He's 46. That's even worse.
Is he 15 years old? Why is he a bagger? There you go.
Hey, shut up.
How old is he, Kojak?
Look at me. He just turned 25.
Wow. Look at you.
Oh, y'all care about gay shit now. Get the fuck out of here. I don't fucking care about gay shit all the time. Fuck out of here. Oh.
I love it. HEB now, HIV later. Oh, how exciting. Well, Kojak, fun times. You know, I like the George Floydman joke in the big joke book, buddy. There you go.
I'll serve you. Come to my restaurant.
You didn't want to say the name of the restaurant.
I'll tell you. Yeah. Lowercase Grill.
Lowercase Grill.
Hey, that's good, dude. I don't know what you guys. You guys are great.
There he goes. All right. Kojak, everybody. There he goes. Right out the back door, just like he likes it. Oh, there's the lovely Heidi, everybody. Look at her. She's going to be working hard tonight on these Bud Lights. Live in the flesh. Heidi Regina. She's got a podcast, a bunch of shit going on. Hey, what's up, everybody? This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Whether you're starting at
Yeah, none of that I'd be like, oh fuck, I'll just fast forward to this shit.
Can be hard.
But
on Prize Picks. It always feels good to be right. With high pressure playoff matchups every weekend and elite hoops action almost every night, the action never stops, and Prize Picks lets you take control.
Only I love Prize Picks. It was so simple to get started on the app. I even won my first pick. It really makes my sports watching experience with my friends even better.
That is incredible, Red Band. The app has a new feature too. Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. So get in on the action. Prize Picks is now available in all 50 states, including California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia. Plus, Prize Picks puts their users first, so all withdrawals are bids, making deposits into your account quick and easy this sports season. So download the Prize Picks app today and use code LEAP to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. How to do? Spot and powerful move puts your future firmly in your hands. Starting a business with Shopify. Already designed in your head with Shopify 2026 is when you finally make it happen. Shopify gives you everything you need to sell online and in person. Millions of entrepreneurs have already made this leap. From Mattel to Gymshark to first-time business owners, just getting started.
Really bad?
Only I love Shopify. It's the best business tool out there. Shopify gives you all the tools. Shopify's built-in AI tools that write product descriptions and headlines and help you edit product photos.
Marketing scroll. As you grow, Shopify grows with you. Handle more orders, expand to new markets, and do it all from the same dashboard. In 2026, stop waiting and start selling with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month /GoTony. That's shopify.com/GoTony. Here, by your side. On Back to the Bucket we go. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 seconds uninterrupted. This looks like a new name. Make some noise for Nick Tormey, everybody. Here we go.
So a little bit about me. I'm not really great at throwing things. Like, I dropped out of community college twice. I tried hanging myself, wound up with a choking fetish.
One time someone was selling.
The rope from the ceiling, but I shot a few more right back up there.
He was selling coffee, and the CL Sussi, Asia, Adarsa, Talamisa.
You never know. You think anyone ever found out they're good at parkour by attempting suicide? They jump from the building and roll right back and tuck and roll. Some French guys show up, asks me, he starts playing. I think it's much more likely someone's attempted parkour and found out they're good at suicide.
Here he is, Nick Tormey. Your first time on the show, Nick?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. How long you been on stand-up?
About 6 years.
Nice. Where at?
Mostly Salt Lake.
Okay, that's where you live still?
No, I moved down here in August.
Okay, how do you like Austin?
I love it. It's awesome.
What do you love about it?
I like that there's no winter. I'm a big fan of that.
Winter?
Yeah, I went from upstate New York, then I lived on top of a mountain in Utah in a van for 4 years. So I fucking drive down. It took me 4 years to realize that shit. I'm a smart man.
How is
What do you do for
work?
I did work at the ski resort for a while. That doesn't exist down there. I'm working for Amazon right now. I'm working for the devil. It's pretty fun.
You're driving?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that like? Tell us.
Awful.
Yeah, tell us. Down for us. What do you hate about it?
They have you on a camera at all times. It's like an AI camera that's tracking you the whole time. And I also threw out my bag yesterday, so I was walking around like Quasimodo for most of my deliveries.
Wow, the last comic book blew out his bag too. So Nick, tell us more. What are you into, buddy? Do you have any special skills or talents that might surprise us? You seem like you have a little something up your sleeve.
I'm engaged. Me and my fiance collect taxidermy.
Oh, wow. Where'd you meet this bad boy at?
I met her at an open mic.
Generally, we assume that if it's
I met her at an open mic.
you're choosing
Oh,
the
nice.
side.
She does comedy
This, I
too?
think, is the first time that
Wow.
we've seen this.
Interesting. Did she sign up
But
tonight?
it's possible to hold up different
She's
techniques.
she's at the bar next door.
Yeah, she is.
Colt, do you know who
The
that
people
is?
will hold like Rabbi Huda.
What is it?
Holly.
Will hold like Rabbi
Holly
Huda.
Jensen.
Ultimately,
Holly
when it
Jensen.
comes
Go grab Holly. Let's see.
to hold it on much more limited field. When it comes to committing just to that.
Always spontaneous fun here.
That's the most mystic view of Rabbi Shimon.
She get into
If I
collect
have someone else who
taxidermy.
allows you to
She got me into. I got her a taxidermy frog. It's like a cane toad, like an invasive species in Australia. It's like a purse. She has it with her. That's so crazy. My wife would stab me. She loved.
What's she doing, man? Like with here? Did you meet her here?
She lived in the van for a year with me.
Whoa, did you ever get close to the old Latino?
In order to prevent this,
I do like national parks.
Big fan of the artist and stuff. Like a fight in a van would suck.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah, there's not much room.
Yeah, I think I saw a documentary on Netflix about this one.
That was my job, you dumbasses.
Oh, you did?
Saturday.
Oh, I missed it. I love it. So you got bats, you got rats. What else?
We got a taxidermy fox. We just got. We got a praying mantis, and she found a big dragonfly in the woods that we're keeping in the freezer right now. To
They say there's someone for everyone.
So you guys
proof.
So you guys have a place. It's here in Austin.
Yeah,
What does she do for work?
Nothing right now.
Wow.
For something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Do you get like used taxidermy, like people that have died that have like sold it, like so it's like figure?
She would probably love that for sure. But no, we went to a store. They had human skulls too. It was weird. Spines.
Ladies and gentlemen. Well, I guess they just sent her out. Okay, that's one way to do it. How do you?
Can I see that frog?
It's got a little butthole.
Is that real?
Yeah,
It looks fake.
100% real.
How do you know it's real, Joe Rogan?
He's an invasive species in Australia. He's a cane toad. His name's Winston. He's our son.
That's incredible. I think it's a. I don't see a dick on it. I don't know. It might be your daughter. Holly, you want to do the set that you were planning on doing here? That's how I would have done it. Instead of just sending her out randomly, I would have brought her up. Ladies and gentlemen, doing 60 seconds uninterrupted makes
So I'm actually from Salt Lake City, Utah. I just moved here. And the first thing everybody always asks is if I'm Mormon. I'm not. I'm Jewish. But I did have a lot of Mormon boyfriends growing up. Like, they won't drink coffee, but they will finger a Jew. I've been having a hard time getting a job out here in Austin. There's so much more support than my parents. They hated the stuff that I would do at work. Like, I loved showing up with googly eyes as pasties. Turns out men don't like it when the tits stare back at them. shit kept going to the strip club. Like one day our DJ didn't show up, so we had to dance to Pandora Radio with the commercials on. So I was just twerking on some old dude, like, do you struggle with osteoporosis? Thank you, that's my time.
That was good.
Where the woman is funnier than the man. Again, if you bet this on Prize Picks, you just won $750,000.
He's taking her straight to a state park. Dude, you cannot allow that. You have to kill her now. You have to kill her.
Yeah, she's about to be
Taxidermy her, bro.
Yeah. She's about to be in the freezer next to the dragon fly. Holly, you're hilarious. How that was all in upstate New York or Salt Lake City?
Salt Lake City, Utah.
And that's where you're from?
Yeah.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Why don't you work?
Oh, I mean, I've been trying. I've been applying to jobs.
What are you good at? What do you want to do?
I'm good at stripping. I love doing
Really?
I love doing both of those things. So yeah, a job in either of those things would be great.
You've stripped before? Yeah. Amazing. Heidi, what do you think? Can you get her a job? You just got a job at the Arrows. Congratulations. Or at least an audition. This poor guy is going to be all alone tomorrow night at 2:30 a.m. petting a fucking dead bat.
Talked about you trying to kill himself.
Holy shit. Well, you guys fucking just did something real special. Very entertaining. We got a small one for Nick. You guys wanted to get a big one? You guys are both getting big ones. There you go. There's Nick Corney and Holly Jensen, everybody.
Anyway, Holly, next year I would love to have you on the Secret Show. All right?
Next year?
Why'd you word it like that?
January? Next Thursday's Christmas, the week after.
January.
Okay, so January.
So fucking
Yeah, just say the next secret show. Yeah, now to have you next decade on that. Jesus Christ. Unbelievable. Well, it's been a hell of an episode
I
so
fucking
far.
love this
Here
show so much.
poll goes by the name of Floyd Jones, everybody. Here we go.
So, are we just gonna act like Kanye wasn't a Nazi? That's just how we're okay. Perfect. Kanye Auschwitz. Controversial statements. He's actually gonna open a chain of all natural grocery stores. He's gonna name it Trader Joe's. I think it's problematic to say the least. But I like the thought of restaurants just fucking up. Like, I think it'd be cool if Olive Garden gave abortions. You know, because then their tagline could be, when you're here, you were almost family. Speaking of how I'm a piece of shit at restaurants, you guys thought I was Puerto Rican or black. I promise, I've got the paperwork. I'll get 23andMe right now, even though that just sounds like a cool movie about Michael Jordan. So, but white people just need to know. They're like, I just want to make sure, like, God. And so, I like to go to sushi restaurants because the waitress is never black. And when she comes over, I go, hi, can I get some salmon niggery? And she's like, you mean niggery? That's
A lot of oohs and ahs during that set. Floyd Jones. Welcome, Floyd. Is this your first time on the show? Yo, grab that microphone, buddy.
I don't know how that happened, yeah.
Okay, welcome. How long you been doing comedy, Floyd?
facilitate
since like
walking by helping
2021,
to
you know,
move the
January
animal
6th,
or the
right?
baby or the child.
Okay, not
It says
great.
the Gemara. I'm not
Yeah,
using it
she
out.
knows. Oh my God, Joe Rogan.
Maybe
Dude,
come
you hate
These are your heroes.
Honestly, it's like Pokemon. It's like you started Tony, you and Shannon like, Charizard himself, dude. Dude, I wasn't ready for it. I'm sorry.
You're having better interviews than sets tonight. Lloyd, tell us about you. What do you not do for a living?
Just here, I guess here. No, I play music, man. I'm a drummer.
You're a professional musician?
And a metal band, dude.
Really, you're a drummer?
Yeah.
We've done this, but for those of you that are fans of the show, you might know that if anybody that does comedy on the show drums, we have a little thing where they get a drum solo and our house drummer gets a drum solo and a drummer in a drum off. They become the full-time drummer of the show. So, like hires a drum off here, and if you beat Michael Gonzalez in the drum solo off, you become the full-time drummer on the show. And a 5-year-old and
That's
playing a metal band. This is a Mexican drum off, ladies and gentlemen. I must warn you, Boyd Jones, Michael Gonzalez all-time is undefeated here on his home turf. But I'm guessing that Floyd, since he does this for a living, might have a little something. Well, we know he doesn't have anything up his sleeve because he's wearing a basketball jersey. But I'm guessing he is very talented. Let's see what happens here. This is Kill Tony, brought to you by Netflix. January 12th. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Very good.
I, the husband of Asgard, I, but together both of you are creating righteous and by effectively putting the mattresses on the riverbed and allow you to use as a step for you. And that's what I do. You are negating the use of these things. Rather than the battle of the tunnel grabber, what is your own? That in the battle of peace and abuse is only a regenerative. Start by the time you enjoy it. Start by the time of the animal suffering is that you know not allowed to
There you go.
That was good.
That is a good one. I really fucking hope Michael puts it together here. I would hate to look at those flabby arms every week. Incredible amount of blatant Ozempic weight loss on this guy. Wow, defending his throne, undefeated all-time in Mexican drum-offs. On his home turf, this is Michael Gonzalez.
Broken in, you damage your rope. Look very interesting. You cannot keep sticking back in, or what can't you do? You can't go ahead and make damage. But remember again, there's two different percentages of it. Broken means nothing. Make damage means like pulling, or even like a tickle lift. So that it's kicking, you can push it, or let's say the poster, let's say the calf, the donkey, or the baby, and the all those things. But you can actually like hold them and lift them a little bit. You like the stuff. And you like it. And you know the other thing out there. Your daddy is getting that type of stuff. That's about the kind of go back. You can go ahead and pull. And you can lift a little.
Unfortunately, it's not up to us. It is up to the live audience here. Do we have a decibel meter? I can't remember. We have it going? Alright, so here we go. Colt on the camera, on the decibel meter. How many of you have Floyd Jones winning this Mexican drum off? Make some noise. How many of you have Michael Gonzalez winning?
He did well.
Thank God. I may have affected this election, wouldn't be the first time.
Like that jersey.
Floyd, you gave it a hell of a run. It was very good. Good interview, good set. I guess you get to keep those drumsticks. There's a big joke, but there he goes, Floyd Jones, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Tom Floyd saying goodbye to Shane and Lord Charizard or whatever he said. Here's another Bud Light brought to you by Bud Light. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special time in the show's history because we have a brand new regular who has absolutely taken the show over by storm. This is a brand new set. They get to do a little bit longer than a minute if they want. And this is the Dark Storm of Atlanta, ladies and gentlemen. He is here. Make some fucking noise for Dedrick Flynn.
Oh my God. What you know about being the only black dude at a country music festival in Kennesaw, Georgia called Shaky Boots Festival? Yeah, no, I only found that out because when I walked into the venue, a dude ran up to me out of breath and he was like, hey, my nigga, you know you got a uniform, right? And I was like, no, I'm here for the festival. I love Blake Shelton. I love Kenny Chesney. And he was like, nigga, stop lying. I got an extra vest in my car. And I was like, no, I'm here for the festival. And I showed him my ID, and I showed him my badge. And he looked at my ID, he looked at my badge, and he looked at me, and he looked at my... Tasha! You gonna want to hear this. So Tasha came over. I met Tasha. She did the same thing. Jamal! I met everybody one by one. I made all 37 black people like I'm a black Noah's Ark. They kept calling me the Day Walker. They said I was Blade. And it was a great country music festival, man, because all the black people that was working the event kept giving me free drinks, but they also had re-entry. They stopped doing it. They had re-entry into the festival, so we just go to the car and like parking lot them drink beers. And the reason why we knew it was time to go drink beers is because my best friend Jessie, who's a redneck Filipino but raised black, because she was my best friend, her older sister Jackie had just had a kid, and she would look us in the face and she would be like, I need to get out of here. My tit's about to pop. I gotta go pump. So we would go back to the car, and she's chugging beers. We're all drinking beers, and she's pumping, but she pumped more than like a regular, like a white woman could never pump as much milk as it takes to make a redneck Filipino that's raised black. Like my nephew Maxwell today, he's 10 years old. He's taller than me. She's pumping a lot, and I'm looking at her titty milk, and I wanted to take some, but I didn't know how to ask. And then God got my back so much. He confused my friend Derek. My friend Derek saw me look at the breast milk, and he was like, yo, I bet you $100 you won't drink Jackie's breast milk. Nigga, I was already thinking about it. I don't know how you ask somebody, like, are y'all a couple? How do you get, if you have breast milk, I gotta, hey, excuse me, brother. This breast milk, you ain't bring to your kids. It got alcohol in it. Can I sip some before we pour it on the ground? But for $100, I could at least buy one T-shirt while I'm inside the goddamn place. So I was like, hey, hell yeah, let's run it. And so they brought the funnel out because it was too much titty milk to just sip. It was too much to sip. You got to bring the funnel out. It was like 2 gallons of titty milk she was pumping. And I chugged it all in 8 seconds flat. I was doing a great job. Also, I don't know if y'all love titties as much as I do, but I research them. Breast milk tastes like whatever the mom is eating and drinking. So her titty milk just tasted like Tecate and tequila with a little bit. It tastes like a redneck Filipino. But also, if y'all study titties as much as I do, you would know that a titty milk has all the vitamins. I haven't had a hangover in 12 years, nigga. I'm doing good. That's my time. I'll call y'all later.
Dedrick, it is so fun to watch you perform. 2 weeks ago, you had regular teeth. You're getting better with the grill, but there is a slight speech impediment still there. One of my favorite parts of this set is when you said, "I wanted to taste some, but I didn't know how to ask." The grill is affecting those S's.
It is.
It is.
I'm not used to money, Tony.
It's amazing that you're willing to make the sacrifice. Out with the S's, in with the gold teeth, still making it work, plowing. I love it, dude. Camoed up tonight. Look at that.
Oh yeah, I got that shit on, Tony. That's it, right? That shit on.
Hell yeah.
Got that shit on. You know what I'm talking about. There you go. Yo, you still disguising that forehead. That shit is big as hell. Yeah, that shit is swooped over, but it's still goddamn plasma screen TV, bro.
Good luck. Don't let anyone talk to you.
Take your head off, Shay.
Fuck you, dude. Don't. David Lucas is good at it. We already have one, David. Don't do that.
Hey, my pocket's fat enough, but not me. Lucas.
David Lucas is also wearing a grill right now. It's a green egg. Okay. Is that right? Green egg?
It wasn't the reference that threw it off. It was
my delivery is a little bit floppy tonight.
I'll take them out.
No, it's
I won't.
Yeah, do it.
That was good to see y'all. Y'all look
good. What do you guys think of the suits?
Okie dokie. All right, Dedrick, how's life been going?
Man, I'm doing good. I goddamn touring like a motherfucker. We just left Lincoln, California together.
Yeah, I took Dedrick on our first road gig together. That was
that was fun as a motherfucker. I ain't never been on a private jet, nigga. I was so used to getting pat down. They just walked out. It's like, dude, would you like a coffee? And I was not ready to snitch on you. I don't know what you did.
It was a fun trip. Especially the ride back in.
Yeah, that was something.
Yeah, it was a blast. It was actually a very good Red Band. Yes, we banged Red Band.
Yeah.
Fucking
I like where he's going.
Yeah, of course you do.
You did live. Yeah. No offense.
That's why. That's where his new lisp actually comes from. All right.
Sorry.
Yeah. Dedrick.
Yeah.
You guys have seen Dedrick, the Dark Storm of Atlanta. What are our thoughts, Joe Rogan, other than his jacket and his hat? What do you like about him?
You just got a completely new style. It's like your own thing. It's great. I love it.
Thank you so much.
I've seen it before a bunch of times. Now it's fucking fun. Get rid of the grill, though. It's ridiculous. You can't even talk. Oh, you got money. Either get real gold teeth or you're not fucking around. Okay? Those aren't even like fake tits. They're like the rubber ones you stuff in your bra. Just get a goddamn operation and commit to a look. Okay?
That's so crazy.
Those are real. Oh, there you go. That's what I like.
Hey, Joe, you can affect how much I get paid every week. You got to give me the real gold teeth, nigga. I go get them. I don't give a fuck. I got this to prove to my neighborhood I was doing good. But, nigga, if you, Joe Rogan, you know Joe Rogan. You know Joe Rogan. Name one thing about me.
Alright, so you had a power to change my whole life, Joe Rogan.
You could put those on like a rope and just wear them around your neck, and everybody would know you have money, and they would be able to hear you pronounce your S's correctly.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, Tony, I'm from the South. We ain't pronounced no S or T's the whole time I've been talking. But sometimes they don't understand me on the internet, so I can talk how I want to.
I agree.
Like a slut.
Freedom of speech. Dedrick, you've done it again. We love you.
Freak of nature. The dark storm of Atlanta.
This graces us with his presence. On and on we go. Back to the bucket. This person has to follow Dedrick. Make some noise. 60 seconds uninterrupted for what appears to be a new name. Tyler Cole, everybody. Here comes Tyler Cole.
Do y'all think Indians do that head bob thing when they're sucking dick? Oh my god, this is so big. Did y'all hear Joe Biden woke up today? Yeah, so 6 more weeks of recession, that's what that means. So I went on a first date the other day, told the girl I was a comic, and she said, no way, I'd love to see you perform sometime. And I said, well, we should probably have sex first, so you can appreciate just how long 5 minutes really is. It's a long time, I swear. Do we have any fans of Jersey Shore in here? Yeah, someone told me the other day I look like a cast member on the upcoming spin-off Gaza Shore. It's just 5 Jews and 5 Palestinians arguing for an hour. This bedroom was promised to me. Someone also told me I look like the situation in the Middle East. And then they said it looks like my forehead could bench press 225 pounds. That was really rude. I've been Tyler Cole. Thank you guys.
Fun stuff. Tyler, welcome. Is this your first time on the show?
It is.
Welcome. How long have you been on stand-up?
4 months now.
That chain's kind of tight, huh?
A little bit, yeah.
Are you a pit bull? What is going on? What exactly is happening over there? Is that the size that you want it to be?
I got the size wrong. Yeah, why would you wear it? Would you ever wear it?
Did you just wrap Dedrick's grill around your neck?
It's like an autoerotic asphyxiation thing, you know?
Something.
Yeah.
I guess.
You're trying to look cool, right? You got me. But once you put it on, I was fucking, I spent $50.
How much did you spend on that?
$50, he was right.
Wow! Ladies and gentlemen. Shane Gillis.
You don't think I've run into a tight chain? Take that thing off, dude.
Did you get it like Hot Topic or something? Well, what is it?
I did indeed get it at Hot Topic, yes.
Did you really?
No, I forget. I don't know.
You forget where you got the chain that squeezes your neck all day?
It's just so tight. I forgot to get it when we were in 5th grade. Just grew into it like one of those fucking African ladies.
What part of New Jersey are you from exactly, Tyler?
His head's gonna fall off and he takes it off. I'm from Austin, Tony.
Born and raised in Austin.
Born and raised.
Wow, with a pinky ring and a choker.
Yeah. Leaning into it.
Amazing. What ethnicity are you?
White.
Just regular white.
Yeah.
Not Italian.
Just a buttered noodle.
Wow.
Not Italian. No, not at all. Just nuts.
You're not Italian. Pinky ring and a necklace. Comical shirt. How does this happen? Explain to us how this happened. How did you end up trying to be Italian?
It's the chain. He bought the chain and it took over.
A Wago. He's a Wago. He's a Dago. He's a Wago.
You are a Wago.
He's a white Dago. Zawago.
Just a big Sopranos fan.
Well, so am I. You don't see me not getting blood to my brain because of it. Tyler, what do you do for work?
I sell houses.
Do you really?
I do really.
Timeshares?
No, houses.
Regular houses?
Regular
Are you good at it?
Pretty good, yeah. Yeah, you see the fucking drip? Yeah, I'd say he's doing all right.
When's the last time you sold a house? When you closed on a house, when was it?
It was in October, but I have a closing coming up tomorrow.
Okay, what are you closing on tomorrow?
Just a 2,000 square foot house in South Austin.
Okay, so what'd you sell it for? How much?
$380. Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. Might be able to add a few links to that necklace.
Holler at your boy.
I love it, okay. 4 months. What made you want to start 4 months ago?
Kill Tony.
How old are you?
31.
31. And you've just been watching the show and you're like, I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just been hitting open mics and getting booked by local promoters.
I love it.
Yeah.
You're taking it seriously and you seem to be doing good at it. What do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up and selling houses and pretending to be Italian?
I like to shoot clays, and when it's warm out, wakeboarding, paddleboarding.
Yeah. When you shoot clays, do you get the gun out of the bathroom first?
Yes.
It's a Godfather reference.
Godfather joke.
I love it. You shoot clays. What else did you say?
Lake sports.
Lake sports. Like what? What exactly?
Wakeboarding, wake surfing.
Wow. Amazing. Amazing, Tyler. What's your love life like? You have a little chicken parmesan or no?
Single currently.
Single. When's the last time you had a girlfriend?
A few years ago.
Okay.
Why are you fake Italian?
You have a little chicken parmesan or no?
Single currently.
Single. When's the last time you had a girlfriend?
A few years ago.
Okay.
Hey, what the fuck?
Hey, take it easy.
You two wobs, dude.
You fucking.
You're eating a pizza sandwich right now.
Yeah. Oh my god.
This is a crazy race to appropriate. What the fuck? Hey, I just started acting like Polish. I don't know, I like being Polish.
What the fuck? Who compares the Italians to the
Season 2 of The Wire. And I'm a Polak. Like, what the fuck? You're not Polish? No. I do look pretty fucking Polish, yeah. Pretty glaringly Irish. Yeah. You don't see me wearing shirts about it.
So this relationship that ended a few years ago, how did it end?
Found out she was married.
Wow. Okay, I love this. My God, am I good at these little interviews? How did you find out? Exactly how did you find out that she was married? How long were you hooking up with her? Give us a ballpark here.
But it was like 9 months in that she told me she was
9 months in, and she just told you.
Yeah, when we first started dating, she said that
You weren't dating. You were fucking and hanging out sometimes. She was married. Go ahead.
when we first started fucking, she said she was divorced. And then 9 months later, she was like, oops, actually, I'm not divorced.
Okay, where were you exactly when she told you this? Were you at a Best Buy, perhaps?
No, we were bartending together at a club on 6th Street, and she told me while I was at work.
Wow. Amazing. And that was that.
She must have been fun.
the favorite
Crazy bitch doesn't tell you she's married for 9 months. Working alongside fucking maniac. I bet she was so much fun.
Can you give us an example of a fun sexual experience that you had with her? You guys ever bang at the bar or in the car outside?
We did in fact bang at the bar, yeah.
You banged at the bar?
Yeah.
Da ba da ba, diggy diggy diggy, said the boogie, said I'm jumping the boogie. You banged at the bar to bang. Take us through this. How do you bang at the bar?
Just various locations, you know. You have closing? Yeah, we'd already closed like an hour ago.
Yeah. And she grabbed you by your chain and said, come over here. That's what it sounded like. Cigar after breaking his arm. It's the action. He was on my podcast. So, let me ask you this.
That rules.
Because you're at the bar, right? You're serving beverages, but you're with a married woman. So where are you finishing? You have to. Is it inside or are you pulling out?
That's a really good question.
Thank you. Every answer is bad.
Let's go. She was on birth control, so.
Oh, wow. Oh, my.
Oh, cream pie.
Yeah.
Special delivery, Patty.
It's a vegan cannoli. It's not actually a cream pie. It's a vegan cannoli.
Poor guy. Poor guy eating around later.
Yeah.
Italian?
Yeah. Tastes like. Wow. My God.
House meal.
Absolutely incredible.
That's an evil world. Evil world. Wife's pied by a wasp. It's more. What's the deal about you? They were separated, so they didn't live together. They weren't reminded.
How the fuck do you know?
I went to her house a few times.
Whoa.
Together. So.
Together, she told you, and you haven't banged since.
They did not get back together.
They didn't get back together.
No, they got.
Yeah, that's a whole different.
Go to that.
I don't really get it. She tells you that.
She's fun, Tony. Can't you just let a girl have fun? Yeah, Tony. Why do you want to stomp out all the crazy people in this world to make everything fucking boring?
No, I just don't
Let
understand.
her fuck the guy at work. I hope she yelled at you to come inside.
I have no more questions, Your Honor.
Did she yell? Tell us. Tell me. I need to hear shit like this.
Come on, Paisan.
Call you. What was her nickname for you? There was no nickname. Yeah, there was. It was God. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, this guy.
What was the name of the bar that you guys were banging?
No, don't do it. No. Don't ruin everyone's life. Yeah, I'd rather know.
Tyler, the set was for 4 months, pretty good. The interview, unfucking believable. Here's a big joke book. There you go, my friend. Tyler Cullen, a hell of a catch. Hell of an interview, very honest. Remember, you future Kill Tony bucketfuls, we love and on. All right, this looks like a new name. This looks like a fun name. Debbie, everybody. Here comes Diamond and Debbie.
All right, here we go.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Let's fucking go. Guys, you got
Oh,
make some noise for Debbie.
I gotta pause this bitch. Look at this athleticism, folks. I fucking love this show. Shout out to GB who introduced it to me. Is it my favorite show? Dog, I fucking no. Really? It's part of our religion. The yellow
Alright, good morning. Let us begin.
gloves.
That is Kuf Chav Ches 1.6.
The yellow dishwashing glove religion.
At the bottom of Kuf Chav Zayin 127b. And we're picking up at the two lines up from the bottom. Meiser Sheni. So for those who think our sponsors for this morning's shir, we thank Dr. Steve and Sarah Zinn for dedicating the shir this morning in memory of Steve Cover, Ola Basketball Yoram, and Bakar Fatol to the entire Kila. The outpouring of support shown to their Mishpacha during their prayer. Of course, with that, let us begin.
So it's a religion about yellow dishwashing gloves? Well, I mean, partially. That lady's hot. She's kind of my thing. Really? Yup. You really think that lady's hot? Yeah, and I hope she found love. And I hope she started her own religion. And I'd like to start my own religion. Lady. Boy. Why? Because we're finding out everything sucks. I've got to take a shit. Really? Folks. Oh man. That's stink. Whoosh, perhaps. Oh man. Are you ready for this woman? She's either going to be one of the most classic guests of all time or an absolute clusterfuck. I kind of have to poop.
So the Gemara says, Davka Yovish. It's Davka if it's dry. Avalach, lo.
We're going for it.
This age, I don't know what I had too much to drink like you, youngins. These diapers leak, y'all. I was a single mom with an only child, and I highly don't recommend that to you youngins either. I wanted to stay home and take care of me. Hey, and what's all this about the T word? We had that T word back in the 60s, y'all. Well, I was looking for love in all the wrong places. Their nation's pretty stiff. Their women outlive men, and there's a lot of Debbie's in there, I'm telling you. But by now, even the guys with dementia, after 4 or 5 times, they got it figured out. I'm not Debbie with the pop-out plate. Nah, not me. They can see me coming. They just call me Old Blue Chew. Well, that's it. When life beats you up and you gotta start over like I'm always having to do, I just say, Jesus, take my joystick, I'm coming home. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. This is your first time on the show. I would remember you.
Well, you've walked by me a few times in my chair, but I'm crotch level.
Okay.
Yeah, so I get overlooked a lot. This is my 111th sign up.
No way.
I have been first in line at least 90% of those times. And Tony, you've got to do some exercise. Your wrist never goes to the bottom of the bucket.
You'd be surprised. Diamond Debbie, how many centuries have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Yeah, Diamond, how come you didn't let Jack on that fucking door? That was... I tell you, I choked. Rocket money.
She's either that girl from Titanic or the rock that she threw in the bottom of the ocean. I can't tell exactly.
Yeah, the heavyweight.
Oh, D Madness is making his move right now, ladies and
You know, D and I had an agreement, see, because I grew up playing bass guitar, but I didn't have one at home to practice on. So he plays by ear and I was sight read, so it wouldn't be fair.
Well, yeah, Diamond Debbie. Seriously, how long have you been on stand-up? 111 sign-ups, but...
Okay, I started in 7 years ago, and right the same month that I started it, I got run over. My wheelchair is crash test approved by the DOT and Tesla and me. It was going 45 miles an hour. If Elon Musk had been driving, I'd be okay, but the dentist was driving. I never heard of a Tesla in the trash can.
Hold on a second. You were in your wheelchair and you got hit by a Tesla?
Going 45 miles an hour across the street in my neighborhood. And then Tesla got messed up like, my chair was laying on the ground and I was standing up.
What are we doing down the road?
That's some other talk about it, yeah. You know, it's odd, but we do have the right to go outside.
Diamond Debbie. This is incredible.
She's only 25 years old. That's why she looks like that. Yeah.
No, honey, I got socks on it.
Damn right. And Redman's like 55, so that's crazy. How old are you, Diamond Debbie?
I'm 67 years old, and on 1/11, and this is my 111 sign up, I'll be 68.
Wow. Look at that. 111. You're 68. 112. The new Netflix special, Kill Tony, Once Upon a Time in Texas, streaming live on Netflix. You have something to do the day after your birthday. How exciting is that?
Sounds good.
If you make it there.
Well, I think my daughter's phone number is. She hasn't talked to me in like 9 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your name, Little Debbie?
Very exciting.
Can we get a photo locker?
Very exciting, Diamond Debbie.
Yeah, so you couldn't even hear that Tesla coming, huh? It just came out of fucking nowhere. Or did you see it? You're like, oh.
She's a burlesque performer, and she's very, very famous.
Your daughter is a famous burlesque. Yeah, there is. Really trying to hook me up with her daughter.
No.
Cubic zirconium Debbie.
No.
Okay, Debbie, let's talk about it. What the fuck have you been doing the last 67 years?
Well, my favorite thing is, see, I grew up in a day when women couldn't get car loans or buy houses, so I wasn't allowed to take auto mechanics or shop. So my favorite hobby right now is taking in the quantum wheelchair like I have and fixing them up and giving them to people and helping them learn how to drive and go outside because, you know, we've been locked up too long in the pandemic and without home health care, you can go get your own groceries. It's fun.
Wow. Okay.
Wait.
I get around, I got 6.5 miles an hour.
Were you fucking flying?
Yeah.
Like going somewhere? Were you on like fucking moped?
Well, you don't cross the street slowly, you know.
Oh, you across the street. I'm sorry. I thought the way you were talking, you were like going to like the grocery store. Just fucking flying.
No.
I'm sorry, I thought you were juicing those things up.
No, they do fly. The whole country should not hear you.
I'm sorry.
Diamond Debbie, what made you want to start stand-up comedy?
Well, it's funny, I was doing Toastmasters, and I like to give hour-long speeches, and the guy that
Hold on. Stop. What's Toastmasters?
it's an organization to help you learn how to give speeches professionally. And so I signed up with them because it was online, and a friend told me that you can talk for an hour, and all anybody remembers is a couple of jokes. So I'm like, why don't I tell jokes instead? So that's what I did.
Wow, look at you. You're such a little charming lady. Where are you from?
Oklahoma is my home.
Okay.
I grew up in Oklahoma, yeah.
All right. You drove your wheelchair all the way here.
Yeah.
Bro, you're going to hell.
Because of this?
Actually,
You think, dude, if I go up to the gates and they're just like, do you remember this? Like, it's fucking Diamond Debbie. I'm gonna be pissed. All the shit I've done.
That's the straw.
Where'd you get your name Diamond Debbie? Were you like a stripper at the Black and White Rose or something? Or great coincidence, right, man?
That's a solid joke. Black and white rose, that's a solid joke.
Oh, I get it. I get it now. So you said I'm how did you get the name Diamond Debbie?
well,
A diamond lasts forever, and you clearly won't.
Oh my god.
We all die! What's going on? We all die. She's got a sense of humor. The bitch is signed up 111 times. If anybody can take a joke, it's her, not you fucking pussies.
so I started writing my second book, which is Debbie Does Austin by Wheelchair, and the star of it was Debbie Diamond, so I'm Diamond Debbie.
Wow.
Wait, so you wrote a book about
I'm writing a book called Debbie Does Austin by Wheelchair.
what was the Tesla chapter?
Simple next chapter.
Next chapter.
Well, I'm waiting for my happy ending. I haven't had a date.
It doesn't do Austin.
I haven't had a date since I had my last pelvic floor.
I'm sorry. I'm
Hold on. Time out again. You haven't had a date since when?
I had my pelvic floor vault.
Pelvic floor vault. What does that mean?
Bladder comes out and they put it right here.
Don't laugh like that, Diamond. Diamond, don't look at me and laugh like that. It makes me laugh. I can't conduct my interview with you laughing like that. You're the cutest gremlin I've ever seen in my life. So,
Where did it come out?
Yeah, so I haven't had a date since I moved to Austin 11 years ago. I tried to date this one guy, but he thought he was above me because he's in a Rollator.
What?
A Rollator, that's a walker with wheels on it.
Oh, okay. Have you kissed boys since moving to Austin? Well. You know what that means, everybody. We have another famous segment on the show. Is there a guy out there that wants to be a legend and give Diamond Debbie your first kiss? This guy right here. Come on, look at this fucking stud.
Look at him.
Watch out for the camera right next to you. No, sit back down, you creep.
That's our guy.
No, he's coming right here. Look at this fucking guy. Oh, she's pissed. Oh, his girlfriend is not happy about this. Oh, which makes it all that much better. Diamond Debbie is about to get her first Austin kiss. Here you go, Diamond Debbie. It was. Diamond Debbie, how do you feel after your first Austin kiss?
I'm breathless.
I love it. And that was before the kiss. That's incredible.
It's
From emphysema.
There's no guys my age awake this late at night, with the big heart beat.
You might be surprised. Where's Joe White? Is Joe White out there?
She's 3 years younger than Broadway.
I know what he's taking, you tell him. And you know what? I make brownies, happy brownies, and they're Cam Patterson special, but I've taken them up to every white guy, and not one of them will take candy from a stranger.
When you say the brownies are the Cam Patterson special, what exactly do you mean by
They're peanut butter dark. chocolate fudge mint.
So the Russian thing is, he's going to expensive article of clothing, take off the article of clothing, sell it, buy you
When I started doing comedy on Monday nights when I came down here 2 years ago, it's the same night as my food pantry, and I got down to 80 pounds. And they thought I had an eating disorder, but it's just kept talking.
I'm getting word that there's another boy that wants to kiss you. You want to kiss another boy, Debbie? All right, let's send out another one. I'm getting word that there's
These different examples, three different opinions, and that's pointing in the same direction that confuses this guy.
Not my first year.
No, she was at George Washington Carver. She was a marathon runner before her first
I came to walk when I started, but it took so long to get up here. I learned to walk again. There's videos of me jogging now.
Getting word that Dedrick just caught polio. Diamond Debbie, you are an incident. We have more in the back. Great. They're gonna hand you one in the back, and Diamond Debbie, let's just have you sign up again sometime, but why don't we just time it out so that you don't have to wait out there with all these fucking...
The worst part was waiting in the elevator got called so cold a couple weeks ago.
Oh my God.
Nobody can hear me trying to
Terrible.
So considering these people, dude, they really want to be a part of the show, and you treat them like garbage.
Let's
get some warmers out there or something. Kind of heat on it.
I love it. Well, there's one with the Virgin Mary. That one. Make some goddamn noise. How loud can this place be? All different shapes and sizes of sign-ups here tonight, and I fucking love it. 111 sign-ups that she finally got on tonight. That's absolutely insane. Defies the odds of the bucket. But it goes to show the bucket's real, or else I would have pulled Diamond Debbie out in a long. You would use a cursive either. She has good handwriting. Alright. You guys still having fun out there? Oh my God, she forgot her cane, everybody.
Kids number 3 coming up. Shane Gillis, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Alright, this next bucket pull is from the inside, everybody. Make some noise for Kelly Quinn. Where the hell's Kelly Quinn at? Oh, they got it already. Great.
I lost my job. My husband suggested volunteering, but I feel like I've given enough back to society. I married a redhead. I used to be a radio DJ, and not to brag, but I got loads of handwritten fan mail, all from jail. Prisoners must not have access to high-quality paper. The pages were always stuck together. I'm passionate fans. There's one inmate who had a clearly expressed crush on me. My husband asked me why I was saving all his letters. Evidence. My husband's retired Air Force. The hardest job I ever had was being a military spouse. Just all day, every day, hanging out your partner's PTSD. And does the military recognize us? No! how could we after being made that long and that hard? I'm Kelly Quinn reminding you to be a patriot and
On a more serious sense of the night, Callie, this is your first time on, correct?
I was on about a year and a half ago.
They didn't know they made hats in uncircumcised penis.
Uncircumcised penis, so if this is what it is, it's pretty hot.
It is literally, it's been noted, I'm getting word, it is the worst hat of all time. That's what the world is saying right now. Instead of the bear. Kelly, you were on a year and a half ago. How long have you been doing stand-up?
3 years.
3 years. All of it here in Austin?
I live in DFW.
DFW. Hell yeah. Okay. What do you do for work?
So I own a small business, so when I lost my job in radio, I just switched full throttle to that.
So the question remains, what do you do for work?
I own a website called ChristmasCockpit.com. I run it off of Shopify.
Oh, we love Shopify. We absolutely love Shopify. In fact, you can go to Shopify and start your own business. Not a lot of people know this, but Mattel and Gymshark and a lot of other companies all started with Shopify, ladies and gentlemen. And on Shopify, you can hire
that hat at the men's market? Remember the pussy hats? The women's march? I would do the hat you would wear at the men's march. Hey, what are those people? God damn, dude, this stuff's been out gold.
It is incredible. You did it, and anyone can do it. Create email and social campaigns that reach customers wherever they scroll. Shopify grows with you.
I love Shopify.
That's right. Shopify.com/KillTony. That's Shopify.com/KillTony. Shopify.com/KillTony. This year, Shopify will be by your side. Okay. Kelly Quinn, tell us the craziest thing about your life.
I've lived in 4 countries.
What were the 4 countries?
Japan, America, England, and Italy.
Okay. Which one do you like the most? America. Very good. That is the correct answer. How long were you in Italy for?
3 years.
3 years. And yet you don't have a pinky ring, a necklace, or a gabagool t-shirt. Absolutely incredible. Where in Italy did you live?
Emilia Romagna in Ferrara.
Oh, okay. Si, senorita. Very good. Kelly, you're really have a redheaded husband?
When I married him, he was redheaded, but as a Christian woman, I believed I could pray it away, and I did.
Just for me. What happened?
No, his hair just got dark. He just turned into a brunette.
What does he do for work?
He's a
Cockpit.com.
So I make stockings like out of Crown Royal bags.
Okay. So they're purple stockings.
Some of them are. I did make special Kill Tony versions that I brought for you in Red Band, and that was like a month ago. Apparently, they didn't make it to you.
Oh, we got those. We do have those. Yeah, no, we have those hanging by the chimney with hair.
You guys got them, bud? You got them?
Yeah, totally.
Oh my god, isn't that crazy? They just threw those out, those nice gifts you gave them.
Oh, we have them. We really do.
We do. We took photos the other day and shared them with our families.
Yes, absolutely. They are hung by the chimney with care that hopes that St. Nicholas will soon be there. Kelly, have you ever thought about making yourself a better hat?
My husband picked this out for me.
Okay. I can tell. He definitely doesn't want you banging other dudes. That's very exciting. That hat is an instant boner killer. From now on, if I'm ever going to finish with a girl too fast, I'm going to pick up that hat. She's like, oh, I'm going to last forever. That hat makes me want to not come. Alright, didn't get the laugh I thought it would. That was funny. It's just picture a hat. Some people picture their grandma. I will picture that hat. Kelly Quinn, you gave us a little stocking. You're leaving here with a little joke book. Congratulations. Merry Christmas.
Fucking on Joe Rogan.
How dare you hit a fucking Lord Charizard like that? Alright, back to the fucking we go. You guys still having fun out there? Goddamn, motherfucking right. How about a hand for the lovely Heidi? This looks like an interesting name. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Tadpole Triplet, everybody. Tadpole Triplet. Oh, boy. Here we go. Make some noise for Tadpole Triplet, everybody. Here we go. The clock has begun.
Did you ever walk into a room and not be the craziest motherfucker in there? What the fuck is that? I appreciate y'all giving me a little time out your day. They don't let me out much. I need that shit, y'all. I've been in a really, really dark place lately. I'm about to pay the electric bill. That's on the future's bright. But tell her what jokes up here. No, I am not Ted Kaczynski. Y'all are sensitive. Ladies, slide in my DM. But Tadpole, why don't you shave? Look at Tadpole, so handsome, why don't you shave? Because y'all, if I shave, I look like I majored in lacrosse and fraternities. Right, a little rapey. We don't want that. So instead, this is what y'all get. Look like a homeless MMA fighter. Fucking Conor McGregor. Tadpole Triplet has arrived. Welcome to the show, Tadpole. Who the fuck is this guy? Still tagging the Conor McGregor joke, I see. Set has ended. Welcome, Tadpole Triplet. Is that your first time on the show? Yes, sir. Welcome, welcome. How long you been doing stand-up? 39 years. Really? Yes, sir. You've been performing on stage for 39 years? Yes. How old are you? 49. I'll be 49. You started stand-up comedy when you were 10 years old? I did my first type 5 in the second grade gala show. Are you serious? I swear to God. Wow. You were 10 in second grade? Don't talk. Oh my God.
Staring at Joe Rogan like he is the Liver King's angry son. I see a resemblance. One could say he's the Liver Prince, if you will. So, Tadpole, let's talk about it. You've been doing stand-up comedy for 39 years. What else have you been doing? You look like perhaps some time in Vietnam or something.
Like kid, I spent 20 years in Hollywood.
Okay.
Trying to be cute.
What are you doing in Hollywood?
Was he a writer?
Okay. Did you write anything that we might recognize? Perhaps some graffiti on a wall or something?
The high five on the passes.
Okay. But what else? Anything creative?
My biggest success was the Tonight Show, Jay Leno.
You wrote that? Explain to us. You were a staff writer on the Tonight Show?
I was staff, and I wrote for the Tonight Show. I was assistant segment producer, but the guy I worked for had a lung transplant. I spent 6 months just in the writer's room trying to learn how to write a joke.
You were in the studio in Burbank, California?
Burbank, California.
Wow. How long ago was that?
Well, it was 25 years ago. Bill Clinton was the president.
Wow.
Roll Talks.
This is incredible.
74.
Now, Tadpole, you came up with a stool. Explain to us why you have a stool.
I got hit by a drunk driver and broke my neck, and this is physical therapy.
Tesla, was it? We gotta stop this motherfucker.
Oh my God, you have an actual neck brace. You took off the neck brace to perform. You have an actual broken neck.
Ja, Colchano, what is it?
Wow. I'm gonna try and tough it out and not put it on my nemesis.
Just of the
Gonna do it like a rope. Tap out, tap out.
No, that thing on before you die.
Okay.
Also, for real, that phrase is the funniest thing you can wear.
Really funny. I wear it about 50% of the time when I was doing the mini and I wanted to give a
I feel like on stage,
little
on stage would be very funny.
Yeah,
For real.
yeah.
I swear to God, a neck brace is literally the funniest.
Before my minute to say hi, world.
No, toss that fucking thing off, dude. I swear.
How many of you want to put on
I'm
it?
a boy, but I like the length of the animal or the cover exactly
It's
right.
Tony's
And the process would be
It's the first time we've ever seen a man put on a neck brace with a broken neck after performing.
Well, first of all, number one is
Wow.
you invert the defense
This is
without
incredible. So Tadpole, tell us, how did life change? We've got to get the beard out of there. Tadpole, explain to us what it's like having a broken neck.
If you have a runaway cat or a runaway young donkey or horse, or you can go out
And that was that day or every day? Pretty much every day for the last
walk,
12, 14, second grade.
you
You got hit by a Tesla 12 years ago? No, that's all his idea. I got hit by
That's right, there's some shit. Yeah, that was actually his idea.
Shane said I got hit by a Tesla. Joking.
No, wait, you got hit fucking
I got hit by a drunk Russian diplomat's daughter. A Bill Clinton Russian diplomat's daughter. Okay, hold on. When was this? 96. 96. Did you get money from this? I sue my grandfather's insurance to pay for my surgeries. Why is that funny?
Pretty mystery.
I put all this effort into telling the truth and you laughed at my drama. They gave you surgeries and you're still braced up. What else about my recovery? I don't know what happened. Everybody's got a fucking help. I don't even have a book.
The body of water.
I was almost 19.
Okay, so you're almost 19, you broke your neck, you're 46, you still wear a brace every day.
About 50%. What? If I can, I sit on a stool when I'm trying to do stand-up.
What is the intro?
I'm furious front and back, C3 or C7.
All the way down.
No, it's just I can't go.
Yo, that's
I
kind of
gotta go up and down, but I don't want to because it's around my brainstem. I got a little bit of smarts left, and I don't want to get strangled out by titanium.
I will say that you have the coolest fucking neck brace I've ever seen. Most of them suck. That one's actually like a
You can get the
bottom of it
Put
like
it
a
on the riverbed, but then it's step on something and get out.
This is my dunk contest moment. Hold on.
Probably gonna have another vice though. The second vice says,
Like traction. It's like a traction
the
machine.
animal where it
But I
is,
can't talk
but
when
you
it comes
cannot
to
go
my
ahead
jaw,
and
so I
start
don't.
screaming.
What's up, Chad? What's up? Sit on a park bench and talk about how life's like a box of chocolates.
Case number one.
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. It's something that I've never done before with anybody in the history of the show, but I'm going to pick up the tab on this. I want to see if the great people over at Ways to Well can possibly zip something into you that might be able to help you or give you some type of relief. We are friends with the great people at Ways to Well. They provide unbelievable miracle like health care to people. And we're going to see what happens. Probably not much. Your neck's been broken as fuck for like 30 years. They said I'd never walk. Now I can sprint and jump for like 90 seconds.
don't do that.
Yeah.
That's
I'm doing it right now. I listened to them and I sat in a bed for a decade. Every day, yes.
Don't break your neck again.
I'd be in a cage right now if I wanted that. I'd get a little taste of that again, but I'm not that retarded.
By effectively putting them out because of the riverbed.
Are you retarded? You're allowed to say it.
Just because my mother drove the short bus.
Hold on a second. Apple didn't even point at me and withhold from saying it.
Very, very funny. You make credit for it, really.
I would never do such a thing.
All right, you will. Hell yeah. You got some work.
shit.
Animal suffering.
I got some merch for you.
I see it. Tadpole in your fucking shirt.
This is my breast cancer charity, Habitat for Humanity.
You have a breast?
Yeah, well,
You live here in Austin now? Ran away.
no,
About
about 300 miles away.
You can nudge it back in.
Where are you?
You can nudge it back in.
Up near the
Watch the
Oklahoma border,
nudge back in.
over
Go
the
in,
Gator area.
your dad is being low.
On the way to Wichita Falls.
You
I'll
can
be
nudge
there,
it
but
back
I'm there.
in. Or what can you do? You can't go ahead and make guys.
I was in LA for 20 years, the whole world shut down, everyone got re-read, and then I was like, my brother's got a house, I can live in the basement.
That
makes sense. Yeah, the basement's nice. Do you have a girlfriend or wife?
Push it, let's say, as opposed to, let's say, the car, donkey, and the baby.
You're not interested in the ladies? Did I say that? I said that. Habitat for Humanity, bro.
You can go ahead
I'm trying to
and
save all the kitties. What are we doing? We're chopping them off and stuff? Get the fuck out of here. No mas, quitas, delitas. Cut the fuck out. Cut it out. You ever been in the military? No, my whole family. I won triple basketball for my life. I was pretty privileged. You were good at basketball? Military job. Tadpole Triplet, we are going to get your contact information. We're going to try to see what ways to well can possibly maybe do for you. They give a lot of miracles, but nothing's guaranteed. Here's a big joke book. You got that? You want me to get it in the hoodie? Get it in the neck. Got it.
You look like that's a fun. So that's the thing that is a title of the function. You can go ahead and listen to the
brought to you by Bud Light. There's the lovely Heidi. And we're going to get another Bud pull up here. 60 seconds uninterrupted going to Gordon Dixon. Everybody, here comes Gordon Dixon.
Make some
noise off. Let's go.
141, if that last dude 46, he is fucked up, bro. He got a knee brace from sucking dick. Yeah, fuck that guy, man. Thank you. Anyway. I'm a 40-year-old comic. I hang out with 20-year-olds. I went to a strip club the other night. They were all making it rain, and I tried to pay for my lap dance with a checkbook, and I knew I was off. Exactly. Half y'all don't know what checkbooks are. Fuck all y'all people. Yeah. The stripper was like, yeah, I want to make it rain. You can make it rain. I'm like, how you spell candy? With an I-E or a Y? How you spell this? It's alright, yo. It was $12,000. It was a bounce check. She never gonna pass that check. I'm celebrating my 8th year out of the service, so I'm having fun. I'm fucked up right now. Like, yo, you don't have to clap. Alright, you don't care about people. What's sir, dude? I served as United States Jehovah's Witness, so for you. This is a rough night. Fuck y'all. Alright, you guys like handicapped people more than you like half black people. Fuck y'all, man. My name is Gordon Dixon. My name is Alright. Gordon Dixon. Joe Rogan Show. Alright. Gordon, how are you? Something good in that show before? Yeah, I've been on a couple days. Time you're a little fucked up. Yeah, just got off work. Yeah, I work next door. It's my fault. What did you drink exactly? What did you do, Gordon? Every shot, people walk, man, you're fuck that, man. It's Austin, man. It's weird out here. You have to get fucked up. No, you don't. Alright, that's what I was told when I moved out here. Alright, they fucking lied to me. My bad. Alright, Gordon. Kind of tricky, Mr. Lott.
I'm
sorry, Shane.
Again, by literally pulling it. Walking on its own.
I know, I had to guess how many shots you did tonight before tonight's set. How many would you guess? Just a ballpark.
Good strong 3. I did a strong 3.
Okay, yeah,
strong 3. But I'm old, so I shouldn't do any at all. I should stop drinking at this point. But fuck it, you know what I mean? Austin.
Alright, Gordon, I'm gonna let you off easy tonight. I was gonna get you out of here with a little joke. There you go, Gordon Dixon. Alright, take one last fucking pull up here.
tonight. Make some noise for Lindsay Campbell, everybody. Here comes Lindsay Campbell. Here's Lindsay, everybody. We know Lindsay. Hey, guys. Erica Kirk has been hanging out with Nicki Minaj lately. Have you seen that? She's trying to convince people that she's not racist. But she does run her fingers through people's hair when she hugs them. You can tell she doesn't have a single black friend. So anyway, I had a miscarriage like 6 months ago. A couple days after that, my husband was fingering me, and he got on his hand what Google told us is gray pregnancy matter. Relax, guys. At least he got to hold our baby. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, Lindsay Campbell. I love it. Thanks a lot. We know you well, Lindsay. You are married to the adorable little William Montgomery-looking character, little chubby cherub boy. Millions probably remember it now. So that's real, huh? Yeah, Trey Campbell, Dr. Peppers. We got married on May 3rd, 2025. Hell yeah. Amazing. How's that going? Good? It's going fucking awesome. I just keep bringing animals into the house, and he just keeps trying to get rid of them, but we're kind of well other than that. How many animals were we talking about? We're up to 5 now. We have 2 dogs, we have 2 cats, and we have a snake. Wow, okay. Hell yeah. What's one of you, which is that's a good question. Yeah, she wanted a red band. What? I don't remember what I was drunk. What happened? It's not a penis thing, I promise. I was talking about my snake, and you told me that if I ever brought it into mid-seas, that you would like throw the bag against the wall. Throw the what against the wall? You were around it without him knowing. You got drunk and said you were going to kill her snake. Those of you that wonder what red band's like after the show, real shit. Real hootenanny. I'm going to kill your snake. Lindsay, what do you do for work? I'm a bellboy now. Yeah. In a hotel, I make tips, so I offer to give people ice. Unless they're Mexican, then I offer to abolish it. Wow, you're hilarious. You're a real comedian, Lindsay. Thanks, Tony. I love that. What else is going on in life? Anything else crazy we should know about? I just got a job for the first time in like 6. Yeah, it's a bellboy thing. And then we got our dog Spade, so she has a tattoo now. German Shepherd. Hell yeah. Sorry, Tony. It's amazing. Now I scale from 1 to 10. I get that joke at 9. Thank you. 9. There you go. A little fucking alley there. I like that. Oh, that's my balls. Shane. I would never do that for you. You just had my balls. No, I did not. Yeah, you did. Lindsay, we love you. A great set. Here's a big jump up. Thank you. Check out her cupcake. What? Check out her cupcake. Oh, yeah. That's the cupcake lady. Hell yeah. Obviously getting high on her own supply. Ladies and gentlemen, what an episode this has been. I mean, holy shit. Gillis, Lincoln Financial Field, July 17th. Rogan at the JRE. There's only one way to end an episode like this. William Montgomery is already off on Christmas break. However, there is a young man whose dream it is of one day being a citizen of the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. Until he remains the Estonian assassin.
You have that literally Merachim is typically and the offspring of a social animal and young. How do you do it? Rabbi is incredible. This is incredible. I'll read it and then we'll explain it. Someone said,
Everyone's terrified of
there
AI.
was an issue.
It's common.
Of, I guess, what we'll call like
What do you do for work, sir?
There's somebody
Like 6 months left.
So I'm sure you says, we dealt with
See, the secret is you gotta get a job that even AI doesn't want to do.
maybe bullshit. You take a fistful of salt and you place it in
Dude,
the wound
under the
of
Texas
the
sun,
mother who gave birth.
even AI is like,
somehow that fistful of salt obviously gives the mother pain because
Miguel, get up there, it's too fucking hot. My batteries are overheating. This is fucking ridiculous. This is inhumane.
They start like that, we have that, and you take some of these activants from the placenta. And you sprinkle it, and literally again,
I don't know about stand-up.
they still have me out of food,
I'm not sure.
sprinkle it
I
on the
think
baby,
AI is
that
still
the mother should
algorithmic
recognize
on
the scent of
stand-up.
the baby. They should carry out,
People don't relate to perfection.
We got
People
to the
relate
whole
to mistakes.
This is wild. Apparently,
AI ain't about
it's
that
only
life.
that
AI ain't gonna say the N-word.
Really incredible.
AI
And
ain't gonna
it's
show his dick to the quality club waitresses.
ultimately not to use financial terms as well, by that my timer. So now we're not in general, the issue of offspring alienation is not interested by non-social
AI stand-up is gonna be all
It's got
algorithmic.
a half a thing that is exactly but because the point was, you were asked to talk about that, and if you have an issue of
Also, if AI is so smart,
then what?
how come
The Gemara says,
every time I try to log into a website and to make sure I'm not a
they don't
robot,
normally have offspring alienation.
they
But
ask
if it
me
does
to
happen, there's no
identify
issue with that.
3
This is how
traffic
let's
lights in the picture.
the animal object.
So you're telling me AI sees this puzzle?
Plus, one thing is this first, you think you can help with that house, either again by helping the blood or by manipulating outside the body of the mother to push out the blood. But the algorithm is how you check. So let's say remember you can help with the birth. You help a woman in
So it gets flustered by traffic lights, but what the fuck is a Waymo? That's my time. Thank you.
You can cover a midwife even from far away. And the counter
And without a doubt, the best set of the night. This is incredible, Ari Maddie. You've done it yet again.
You fucked up the order of the joke. There's a whole different order now. You just have to fuck in.
No one even noticed.
Thank God.
Only you know. That's what's great about it.
The order was totally fucked up.
Was there a callback that got
What
left
is
out?
that? What is
Everything
that
that was
statement?
undone.
I don't need to just
The
say
ending was solved.
Why not? Why not?
Worked out
Why
great.
not? It's obvious.
Fucking amazing.
If you tell me
What I
already,
love about this
is
set
helpful with
was
birth.
because it was so
That's already good. You
brilliant,
have to
so
boil water, whatever else you
topical,
have to
so
tell me.
funny,
That you
such
go
great
ahead and call
delivery,
the
so
midwife.
crisp, and yet
The
I'll give a
midwife
little
could
behind the
travel.
scenes
That clearly
inside
tells me
scoop
that
that I
whatever is
normally
women need
don't
to treat
really
birth
ever
is
do,
for Shabbos,
which
even
is
if it
that
requires
when we were
Shabbos.
flying back
So
from
why
that
does
gig
Mishnah come in and
on
add in the phrase, oh, and by the
Sunday,
way,
I said, by the way, Monday's going to be
I'll
fun,
tell you what.
Rogan
That's the word
Gillis,
from
and you go, fuck, I've
Last
got
week, how
nothing.
Yeah.
And I said, "Keep from the mayor."
I'm just curious, is that, did you just fucking cook that up in the past 36 hours or what?
Went some terrible gigs yesterday.
In high school, speak on the Sharon.
I knew it was logical, and if I get in front of a crowd that likes me, I knew. You know when you're bombing and you're like, you know when you're bombing and you're like, well, somewhere there will, the sun will rise in the future.
What I love about that, 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
because you
hand,
wrote
what
that
could
in
she do?
36
Maybe
hours.
a
We had a
Messiah.
guy on stage earlier
She could
that's
soak
been
her,
doing
the
it
friend could soak her
39
hair in oil. Therefore,
years.
she could essentially
And
transfer
his
the oil in
minute
her hair.
wasn't
And when
nearly
she
as
gets to
strong.
her
That
friend
sucks
in
about
labor,
stand-up.
she'll
Like,
squeeze out the oil from her hair.
He left
The
with
name
a
is
with
Sitting
a with
Beside
a
her.
with a
And again,
diagnosis of stem
if she can't
cells.
transfer enough oil in her hair, Mevia love the Kli. You
That's really
ultimately
true.
again bring her oil in a Kli. So most I saw
for
the
real,
Ormai,
too.
and I said, "Sweet for the next
Without a
Haver,
doubt.
my black and stuff, my black and stuff." Just the answer.
Unless you
Women in labor
touch
just
him at
need
all,
life.
in which case
So
you
what
will
do we
fall
say? Her
apart
friend is committed to life
immediately.
claims for
That's why, like,
So
when I
obviously,
did
just said
MMA,
before,
it was so cool
whatever
to
a
find
woman
out
in
real
labor
quick
needs,
if you got
you
it,
give
you
her.
know.
Yeah.
You give her.
Not
Why?
a lot of people know
Women
that.
in labor,
Ari
Allah Ta'ala is
Madison is a
considered to be a
professional
homeless
fighter,
Jewish
a
person.
win three.
She's considered to be an action figure.
A win three
So
career, but
whatever
he
you
knows how
have
to
to
shadow
do for
box.
her,
This
you
guy
so what's the
real
finish?
bad, yeah.
Okay.
I don't have it.
But
is
Sriha
undefeated
is Sima.
against the shadow.
Shadow gets fucked up every day, Joe.
Women in labor is blind.
That's what we call Dedrick
She's
Flynn
blind.
behind the
Yes,
scenes.
I need a nail. I need a candle. So imagine what would you have thought? Give me the look I do the
Ari, what else is
Since
going on, man? You're killing it.
Therefore, again, it's
watched
us.
the series called
Files.
Files.
Daita, Sava,
Files. The most
why does such a woman is women in labor is fine? Why does she have it? Why does she have
Israeli Secret
She
Service.
says to them, I can't be
Tell us.
but
Okay,
Tell us more.
I will.
you feel better to know about
Gather information,
the Kiddush is
and then they killed the guy.
the woman in labor is
Like
blind.
with cyanide, or they poisoned the soup. Nobody even knows what happened. Mossad gathers no information, and they just blow up the whole building. But then always they're like, well, statistically, There's this one episode. Okay, there was this one episode. They were after a guy who's a Palestinian terrorist, member of the Black September. They did Munich. Remember Munich, the big one. Worst thing to happen on German soil to Jews, you know. So
whatever you need to do first to make up those statements sure, that's one more line.
So they're after one of the leaders, okay? And they find him in Oslo, Norway, disguised as a pizza deliverer guy. Great disguise for terrorists. Bicycle,
And if you can't bring enough oil in, then what? Your friend will soak her hair in oil. Bring the oil. Go ahead and bring the oil in the cream.
So the Mossad tracks this guy down. They pull up on him in a car in Parliament Square downtown Oslo.
Is a
Blow
better
his
option
head off
initially
with a
than
shotgun.
carrying the utensil
Brains
filled
go
with oil.
flying into the guy's friend's hands. They collect
hair,
the brains,
at
you know.
least is not quite such, not
The
really
Mossad
carrying.
disappears.
That's true. But when she gets to her
Successful mission, you would
her
think.
hair from the oil. And
6 months
is
later,
in
they find out the wrong
So once
guy.
we look up Sita, then what? Then what?
Regular pizza guy.
But yes, when we talk about hate speaking itself, let's write in a version of the opinion that the concept of Sita
Imagine him at the funeral.
does not quite compare.
And your parents are like, what did my son do? Well, Black September. But of course, see that, but the downside about the Mossad is they always get caught. How those guys got caught is after they blow the guy's head off. They took the car back to the rental agents. That's how Jews get caught.
Better
Jesus God. Ari,
so beautiful. I got it to
It's
tomorrow
about
as
that.
well.
It's about the soundtrack. All the guys, it'd be weird if a movie was so funny if they included that scene. Because the whole time they're like, man, these guys are so sly and smart. Oh, shit. It's just a guy. Yeah, they had like one guy they were after in an apartment building, and but they didn't nail which. They tried to nail which floor it was on. They're like, the whole building goes. They don't give a fuck. The Mossad is crazy, Joe. Don't upset the Jews. Where's that yarmulke? Put it on.
what's that?
Put on the yarmulke.
No, the yarmulke's gone.
You threw it out?
No, I had it sent away and put on top of my Christmas tree.
Nice. You anti-Semitism. Well, doesn't keep the young. Crazy. Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna put it on you. No, yeah, huh? Whoa! Wow! Don't wave like that. Oh my God! Moron. By the way, that guy just went Heil Hitler. There's a guy in the crowd who just went like this. That's not good. This is coupons into a Wendy's with him. Shane goes, is that true? It's a Ben Shapiro joke in here somewhere. Like Ben Burritos. Oh my God. Ari, Maddie, what can I say? The set of the night, the fucking interview of the night. Catch them on Monday on Netflix. I'm on tour. I'm on tour. Yeah. Tickets are really low. AriMaddie.com for the love of God. Go to AriMaddie.com. See this man's full-length set. You're not going to fucking believe it. If you love a minute, you'll love his hour. The drawing from Ryan G. emailed us in. That is indeed Joe Rogan and Shane Gillis. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there. Oh, it's a Shane Gillis. Look at that. Hell yeah. Look at that. That's a very nice picture of you. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Look at that. Thanks, man. He gave you a little... Put that above your bed. Yeah. Yeah. Tell the girl, look at that. Don't look at my real face. Shane Gillis, ladies and gentlemen, July 17th, 2046. Motherfucking Lincoln Financial Field, the biggest stand-up comedy show of all time. How about one more time for the motherfucking man himself, Joe Rogan. Next Monday. Go to Netflix, watch the whole goddamn thing, tell everybody that you know. Watch Kill Tony, Once Upon a Time in Texas, filmed live at the Moody Center on New Year's Eve. Airs on Netflix next Monday. We will not be here on YouTube. We will be only on Netflix and then back on YouTube the next week. Fuck yeah, man. We did it. What an episode. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land? Single pandemonium everywhere where music is available. The Kill Tony Band, and we did it, right, man? Love you guys. We love you. Catch us on Netflix next week, motherfuckers. Good night, everybody.
Want to hear
All right.
Red Cat?
Good morning. That's mother, Devorah Bassi saw your partial to the entire video. We thank Baruch and Rivka for dedicating the shir this morning in memory of Baruch's mother, Liba Bas Shaul Ali, who supported the bracha, Yochel, and the marriage of our Torah, and Shamuel having a Leah and his family. And with that, let us begin. So he says, begin with some fascinating halachas concerning a Yoledes on Shabbos. Says the Gemara, Amr Rabbi Shmuel, Chaya Kozman Shakera Pasua. So we'll say Chaya. Some of them are Chaya means, we'll see actually Chaya could mean either a woman in active labor or a woman who has just recently given birth. So Chaya Kozman Shakera Pasua. So a woman who's giving birth or in the midst of giving birth, if the womb is open, Bein Amatzricha, being the Amatzricha, Shabbos. So we'll say if the womb is open, whether she says, I need assistance or don't need assistance, we are Mechalo Shabbos. So remember again, what this really means is as follows. Pretty much as we're going to see from the time that a woman begins active labor, she's considered to be a Cholosh Yishbo Sakra, someone who is ill, who is in imminent danger. That's the Lashon of Heber Pasuah. That if the womb is open meaning active labor. So we'll say in that situation, whether she says, I need something or don't need something, if we assess that she needs it, then halach noise or mechal shabbos. This tamak ever. But once the womb is closed. Again, we'll discuss the timeline of this. Bein Amra Tap of Kuf Test. Bein Amra Tzricha and Bein Lo Amra Tzricha. Even the Chalanas Shabbos. So once the womb is closed, whether she says I need something on Shabbos or she doesn't say I need something on Shabbos, we're not in the Chal Shabbos. So again, a simple distinction here. This is Rabbi Huda, who had Machlokes in the statement of Shmuel, but Rabbi Huda's version of Shmuel has it that Allah if the womb is open, the Chal Shabbos for her, whether she says she needs it or not. Once the womb is closed, we are not the Chal Shabbos. But whether she says she needs it or not. Rav Ashi Masli Hachi. So this was Rav Ashi's version. Marzutra Masli Hachi. But Marzutra had a different version of the statement of Shmuel. Amra Vidu Amra Shmuel. Chaya calls man Shakeva Pasua. So Chaya, woman in labor. If the womb is open, so whether she says I need it or I don't need it, so we are mechalo Shabbos for her. This tam hakever, however, once the womb is closed, this is Marzutra's version. In Marzutra's version, even after the womb has closed, then Einachinami we're mechalo Shabbos for her. However, in mechalo Shabbos, she does not say that I need something. So we're not going to Shabbos. So this is one machlokes of Ashi. Remember again, it's a machlokes in what Shmuel said. So according to Rashi, here's everyone agrees on the first part of this equation, right? So remember, when the womb is open, everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa, you can do mechal Shabbos her whether she says she needs it or not. The machlokes case is once the womb is closed. In Rav Ashi's version. In Rav Ashi's version, halacha l'maisa not mechal Shabbos for her at all. In Marzutra's version, if she says I need something that requires Chol Shabbos, we will do it for her. But if she doesn't say anything, we won't do it for her. So the Gemara says, Marzutra masli l'kula, Rav Ashi masli l'chula, hilchos sokima. So Rabbeinu says to me, who do we follow? Who do we follow? So Marzutra is, so remember, Marzutra is Neto, Rav Ashi is Machne, right? Remember again, Marzutra is Neto because he says even if the womb is closed, if she says I need something, we're Mechal Shabbos for her. Rav Ashi holds no, once the womb is closed, we're not Mechal Shabbos for her. So who do we pass him? Like Amalei, Halacha ki Marzutra. Said the Halacha follows Marzutra. Why? Safek in the Fashas Lahaka. So whenever we're dealing with the doubt, whenever we're dealing with the possibility of a threat to life, even if that threat is not definitive, it's only possible, Halacha l'maisa will always make up. Therefore, the Gemara says we pass in life, Marzutra, and therefore even once the womb is closed, the womb tells us we need something, and that something requires Chol Shabbos, we will do that for her. So the Gemara goes back to the the womb considered to be open. From the time that she sits on the birthing stool. Like they have like a birthing stool, right? So from the time that she's on the birthing stool, that halacha l'maisa is the beginning of that. That means the womb is open. Remember, Yeshua Amar, Yishar Shadam Shoses V'Yola. Where Yeshua says, from the time that the blood begins to trickle out. The time the blood begins to flow out of her, that's the beginning of active labor. That ultimately, again, is the opening of the womb. Ba'amrilah, Yishar Shachabrosa, no sos ofsa bagafel. And others say, from the time that her friends support her, from the time that a woman cannot walk alone, she can't walk unaided or unassisted, halacha l'maisa, that's the time when the kever ran. I was saying, how long? It's not after birth. How long after birth do we use Rabbi says 3 days. Shiva. Rabbi says 7 days. Bamila, Shloshim. Others say 30 days. So we'll say, so remember again, thinking important halachas, legabe childhood rules. For example, this discussion about at what point in time is the womb considered to be open, has ramifications for Hilchos Nida as well. At what point in time does a woman become a Nida? How long do we assume ultimately again that we have different positions over here? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I die. So we'll say first of the intermediate wine line. The Gemara says as follows: Chaya, when a woman gives birth, Gimel Zayin Belamed. We'll say there are essentially three different important intervals in a postpartum woman: 3 days, 7 days, and 30 days. And we'll say now, interestingly enough, the way we are going to look at these time frames are really as follows: from birth up until the first 3 days, from we'll call it day number 3 until the so watch this. So the Gemara says Gimel for the first 3 days after she's given birth. Bein Amar Tzvicha Ani, Bein Amar Lo Tzvicha Ani Mechalan As Hashabbos. We'll say in the first 3 days after birth, a woman is still considered to be in a state of active sakana. So we'll say, take a look at you just at Rashi for just a moment. It's the second line from the top. Chaya Gimel Yomim Zayin Yomim Lamed. So Huskuru Ba Lechilik Halachas Hilchos Shabbos Lamed Mizayin Ad Hashlomas Lamed. Between Zayin and Gimel Ad Hashlomas Zayin. So also, we're going to see Chazal are going to break up these 3 different time periods into 3 different halachic categories. So watch this. For the first 3 days after she's given birth, so from birth until day 3, being whether she says, I need help, she said, I need help, or I don't need help, the Chalas HaShabbos, when the Chalos Shabbos for her, if we see that there's something that she needs. Zion, we'll say, what about from day number 3 up until day number 7? What happens then? Omeres, Tzricha Ani Mechalas HaShabbos, Amar Lo Tzricha Ani, in Mechalas HaShabbos, we'll say ultimately again, so from 3 to 7. So remember again, from birth to 3, we do whatever we should, or I don't need it. From 3 to 7, the next stage. If she says, I need something from Mechal Shabbos for her, but if she doesn't say, I need something, we're to 30 and on. Even if she says, I need something, she's not considered to be in an active state or an acute state, and therefore we're not in the Mechal Shabbos for her. It isn't a caveat. Avo, Osin al Yidei Aramoy. But we'll say, what can you do? So what can you do? You can ask the guy. You can ask a Gentile to go ahead and perform malacha on behalf of this person. Because it's such a very interesting. So therefore, again, 6 stages are this. Up until 3, from birth to 3 days, you do whatever you need to do for Mechal Shabbos. So she actually doesn't ask. 3 to 7, if she asks me Mechal Shabbos, says that's not Mechal Shabbos. 7 to 30, not Mechal Shabbos at all. But even in 7:30, we can have Mechal Shabbos at all. You actively and straight out ask a non-Jew to help perform any malacha for this woman. We'll say, as Ula Bar Rabbi said, when it comes to a person who is ill, anything you need done for this person, you may do through a Gentile. So the Gemara says, and we'll say that's actually a very important piece of halacha l'maisa, which you would straight out ask a non-Jew for assistance when it comes to matters of a chola on Shabbos. Obviously, we're not talking about sakana, because if the chola is in a state of sakana, then it goes without saying that the Jew could do it himself in a non-sakanatic state, but you could ask a guy to go and help out with the chola on Shabbos. If you're faced with a situation of choli, of illness, but no sakana, Omer the Nachri also. You can instruct the Nachri, and the Nachri could do it for you. Amr Shmuel. L'chaya lamed yom l'mayim. When we say that a woman postpartum, halacha l'mayim, has a certain status of being a chola for the first 30 days. What are the ramifications of that statement? implications of that statement is Ad la nidom lo tikvo mipnei hatzina. Because ultimately, what it teaches me is as follows: that for the first 30 days, the woman should be careful with immersion because of the cold. The cold can be harmful to her. But also remember again, the mikvahs are not like are not like our mikvahs. I just say we have a nice heat mikvah. So remember again, the mikvahs were natural bodies of water, which often were very cold. So a woman, the Gemara is saying is a woman who's postpartum is especially sensitive to the cold, and therefore halacha l'maisa. And therefore, Allah has to be very vigilant whether or not it's a good idea for her to go to the mikveh. So the Gemara says, "Amar Rabbi lo Amar Elashim Bailehima, Ava Bailehima Mechamimo." And this is only true if her husband's not with her. But if her husband is with her, then even if she's chilled from going to the mikveh, her husband will warm her up during intimacy. That physical warmth, that body warmth, will maintain her health. Iha the party dress is stuff because this is very abdominal stuff. She went to the mikveh after giving birth. She went to the mikveh then 30 days after giving birth. Her husband wasn't home. It's feminist, and she became very cold, and both say again chilled, to the point that ultimately again she got sick. The point that was that they transported her in her bed to her husband, Rabbi in Kusadisa, so that he could warm her. I'm ready to go to Shmuel. Osin Mutulachai the Shabbos. Are we ready to go ahead and make a fire for a chaya, for only to give birth on Shabbos? So again, interestingly enough, a woman postpartum is considered to be immediately postpartum, or again during labor, is considered to be an active sakana, and halacha l'maisa may be chilled because she is chilled. Therefore, halacha l'maisa is permitted to go ahead and make for a fire on Shabbos. Savarmina. So we inferred from this statement, l'chaya e l'chola lo. Sounds like this dispensation is only for a woman who's giving birth, and not for a stam chola. Furthermore, again, I would have thought that when can you make the fire? Listen to the Gemara. So the Mosai Shaman in the Mosai Hamalo. You can only make the fire when during the winter, and not during the summer, because during the summer already it's hot enough. So you know in the winter it's more veloci. And the truth is this assumption is wrong. Loshna Chaya, Veloshna Chola. So first of all, the license to make a fire on Shabbos is for any person who is ill, whether it's woman who's giving birth or just stam chola. Furthermore, again, it says Loshna Bimosai Shamim, Loshna Bimosai Chamo. And furthermore, again, there's no difference between winter and summer. Why? Because also, especially when who's giving birth, or a whole for that matter, if you're chilled, so that sickness, that being chilled, halacha l'maisa is can occur even if it's very warm outside. Therefore, the ability to make a fire for a chola is there. Whether the chola is someone who's sick, a woman who's giving birth, whether it's during the summer, whether it's during the winter. So the Gemara says, so Amar Chiva Abba Amar Shmuel. Take his dam in its time. So there's another example of this. Let's say a person did bloodletting, right? A person gave blood, right? Did bloodletting, did its time, and as a result, he became very chilled. They make from a bonfire even if it's the middle of the summer. So let's say, so you see from here that this license to make a fire to warm someone who is ill and chilled is not only by a yoledes, by a chaya, but also applicable to any woman or to any person who is ill. So once you start to have bloodletting over here, the Gemara says, Shmuel, so ulei ha'chapa v'shaga. We'll say Shmuel, look at Rashi. So ulei ha'chapa v'shaga, lo matzu itzmu karam lahesik yomachazal, v'tziva u'biku hisei shal tithar, shal humu'unu da'u'kozes. Apparently, Shmuel once gave blood, once did bloodletting, and as a result of bloodletting, he became chilled to the point that there was an element of sakona. So what did he do? They burnt a chair made of shaga. So we'll say shaga apparently was a very expensive type of wood. So under normal circumstances, you would not burn. You would not use a shaga chair to kindle a fire by which to warm yourself if you were ill. But apparently there was no other available firewood, and the need for a fire, the need for warmth in the aftermath of bloodletting itself wasn't. They even burnt this expensive chair. Rabbi Yehuda, Sal Chulei Sura Diyon. So say Rabbi Yehuda, they burnt for him after he did bloodletting. They burnt from the Sura Diyon. Look at that, Sura Diyon. Min eresu. This is a type of cedar tree. So once they become denominated over here, so these are all very expensive types of wood. So even though under normal circumstances you cannot make a fire out of these types of wood, but because being chilled after or as a result of being sick is sakranas nefashis. These great rabbanim would burn whatever they had available to them to create the fire, to create warmth for themselves. So the Gemara says, the Rabbi, so fully shashifa. Rabbi would go ahead and burn a shashifa, a bench, which means we'll say a finished utensil. So we'll say same idea. Because after bloodletting, it was so necessary to have a fire to warm oneself. These great rabbanim would burn even items were legit. Normally, I buy the rabbi, so I buy the rabbi. How are all of these rabbanim able to do this? I bahak ha'abraman mishum bal tashkis. So mostly, so again, a buy was especially bothered by rabbi. Rabbi, you're taking a perfectly good stool, and you're going ahead and you are a bench, and you're going ahead and you're destroying it in the fire. So isn't that Bal Tashkis? Also, again, we have a concept of biblical approach to Bal Tashkis, which is the prohibition to engage in wanton destruction. So how are you going to go ahead and burn the satsal, burn the bench, for the sake of Bal Tashkis? It will quite ugly. You know, the truth is the Bal Tashkis of my body is even more important. In other words, if I don't take care of myself, Chas v'shalom, I will get ill. That's also Bal Tashkis. So my physical, my own body Bal Tashkis is more important ultimately again than the Bal Tashkis of the bench. So the words of Rabbi Olam, we'll see incredible Gemara. Yimkar Adam Kolos Beso, Yikach Mana Al-Noar. Better for a person to sell the beams of his home in order to purchase shoes. So the Gemara telling us that shoes are probably the most important garment that a person has. Now this seems to be looking at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Yikach Mana Al-Noar. But there is nothing more embarrassing than when one walks barefoot. So isn't this incredible? This obligation to go ahead and sell off the beams of your home to purchase shoes, interestingly enough, is not because you're going to hurt yourself if you walk without shoes, or it's dangerous because you walk without shoes. It is such a bizarre, right? It's so embarrassing, it's so degrading to walk around without shoes. That's what you're supposed to say. What do you see from Chazal? You see from Chazal the need to maintain a healthy sense of self. When a person looks at themselves, they have to realize that they saw. Like we said yesterday's that every Jew is a Ben Melech. Every Jew is important. Every Jew is royal. You have to dress them like this also. Walk around barefoot. Walk around barefoot. Such a bizarre. It's better to sell off the beams of your home to purchase shoes. Heck is done by Ino Mayo. What happens if you did bloodletting and you have nothing to eat? Yimkar mina alim superad. Look, Yaspik man tzarki suda. Better to sell your shoes in order to go ahead and get food that you can eat after bloodletting. Supposed to say human feeding is a hierarchy. Shoes are the most important. Right? Halacha makes it better to sell off the beams of your home in order to be able to have shoes. Yet, amazingly enough, says the Gemara, what's more important than shoes? Eating something after bloodletting. Because if you don't eat something after bloodletting, then halacha l'maisa, person can be in a grave state of sakana. My tzarchis, what if you should go and sell off your shoes? The tzarchis, what is that? Rav Amar Basar. God says in his meat, after bloodletting, Shmuel says wine. It's good to drink wine after bloodletting as well. The Gemara says Rav Amar Basar Nafsha Chalif Nafsha. So that says meat. Why? It's just like the meat comes from the animal, so there's a vitality in the meat. So let them get fresh, let the soul divide the bloodletting. Shmuel says, Yayin Sunka follows Sunka. Let the redness of the wine increase the redness of the blood. Okay. So they have different emphases. One of the best foods to eat post bloodletting. But halakha l'maisa, you see from here that again, as important as shoes are, so one should go ahead and even sum up the the Gemara goes back to Shmuel being David. No saw Abdili Kashmir Butachli. Don't say what Shmuel would do bloodletting on that day. They would prepare him a cooked dish of spleen. They would cook up the spleen and ultimately against the blood. I guess it's a good post bloodletting. So Rashi also says Tachos Sumka, Cholot Sumka. There's also like a redness over here. The redness or the richness of the liver should go ahead and increase the vitality of the individual. Yochanan, Shasi Adinafik Tihimi Oresh. Does this? Rabbi Yochanan would drink until the aroma of wine literally came out of his ears. So he drank so much wine until he was fragrant with wine. Nachman, Shasi Adinafik Tihimi. Nachman would drink wine until his spleen was floating. So again, the idea over here is that they would go ahead and drink a lot in order apparently to offset the harmful effects of bloodletting. Rabbi Yosef Shasi Adinafik Mirita de Kusilta. Rabbi Yosef would drink until literally again wine would come out of the puncture wound from the bloodletting. Rava Mahadra Chamra Bar Kvasa Tarki. Rava would only go ahead and drink. Rava said, now literally what it means is you drink wine from a 3-leaf vine. With 3-leaf vine. Now what does this mean? Rashi says a little bit differently. Rashi says over here, Bar Kvasa Tarki, then Gimel Shani. Rashi says actually over here that Rashi says over here that that Rava would only drink wine that was aged for at least 3 years. So apparently again, aged wine has a greater benefit on the individual for bloodletting purposes than regular wine, and if I'm up on my stuff, Rava would only drink wine that was at least 3 years old. Said to the Rabban on this slide. So Nachman said to the students that come into the Rabban, he said like this. So the concern is that a person may go ahead and do bloodletting and may not have sufficient food afterwards to offset the harmful effects of the bloodletting. So Nachman gave an interesting piece of 8 6 leadership. Do me a favor. After you do bloodletting or events of bloodletting, tell your wives that Nachman is coming over for dinner. And if your wives know that Nachman is coming over for dinner, what's going to happen? They'll prepare a whole sumptuous meal. This way, you will make sure that you have enough to go ahead and eat in the aftermath of bloodletting. So apparently, so the way it would work is, otherwise, I guess without that, Nachman was concerned, and a husband would say to his wife, bloodletting, you prepare a nice dinner tonight. She would say, well, if you're bloodletting, you could prepare dinner. Also, I don't prepare your dinner because you're doing something extra. So therefore, go ahead and tell them that Nachman is coming for dinner, and they'll prepare something nice. The both say, listen to this. The Gemara says, "Hulu iarume asiri barne hay aram dishar." General will say. So harama means engaging in kind of like a bit of trickery is usher, with the exception of these cases over here. When it comes to bloodletting, it's supposed to be evening. How could Rav Nachman tell his students to go ahead and to see with their wives? Because the nice again, when it comes to bloodletting, you're going to see because there's sacrifice in the bashas. So some level of ha'arama is necessary in order to safeguard the health. This is usually a more dramatic example. Watch this. The words Nanda Abudinosa, although Afshalay Lishko Zuza. The Afshalay. Let's say someone did bloodletting. Remember we said before, the best thing you do for bloodletting is what? Wine. Drink some good wine, depending on what kind of wine. 3-year-old wine, okay, but drink wine. That's the issue. Also, let's say a person doesn't have enough money to purchase wine to consume in the aftermath of bloodletting. So what should you do? Lishko Zuza Mako. Go ahead and take a ward alcohol. Most of the churches will do that. Ashley says over here. Lishko Zuza Mako. Zuz Ra. So this is kind of like a zuz that's been taken out of circulation. So just to be clear, it's almost positive no one's going to take it. Is it possible that someone will take it? It's possible, but it's not really in circulation. So in this case over here, the individual did bloodletting, right? Lamaisa, again, he needs wine. What's the problem? He doesn't have that essentially taken out of circulation. So what should he do? Watch this. So he went for Laser L'Shem Hanusa, then going to 7 stores, Adikoim Shiriviyasa. So ultimately, so listen to this. What should he do? He should go into the Gemara, that's what? Now, Allah you actually points out to taste some of the wine before you go ahead and purchase it. So watch this. What does the guy do? He goes into the store. He tastes some of the wine. He brings this off his gas. And he wants us to see. He starts to warm up for you. And the cart goes to the price of those things. I'm sorry, your money's no good. Right? That's not money. So sorry, that's all I have. Goes to the next door, repeats the process. Next door, repeats the process. Until, after a number of stores, he is now had a release of wine. Because he had a release of wine, therefore, the negative effect, ultimately, again, are often negative effects of the both letters as big as these. Now, listen, remember, in this case, also, even on the thing of a substitute, right? Remember again, technically speaking, the coin that he's using is still a coin. Meaning it still has some go ahead and reduce the value to some level of value. Therefore, again, obviously, you would not find someone to do this, something like this under any circumstances. Because certainly it does, it smells of this kind of the nice and countries and elements of the involved with the you don't even have a war now to do the every case of the process. Label said how many seven black states, and Label mix comes together, rub oil in your temples, then nickname the Shimsha, and ultimately sleep in the sun. One of us says, if you can't get wine, seven black states, rub oil on your temples and sleep in the sun. Oblate, Ashkenaz, whether it is the oblate sounds of war, sleeping in the sun, perhaps if someone had come to our body, didn't have enough money to purchase one, so he was sleeping in the sun. Oblate sounds of sleeping in the sun, Amalek, you done, you saw, you have rising up the two, something that is bad for the right, too much jumped up on the stage, and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. Here, we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world. That's why not number one pre-taped comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage, and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. If you're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world, that's why not number one pre-taped comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage, and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. Wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world, that's why not number one pre-taped comedy. And he just jumped up on the stage, and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. If you're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world, that's why not number one pre-taped comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage, and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. If you're wondering why not number one pre-taped comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage, and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. If you're wondering why we call ourselves guy doesn't care about his health enough to go ahead and eat
he just
meat.
jumped up on the
Ask the
stage,
blood
and
letting.
you saw that
Listen,
live.
I
That was
care
a
more
live
about
part of the
his
show.
health than he cares
If
about
you're
his
wondering
health.
why
Of
we
course
call
not.
ourselves the number one live comedy
Rabbi
podcast in
Shalom
the world,
Rabbi.
that's why
I
not
man the other
number one
Nosa.
pre-taped
Well, lace
comedy
the case of the
podcast.
part of the Zeka.
And he just jumped up on the stage, and you saw that we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world, that's why not number one pre-taped comedy podcast.
Maybe the blood letter.
And he just jumped up on the stage, and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show.
Only as a reveals of
If you're
blood.
wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world, that's why not number one pre-taped comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage, and you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. If you're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast in the world, that's why not number one pre-taped comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage, and you saw that live. That was a live part of the
In a
show.
home that had walls
If you're
that
wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast
was a
in the
very
world,
thick
that's why
wall.
not
And
number
therefore,
one
no breeze, right? No wind.
And he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. Well, that's why not everyone pre-taped the Hollywood with us.
And they saw the chasser.
And he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. If you're wondering why we call ourselves one pre-taped the Hollywood with us.
Was
And he
enough
just
for
jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. If you're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast, that's why not number one pre-taped comedy podcast. And he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live. That was a live part of the show. If you're wondering why we call ourselves the number one live comedy podcast, and he just jumped up on the stage. And you saw that live.
You run into a corpse when you finish already what's going to happen. So ultimately, again, drugs. Fancy again, first different drugs. You hug off, the man goes to someone else. Ultimately, again, the person will die. You do the blood diet. Keep hug off on the day. Keep hug off with other actor. If you ran into another actor, another actor is a cancer. Big. The cost of the actor is apparently, according to Rabbi, the halacha there's a negative effect. Using filters, national blood money, the person cannot go ahead and do something to lead to negative detrimental health. Rabbi Kodan Tabayis, high man to other people, this report to the public, what's the scenario of the Houston guys? I think it's the fight for this right there in the kids law. You can actually go ahead and relax the blood letting what? Don't get upset with me. Don't get upset with me. Others make your friend getting up. The Amar Mar, hey, Varim, Krovim, Lamisi, Yosemite Hayim. There are 5 things that was that put a person closer to death and to life. The able here, these are these things. Ochel Ba'amad, if a person ate and immediately stood up. Shasa Ba'amad, a person drank and immediately stood up. Yashin Ba'amad, a person slept and immediately got up. Pick his dumb Ba'amad, the person did blood letting and immediately got up. Shimish Mikasa Ba'amad, a person engaged in marital relations and immediately got up. Mostly all of these things require a little bit of like a pause, a little bit of a waiting, a little bit of a resting before one goes ahead and gets up. Gemara says, Amar Shmuel, course of the Dhamma called Klas Yomi. So Shmuel says, Allah the time for bloodletting is once every 30 days. Or we'll say do bloodletting once a month. Right? Bloodletting once a month keeps you fit, keeps you vital. So the Gemara says, you might. And I will say, literally, Bina Prakim means between the ages. I will say what this means is as follows. After you reach the age of 40, after you reach the age of 40, you shouldn't do bloodletting every 30 days. Rather what? Rather, again, ultimately, again, every 60 days. Every 60 days. So the Gemara says, and then when you're above 60, you should do it even less often, once every 30 days. So apparently before 40, once every 30 days, between 40 and 60, once every 60 days, above 60, once every 90 days. Amr Shmuel. Horsa de Dama, Chad B'Shabsa, Arval, Uma'ale Shabsa. So let's listen to this. The Shmuel says the right time for bloodletting is Sunday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. These Wednesdays and Fridays are good days for bloodletting. Good days for bloodletting. The Gemara says, Avashini B'Chamishi, but you should not do bloodletting on Mondays and Thursdays. Why not? Damar Nish Yesh Chus Abbas Yak is Dam B'Shini B'Chamishi. Only one who has Chus Abbas. Right? Only one ultimately again who goes ahead and has merit from his ancestors should do bloodletting on Mondays and Thursdays. Why? Let's listen to this. On Mondays and Thursdays, Beis Din would sit in session as well. I will say, at a time when the Beis Din Shamala is in session, you don't want to do anything that places you into potential sakana. Halakha myself, if a person doesn't put themselves in a state of sakana, then halakha myself is who is willing to go and let certain things go. The problem is, if I put myself in a state of sakana, very often the Beis Din Shamala will say, listen, the individual's already in sakana, just exact retribution for his misdeeds. Therefore, says the Gemara, very, very important to avoid putting yourself in sakana on Mondays and Thursdays. Why? It's just like the Beis Din down here is in session, the Beis Din Shalmala is in session as well. So the Gemara says, why can't you go ahead and do bloodletting on Tuesday? What's wrong with Tuesdays? So the Gemara says, Mishum Bekaima Ma'adin Bizuve. Because we're going to say ultimately again on Tuesdays, apparently the influence of Mars is felt in pairs. Look at Rashi. Bekaima Ma'adin Bizuve. Rashi says, he says, Shemazel Ma'adin and Shamisho B'Shal Zuvers. Apparently again, the mazel, the influence of Mars, which apparently exerts a negative influence, is felt during the even hours of the day. Mazel ma'adin memuna ala chereb ba'ala dev ba'ala poranius. And ultimately, again, the mazel of Mars, I will say, unfortunately, is responsible for war, for pestilence, and all types of negative things. The Gemara says, "Mali shabsa nami kaimim misavi open hours," which the Gemara says, "Even the dashu beirav yishon for Simon Hashem." So we'll say, so apparently, it's actually very interesting. So apparently, since it was very common to go ahead and give blood on Erev Shabbos, or I should say, to do bloodletting on Erev Shabbos, it's called dashu beirav. We'll say dashu beirav means, in general, the halacha is you are not permitted to do something which puts yourself in sakhan. That is the general halacha. There's an exception to this rule, which is if the activity that we're talking about is something that the general populace engages in, there's a concept called shor personish, which watches over the simple people. So let's say, so I'll tell you what's interesting about this. So for example, you would say the halacha is that one is not permitted to put themselves in the makom sakon. I say, how can you drive? Are you allowed to drive? Driving is there's a concept called anything that becomes normative, even if it has some element of risk in it, since the public have trodden through it, as in like given the Dutch Rabbi. Since people do it, there's a certain level of divine shmira over normative daily activities. And therefore, again, the Gemara says, the influence of Mars is felt during the even hours of Friday as well. Halacha L'maisa, since it was common for people to do bloodletting on Erev Shabbos, therefore Halacha L'maisa, it's permitted. There's Amar Shmuel, Dalit, a Wednesday that is also the fourth day of the month, or Dalit Fridays, or a Wednesday that is also the 14th of the month, or Dalit do Esrin Ba'arvim, or a Wednesday that is the 24th of the month, or the fourth day of the month, right afterwards, or doesn't have 4 days of the month afterwards. Sakanta poses a sakana ultimately again for bloodletting. Rosh Chodesh v'Shemino, full shots. We'll say again. This is all talking about. Rashi points out over here. These are obviously more esoteric discussions over here. We'll say, but the idea being that apparently there are certain times that certain constellation or astrological forces are felt in the world. So the idea that Chazal are saying is better.
What are some subjects on which you, as a artificial intelligence model, might go 50-50 on, like, not 99 to 1? Like, what are some things that you think, like a list? Give me a list of like 100 things where you think that 50% of it could be true, 50% of it could be false.
If you give blood on Erev Shavuos, it's mamish sakana. See why in just a moment. Because Javana Kulu Mali Yom Tava, Yishum Yom Tava Datas. And that's like Chazal said, you really shouldn't do any bloodletting on Erev Yom Tov in general. But that dinner on Erev Yom Tov was a safeguard for Erev Shavuos. The Notik Be Zega, Ushmei Tavuach. Because in Erev Shavuos there is a wind. That wind is called Tavuach. The Ilo Kivlu Yisrael Torah. What about that wind? Because had we not accepted the Torah, that wind would have been the source of our demise. Amar Shmuel. Achol chita behek is done. The person ate grain, ate wheat, and then he did bloodletting. only effect that the bloodletting has is on that wheat that he just consumed. In other words, they both say that apparently bloodletting after consuming wheat doesn't have the normative medicinal effects of bloodletting. The only thing it does is it gets the wheat out of his system. The honey is the refuah. So therefore, again, also what it's saying is that if you did bloodletting after eating wheat, it doesn't really have a refuah effect. So, halach makes a person feels heavy, so to speak, after eating it. They wanted to do bloodletting. The bloodletting can make them feel a little bit lighter. Okay, Hamek is down. So saying if a person does bloodletting, really he should drink immediately. Achila ad chatzimyo. For eating, ultimately, again, it's also we'll have to see what this means. And it sounds like what it's saying is the halacha l'maisa is half a minute, which is 9 minutes. Ibailu shtia la'alter mali about basar hachikash doesn't mean they're drinking. After bloodletting is only beneficial if you do that it's actually detrimental to oneself. Or maybe you're supposed to drink immediately. If you don't drink immediately, then what you drink doesn't really have an effect on you one way or the other. So yours is taken. I have to leave that kasha in a nutshell. When we say that you have to eat up until the amount of time that it takes like a half a meal, so the Gemara says, is it that you have to wait 9 minutes after bloodletting for eating? But if you eat before that or after that, it's problematic. Or is it no, to have the maximum effects of food after bloodletting, you should wait the amount of time it takes to walk a half a meal. But if you end up eating earlier or later, it doesn't really have any impact. To which the Gemara says, take it. We're not sure. Machriz Rav Mea Kari Vizuzah, Mea Reishe Vizuzah. This is this. So Rav says, if you find that they're selling 100 gourds for a zuz, buy it. 100 animals for a head, 100 animal heads for a zuz, buy it. Mea Sefami below clothes. But if they're selling 100 animal lips for a zuz, don't touch it. Right? No, don't touch it. It doesn't. So apparently, again, the lips of the animal are a totally non-beneficial parts of the animal. Apparently, again, there's no medical benefit to going ahead and eating the lips of an animal. So even if you can get them cheap, so as we have to think anything you can get cheap is generally worth having. To which the Gemara says that's not the case. Apparently, again, lips are meaningless, and therefore halakha. Let me see if you get 100 for zuz, don't buy it. So let's listen to this. Amr Rabbi Yosef, so ultimately, again, when I was once in Rafuna, by Rafuna, Yoma de Mefagri de Rabbanon, on a day, this will say, that ultimately, again, the Talmidei Chachamim were lazy, right? And we're not coming to the base measures. So it's interesting. So the day when the Talmidei Chachamim were a bit lazy, a bit lethargic, and not coming to the base measures, what would they call that? Amriya Idna Yoma de Sefamim. They said today is a lit day. The low Yedana Maikal. And ultimately, the Gemara said, I never knew what they were talking about until this schema. So what does a lit day mean? A lit day means like a lost day. Just like the lips, ultimately, again, don't really have any nutritional value. And therefore, even if you can get it cheap, don't go ahead and eat it. So apparently, when there was a very unproductive day in the base measures, they would call it a lip day, which was actually quite amazing. It was also obviously
How you living?
Incredible Muslim. Apparently, lips are the least important part of the animal, right? Lips are meaningless. Even if you get 100 lips for a zuz, don't buy it because ultimately, again, nothing can feed Eric Thompson. So listen, incredible Yisod. The talk is cheap, right? Talk is cheap. Although you can get a lot of talk for a very little bit of money, it's worth absolutely nothing. At the end of the day, it's dynamic activity, action, which makes all of the difference. Incredible. Let's say let's finish. The kosher not tibor. Remember again, the Mishnah said that you could tie the umbilical cord. So Tanraban on Shabbos. Tanraban on kosher not tibor, you could tie the umbilical cord on Shabbos. Rabbi Yossi Omer apchotchin. Rabbi Yossi says you could even go ahead and cut the umbilical cord on Shabbos. The tomnin hashalya kedei sheyechem havlad. And we'll say not only that, but you are permitted to bury the placenta in order that the baby should be warm. Rabbi, now what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Tomnin hashalya will say it's 5 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The first is meal. Shirafualis chanin havlad. So also see that's very interesting. So apparently there was some type of like skula that if you go ahead and you bury the placenta, baby is able to remain warm. Obviously, the baby's out of the placenta. I remember the woman has given birth, the baby's in the world, Baruch Hashem. If you bury the placenta afterwards, apparently that helps with the body temperature, the warmth of the baby. This is a school that they had. So you could bury the placenta, or the baby should be one. I'm sure we know. The nose for lachem, tomlos v'sfalim. So what Shimon says, royalty, they go ahead and they bury the shalya in sfalim. It's literally a second is like a trough of oil. So the Psalm shall so they would go ahead and literally immerse the placenta in a trough of oil and immerse it. For those ashirim bisifugim, the daughters of rich people with bisifugim shall would bury the placenta in tufts of wool. Venos aniyim removing. So ultimately, the daughters of poor people would bury the placenta in tufts of flax. Amrad Barafuna Amrad. Odi Uchal Rabbi Yossi b'tibor shoshnetim. High in the court, Rabbi Yossi says that you can cut it. The Chachamim agree with Rabbi Yossi that halacha l'maaseh you can cut the umbilical cord of twins. My time up, the minasri ahadadi. Because the concern ultimately is that they will pull against each other and chas v'shalom come the baby. Also, furthermore, again on Nachman says in Rav Abua and name of Rav, everything that is said in the Parshas Tokach, that this does not refer to the Tokach ultimately again in the Chumash. Rather, this Tokach, the rebuke in Sefer Yecheskel. So we'll say in Sefer Yecheskel, there's a very powerful image where HaKadosh Baruch Hu compares Klal Yisrael to a baby which was abandoned at birth. And somebody took in the baby, raised the baby, cleaned the baby, took care of the baby, allows the baby to grow up into an adult, and then when the baby became an adult, the adult turned its back on the parent who raised it. That's the metaphor. So the Gemara says whatever it says in the pasuk of rebuke ultimately is the things that are done for a baby on Shabbos. For example, the Gemara says, Sheneh Emar, Umoladitayich B'yom Choledes Osach, Lo Kares Sarech. So listen to this. And when you were born, on the day that you were born, your umbilical cord was not cut. Ubemayim, Lo Rachat, right? And ultimately, again, you weren't washed with water. You were not salted. Again, we'll explain all of this. V'hasel Lo Chasalta. Again, we'll see what all this means in just a moment. So we'll say, right? On the day that you were born, your umbilical cord was cut. Or actually, excuse me. On the day that you were born, Mikan Shemiyaldanas Havlav Shabbos. So here we see that you can help a woman give birth on Shabbos. Lo Karasai, your umbilical cord was not cut. So we'll say, remember, from anything in the pasuk that said was not done, you see that these are the things that are normally done in the course of birth, and therefore these are the things that you can do on Shabbos. So from here you see cut the umbilical cord, or ma'im lo rachach, have vlad b'Shabbos. So from here you see that under normal circumstances, you can go ahead and wash a baby on Shabbos. And you are not salted. So that's very interesting. So Rashi seems to indicate that apparently they used to apply salt to the skin of the baby when the baby was born. The Marshals are a little bit different. The Marshals, they applied some type of like baby powder. And one of the ingredients in the baby powder was salt, but not dafka actually salt. So here you see that you swaddle the baby. When the baby was born, the limbs were splintered a little bit, so they would go ahead and swaddle the baby very tight in order to put the limbs back into place. So the Gemara says, from this pasuk, from the rebuke in this pasuk, and all the things that were not done for the baby in this pasuk, you see what is normally done for a vlad and for a mother for a birth on Shabbos. Hadron Allah Mefanin, those are Shreya, Mazikov, and the Hashem tomorrow we begin with we'll say
I may not always love you, but long as there are stars above you, you never need to doubt it. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, life will still go on, believe me. The world will show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you.
No discussion regarding this term. I wanted to speak with the experience here. I wanted to clarify something that I'm sure you understood, but I'd like to
God only knows
clarify that, of course, was can they make one joint Eruv or must they make two independent Eruvim, or do they have the right to choose one Eruv, two Eruvim?
Exclamation is
That has two different ramifications. Right? On one hand, the nation the height of the wall allows for the two parties, to make an entranceway through the quote unquote entrance. But of course,
God only knows what I'd be without you. Your life will still go on, baby. The world will show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what I'd be without. 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 God only knows what I'd be without you. Knows what I'd be, only knows. God only knows what I'd be without. God only knows what I'd be without. God only knows what I'd be without.
So a ladder in Chatzar A may work for diminishing the wall so as to allow Chatzar A to potentially use the top of the wall, but a ladder in Chatzar A will not create an entrance way in order to allow it to unless, of course, what?
What is this bullshit?
Again, just important to understand. So we'll say with that, let us go. Last line, I use every day 77. Measures dollar by dollar. Quartz talking about quartz talking. The idea of a single place. And we'll say rest a ladder against the platform. We'll say again, if you're following along in the pictures,
once I started telling my friends in LA that I meditate, they all think they also meditate. They're all like, I do it too. So one friend was like, oh, I'm always meditating. I was like, you are? I was like, we've never talked about that. I was like, what's your process? How do you do it? She's like, I just don't let things bother me.
How this is working. So the mission of the Gemara says,
I was like, no.
A ladder in this case does not have a width of $12. But watch this. The platform does. The ladder just
shout out to that one person who saw me do this in the shower.
get on one side, so here's what you have. You have a platform that's 4x4, which is a big platform of a rung, which is a big platform of another rung.
I may not always love you, but as long as there are stars above you, you never need to doubt it. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows what I'd be without you. If you should ever leave me, life will still go on beneath me. The world would show nothing to me. So what good would living do me? God only knows what I'd be without you. God only knows what.
It smells like cat food out here.
Stay back! Don't come any closer!
Fancy feast, bitch. Are you pissing in the Atlantic Ocean?
Let's stay together. I'm so in love with you. Whatever you want to do is alright with me. 'Cause you make me feel so brand new. I wanna spend my life with you. JFC, baby. Since we've been together, oh, loving you forever is what I need. Let me be the one you come running to. I'll never be untrue. Let's stay together.
But rather again, they are the rungs are always again three bucks of each other with a three buck of the platform.
As much as I like
you are diminishing the wall
making
by
videos on Instagram, at least the long ones, I'm just going to do it on YouTube. Avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again, some bitches.
So you're using lava, it's like lava everywhere. So it's interesting because one might have thought some of you see this about the application of one halacha emotion in the United States.
Spiritual, risky, not ideal. I agree with all of that.
Like how many halachas in the Sinai can we use?
That's what it's about, having more truth.
I agree with all of that. So
especially on Shabbat.
in these cases,
Especially on Shabbat. Dignity. I really
we're switching away for a moment from the case of the wall to a general case of a pillar. And again, we're going to use that. Listen to this.
Yo, dog, how could you make Judaism into a religion that pleases both the Hasidic world and the modern Orthodox world and academic academics.
That is a
Like, how can you have respect for things from a spiritual standpoint, but also want to be historically accurate?
on the top of that pillar. So if you can imagine, they're not just put a peg, but like you nail in a peg, to effectively diminish the area of the pillar, thereby taking away its status of a Rishos Hayom. Right? Rishos Hayom has minimum dimensions. 10 tefachim of height, 4 tefachim of space. You take the top of the pillar and you drive a peg into it. So what have you done? You've gone ahead and minimized the top area. You've minimized the top area. Therefore, again, thereby again taking away its status of Rishos Hayom. Amar of Adabar Abba, who the Gova Shlosha, the Adabar Abba says that's only assuming that the peg itself is more than 3 tefachim. Right? Because once what happens if the peg itself is less than 3 tefachim height? What happens? Then it's bottle the rest of the surface area. It's bottle. The Gemara says, Abai Rav Kavayu, even if the peg is less than 3 tefachim height, it still takes away the status of the area as it was just halachas. Why? My time off. Well, Mishnah, the problem just is when you no longer have flat surface area, you have a peg, even if the peg is less than 3 tefachim height, what does it do? Takes away from the usage of the surface area. This is not so. I'm saying even though again it's less than 3 tefachim, therefore technically it's being put into lava. It's as if it's flush to the ground. But so what? It's not flush to the ground. So it's not flush. Therefore, again, that takes the usage of the surface area. Rashi says no.
Wow, that is amazing.
It does not go ahead and take away, not diminish the density of the area of the I don't know what's the reason. After the Tali did peg, right? The existence of the peg is something that takes away from the usage of the area.
Most Jews
It's
are
not focused.
exhausted.
Above 3, below 3. But actually, you have a peg that is 3 tefachim, all those 3 tefachim. The area still has the status of the Rishos Hayom. Why? Because you can still use it. But you can't put anything down on it. You're right. You hang something from that pillar. Hang something from there. What happens if, let's say, here, you took this pit, you took this pillar, and you filled up the entire surface area with pegs. What happens there? So let's see, if you take a look. This is picture 262. So picture 262 again, hey, you're supposed to see here, you can see here's the visual. Right? So the visual is you're surrounded. You have this peg that is 10 tefachim high, 4 tefachim on the surface area. That's the relative dimensions of a Rishos Hayom. You see up in the middle of the Rishos Hayom. So we'll say, so first case was you have a peg. You put a peg there. So what does a peg do to the surface area of this Rishos Hayom? So that's not focus. So we're now up to Rashi. Rashi says the presence of a peg does not take away from the identity of the pillar as Rishos Hayom. But the peg prevents you from using the surface area? No, it doesn't. It just tells you how to use the surface area in a different way. So instead of laying stuff flat on the surface area, don't hang it from the peg. Fine. Says the Gemara. What happens if you cover the entire surface area with pegs? Well, what happens? What happens then? So what's this? Now watch this. Says the Gemara. Sorry. Mother Clovis is mouth. Amrle lo shmir lecha. Hazar Rabbi Yochanan. So he said to the Mishnah here in the statement of Rabbi Yochanan. What did Rabbi Yochanan say? War b'tul yasal. Mitzayir b'asara. Let's listen to this. This is just a simple case. If you have a pit, let's remember again. Minimum dimensions for a Rishos Hayom are 10 tefachim of height, 4 tefachim of area, of space. Let's say you pick a pit. But the depth of the pit is only 10 tefachim when you include the area of the mound around the pit. Let's say this is picture 263. The halacha is, when calculating the depth of the pit, you can go ahead and use to count towards that depth the area around the pit as well. So that's where you pile down the dirt that you dug out, put it around the limit that chuya, that pile, counts towards the height of the pit as well. I asked the Gemara, why should that count? Hello, Mishkan Mishlei. That area is not usable. Goes to that area is usable. You can put a board over the top of the pit and use that area over the top of the pit. Halkanami, the monthly medium Mishkanish. So Tavo say if you had a pole, you have a pillar, and that pillar has pegs all over it, like in picture 262. Hello, Kalamaisa, you still do the pillar is usable. How is the pillar usable? You are just take something and put it on top of the pillar, like creating a flat surface. You can use that area on top of the pillar as well. Therefore, I will say, Steve, so you must indicate even the present. See, you would, the halamina is presence of a peg, kind of nailed, or driven into the top of a pillar that is 10 tefachim wide, 4 tefachim wide, obviate the identity of the area of the surface no longer usable. Now, what we're beginning to see is that no, even the presence of the peg does not take away your ability to use the surface. If it's one peg, the actually goes hanging something from the peg, and even if it's uno pegs, right? Even if it's all pegs, you can always what? Take something, put it across the top of the peg, and use that. But that's the Gemara. I'm going to do the Amr Shmuel. Kosala Sara. So now back to our walls. You have a wall that's 10 fucking
Does
wide.
anything about
You
the
want it to
Sabbath
finish.
bride
We'll say how
come
far
into
does the ladder, how long the ladder is. Darach Sulam Arba
play
Asabati.
before
Okay, we do this in Shmuel.
Moshe Day?
14 half ladder. But Yosef, I'm not. Bayom Rafilu Achada Saranach. We'll say Rafuna Amr Radio Shu Amr. Rafuna Radio Shu said even Afilu Shiva matches, even 7 nothing. We'll say, what are they arguing about? They're arguing about what angle of incline you can have on the ladder. That's good. So again, take a look at picture 264. Here you can see it. The ladders are just angled in different ways. What is a comfortable angle of usage in order to allow the ladder ultimately again to be usable to scale the walls? This is my focus. You can see obviously the longer the ladder, the less the angle of incline. That's something very interesting here. If you notice that once we get to 7, so also ultimately again you're talking about what? A ladder that is linked flush against the wall. Not ladder, so with that, Gemara says something very interesting. The Gemara says, first of all, take a look at Rashi. Shevel Mashu, the sphere like you have done with the common sulam suckles from night. The Zakir play Magila Pakos Megimel, the no Shakos. Listen, now what's the Khan? Now, the idea is if you're using a ladder that is 7 bucks and a little bit, so the essence is that the top of the ladder is what? Within 3 bucks of the top of the wall. So with that, the Gemara picks up on this last point. Amarav, Sulam Zakir from the night, Gemara of the dynamite. The Rav says, we had a tradition, or I have a tradition for my teacher. That's what Gemara means. It doesn't mean Allah or Moshe. Stand in this context. It just means Rashi says, Shamati made on both sides. I heard from my teachers that even a ladder that is laying flush against the wall, so a ladder that is just straight against the wall, works to diminish the height of the wall below your dynamite time. But I don't know why this works. Father doesn't know that. Obviously, Rav was not Shmuel's father, but ultimately, again, Rav was older than Shmuel. So Shmuel told him, Abba, well, you're the Abba, Abba, you don't know the reason. So, Hamusim, it's the Agabi, it's the Those are very simple. A ladder that just stands erect, right? A ladder that just stands straight against the wall is no worse than yesterday's case of Itztava Agabi. So we had that case yesterday. So if you have a platform less than 4 tefachim, and then above that platform is another platform that is 4 tefachim, and the upper platform is within 3 tefachim of the lower platform. So Lobud meets the 2 platforms, and together they diminish the height of the wall. So we'll say so a platform which sits flush against the wall is going to be no different than a ladder. Or I should say, a ladder that sits flush against the wall is no different than the platform. But will say that seems to be the way the Gemara is understanding, the way the Gemara passes as well, which is even a flush ladder, even a ladder directly against the wall, as long as it's 7 fucking and a bit, that bit is very important, because that bit is what allows the top of the ladder to be what? To be within 3 fucking of the top of the wall. Because Rabbi, the column should have followed, another issue is the palm trees of Babel do not require to be permanently affixed at the base of the wall in order to diminish the height. Now, what is this? Look at Rashi. The column should have Babel, Rashi says, we'll say it's like 6 lines on the bottom of Rashi. This is the column. I will say, Rashi for some of you, this doesn't really mean like regular palm trees, rather, again, there's no palm trees that can cut down. So when they say palm trees of Babel, they're talking about the palm tree section. You went ahead and you took a piece of a palm tree from Babel, Shenichon Samach L'Kol Salamato, Ein Sarich L'Kol Pan V'Karka, V'Atag of the Davanita V'Tavars Kliya Land, D'Ru'uyin L'Moshe, Afiloch Kveidon Kol Pan She'in Ba'adav Novan V'Tavars. So this is actually something about Babylonian palm tree that was cut down. People would often fashion furniture out of these palm trees. So if you have a piece of a Babylonian palm tree that is sitting by the base of your wall, that diminishes the height of the wall, even if you did not permanently fix it. Why? Because they will say these pieces of palm tree were heavy. So because they were heavy, the assumption was what? Where it is what? Where it's going to stay. Not really going to move. So because you're not going to move it, therefore halacha l'maaseh is considered to be fixed in place. This is what we're beginning to see now. That remember, in order for something to diminish the height of the wall, it really does this. My time up. Their heaviness establishes that one says from Yosef Amar, Amar Adoshia, Babylonian ladders, do not have to be fixed in place. My time up. Ultimately, again, their heaviness fixes their place. Once you look at Rashi, Sulam, Koloshu Mikan, Sulam, Koloshu Mikan, Sulam, Koloshu Mikan, Etzlo. Vein Bishtim Babazeshmi, oh no, I'm sorry, that was wrong. So you begin to see that something that is heavy is considered to be fixed in place. Even if it's not actively fixed in place by some type of something for the period. So you might as well we certainly agree that palm trees are considered to be fixed in place. Palm trees are heavier than letters. The colors, you think that Babylonian palm trees are considered to be fixed in place. How about Sulam as well? Would not necessarily agree with the case of the ladder. Why when Rabbi Yossi made Abba, so Rabbi Yossi asked the Rabbi the following case, Sulam Mikan, the Kashin, the Emsamao. So we'll say, here you have a very interesting case. Remember, we've spoken about the idea that in order for a ladder to go ahead and diminish the height of the wall, what has to happen? The ladder has to have a width of 4 tons. In this case, it can be at least 4 tons wide. Isn't this an interesting case? I have a ladder, but it is not 4 tons wide. So I have this great cup. What am I going to do? Look at Rashi. Sulam Kol Mikan. The Sulam Kol Mikan Etzlo. Vein Bishling Babazeshne Fucking Babazeshne. Rochab. Kavak Kashin Shel Tuot. Kavak Yisha. Lazat Lashliman La Arba Mount. Let's just illustrate this case. You go get picture 265. 265. So let's just put your single here and look up the picture right hand. So if you put your single here as follows. You have 2 regular ladders that are very, very, very thin. Very thin. Less than 2 fucking of width each. So I will say the problem is now, even together, those 2 ladders do not have the requisite 4 tons. I have a great cop. What am I going to do? I'm going to make another ladder in between those 2 ladders with some straw. I'm going to make rungs out of straw. And essentially I'm going to put those rungs of straw in between the 2 ladders. Those are my rungs. And I'm going to use the 2 regular ladders, which are too thin. It's kind of like my handrails. Right, so I'm going to use those 2 small ladders to climb up, but I'm going to climb up on the rungs of straw. Says the Gemara, that Mahu, what's the halacha? Does that work or not? Amrlei, ein kaf haregel ola b'hai. No, that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? I will say, because rungs of straw will not support your weight. So because rungs of straw will not support your weight, it's not a ladder. because it's not allowed, therefore getting canceled inside the wall. Okay, so we're on the reverse case. Hashem and Khan, the Hashem and Khan is all about. So now, so both say, so again, same picture, 265, but this time look at the left hand. The left or left hand ladder. In that case, we'll say, what have you done? You're taking your ladder, which is too narrow. It's not for too narrow to serve as a source of diminution for the wall. But what do? Notice in this case, essentially in this case, you attach to it two straw ladders. Now those two straw ladders are serving as what? Those are your handrails. That's what you're going to hold onto when you walk up. But your weight is going to be supported by the rungs of a regular ladder. So what's the halacha in this case? That means touching the straw on each side of the ladder. Use as my handrails. The suma ba'emta, and the regular ladder is in the middle of oh, that works. That'll work. Because also what the straw does do is the straw extends the ladder. So now I have a ladder that is more than 4 tefachim in width, and again my weight can be supported by the rungs of the regular ladder. Incredible. I'm in Beis will say. This is an interesting case. So what happens if halacha l'maisa? I have a Rashi says in top Rashi I'm testing base. Chagak lahashim l'kosel, sulam tzar v'chafak l'kosel l'kan l'kan. V'neged chabak yasol lahashim l'rochodavos. This is this case. So let's say I have a very narrow ladder. And also let's assume for a moment over here in this case, I'm going to place my ladder flush against the wall, which we said we can do. So imagine the following case. I have a ladder that is only 2 tefachim in width. I put it flush against the wall. I have a big cot. What am I going to do? I'm going to extend the width of the rungs by going ahead and carving into the wall. That's what it means. I want to go ahead and complete the requisite width of the ladder by going ahead and carving out an area in the wall that it says I'm going to increase the length of each rung by carving into the wall itself. So it's like, how far do I have to go up on the wall in order to make this a bona fide ladder? Amalei basar. You have to go 10 tefachim high. Alright, so essentially make a ladder of 10 tefachim high by extending the rungs by carving into the wall in that one. Amalei chagako kula b'kosa b'kama. Well, I would say, well, if that's the case, that I can go ahead and engrave into the wall, then I can hollow out the wall to make a ladder. So let me forget about the ladder altogether. If I were just to go ahead and carve out rungs in the wall, let's say this is picture 267. So in this case over here, I'm not even using an external ladder. All I'm doing is I'm carving steps into the wall itself. I'm carving rungs into the wall itself. So how does that have to step on the wall in order to diminish the wall? Oh, well, that has to go all the way to the height floor. That's the picture of 267. You can see over here, you might have a wall that is much taller than 10 tefachim. See, interestingly enough, if I'm using the ladder only has to go up 10 tefachim. Or I should say, the ladder has to diminish the height of the wall to 10 tefachim. Yet if you're carving rungs into the wall itself, how far do the rungs have to go up? All the way to the top of the wall. I don't understand. My issue is that exactly. See, you hear, look here, actually, below Kamas and Shapon, so Darshi, Moshe, Habakim, Arba. You'll say, so what's the pshat? Why is it that if you're going ahead and engraving a ladder into the wall itself, quote unquote, long steps, you must extend to the top of the wall, yet if you're using we'll call it a standalone ladder, the ladder need not be as long. So this is actually quite fascinating. Amalei Hassam, Mistalikle, Haka lo Mistalik. It was a big Rashi Hassam. He Ikasulam at Yelosha goes on Lalos. Unilo Hashim and Havi Pesach, which is a Dalit. Yochok Kimashi, Yoka Barba, the Goba Sarah, Pishahabi, Avahoka in York Lalos. This is quite fascinating. When you have an external ladder that is resting against the wall, it is easier to get to the top of the wall than it is by climbing up the rungs in the wall. So what the imagery is as follows. If you can imagine, if you have a ladder that's going to the top of the wall, if you're climbing up the ladder, you have, let me say it like this, have easier mobility navigating from the top of the ladder to get to the top of the wall than when you're climbing straight up the ladder. You're climbing up straight up the wall. So climbing straight up the wall, the only way to really get to the top of the wall is for the steps to go all the way to the top. Masha'in came, if you have a ladder laying against the wall, Allah is it's easier to get to the top of the wall itself. So therefore the Gemara is just simply a functionality issue. When you have steps engraved into the wall itself, the only way for you to really get to the top of the wall is for the steps to extend all the way up. Because you want to say otherwise what ends up happening is you have to pull yourself up to the top of the wall. Masha'in came, a ladder resting against the wall, you don't need to go all the way to the top of the wall in order to easily climb on to that top. But bottom there of yours, so it's really just a functionality issue. Rashi happens to point out over here about the use of ladders to create a passage, opening. But again, that's an additional discussion we have to get into right now. Boy, may Rav Yosef Merabah. Let's listen to this next case. Rav Yosef asked the Rabbi the following shayla: Asol li'ilon sulam nam. We'll say, what happens if you make a tree or ladder? Now, let's say, as opposed to before, when we were speaking about the Babylonian palm trees, we were speaking about trees which were cut down. In this case, we were speaking about actual trees. Actual trees. So let's say, in this case over here, I have a wall, and it happens to be a tree that goes right next, that grows right next to my wall. And the tree is very easily scalable, very easily climbable. And if I look for myself, I want to use this tree as my sulam. I want to use it as my ladder. So now we'll say, what's the halacha? Now we'll say, what's the shayla involved? So remember, the use of a tree is asur on Shabbos. Right? Now granted, it's a shvus, it's a dirabbanan, but it is still asur to use a tree on Shabbos. So let's remember, we showed before we started Shabbos, what's the issue of using a tree? It's a fear which may come to conceal. Fear that you may come to go ahead and catch a branch, Shabbos is an avmalacha. So Mahu, so we'll say, what is the halacha? Can a tree function as a ladder for your wall on Shabbos? Shayla both according to Rabbi and to Rabbanon. So we'll say, what's Rabbi, what's Rabbanon? So we'll see in just a moment. Look at Rashi. Let's do Rashi. Goodbye to Rabbi. Don't pack Bachama Arvin. Hanosim in Rubik from the Bigilon. We'll say, remember again, this is the famous Rabbi. Right? Rabbi says that halacha l'maisa, if you go ahead, back to our days of Yerubei Tchumen, if you go ahead and you place your ear inside of a tree or on a tree, Rabbi said what? The halacha is the ear works. Why does the ear work? Because Rabbi says that called davar shuhum shum shus. Anything that is asur midrabanan is not what? Is not asur in hashmachis. Right? That was Rabbi Shita. And therefore, for ear of Tumanabos, all I need is for ear to be effective when? Ben hashmachis. That's all I need. I don't need to be effective all the Shabbos. Ben hashmachis. And say, Chol is a drabanan to place it in the tree. Therefore, Allah might say anything that is only asur midrabanan, you could do ben hashmachis. So I'll say, so watch this. Now the Rabbanan disagree with that. So Tibay the Rabbanan, Ad Kamel Kam Rabbi Hassam, called Davar Shemishim Shabbos, but Gazra Allah, Ani Yidi Ben Hashmashos. You will say, when is it true that Chazal did not legislate, not enact their legislation? Definitely Dafka Ben Hashmashos. About Kula Yom alone. They will say, remember again, this case of diminishing the height of the wall, as opposed to the case of Erev Tchumen. Erev Tchumen only has to be effective, I will say, when? Very very twilight. As long as your Erev Tchumen is effective in twilight, you are good to go. No one cares about what happens after the rest of Shabbos. That's different than the wall. In order for the wall to be considered diminished, where if you're creating an entrance, for an entrance to be made, halacha l'maisa, that has to be diminished the entire time. We'll say, you know, the entrance, if you living in cluster A, if you want to use the top of that wall, and the way you're using that wall is because you have a ladder that diminishes the height of the wall, the use of the top of that wall demands that the ladder be present the entirety of Shabbos. So even Rabbi, who said that you could utilize a tree for Erev Tchumen, that was because all you need is the use of the tree when? For a very small amount of time, just in hashmashas. But even Rebbe would agree that you can't dispense with the rabbinic law throughout the entirety of Shabbos. The Aryeh throughout the other. What's the other possibility is that what? Basically using the tree as a ladder doesn't work. Because they will say, what do I need? What do I need? I need an entrance way. I need a pesach. I need a ladder. We'll say, is the tree a ladder? The answer is yes. There's only an issue. What's the issue? I can't use it because of the rabbinic law. So imagine you have a ladder, but there is a lion crouching on the ladder. So the lion crouching on the ladder will what? Will what? Prevent you from using the ladder. But does it take it from the fact that the ladder is a ladder? No. Ladder is a ladder is a ladder. I just can't use it because it's a lion crouching on it. So it's like, so you get a Shiloh. Do we say, no, it's not good. So because you said choosing Iskraban, therefore again, this is not considered being an entranceway to the wall at all. What do we say? No. It is an entranceway. It's just that halach lamaisa is something preventing you from using it. But lamaisa, the entranceway, or right, the entrance, because you use the word pesach, the entranceway is still an entranceway. The tree is still a ladder. Okay, what's another case? What about asol la ashera sukkah? It's an interesting case. You have an ashera. So remember again, ashera is a tree worship for Avodah Zarah. You have an ashera tree, right? It's not that that's even your ashera, but you have an ashera tree that is right next to your wall. So can that ashera tree function as a sulam or not? No. So Tibayla Rabbanah, this is a question from Yehuda and Rabbi. What happened? Tibayla Yehuda was marrying Rabbi. Yehuda is of the opinion that halach lamaisa you can place an ear of tefillin in a grave, even though a grave is a serbanda. We're not going to get that from it. Rabbi Yehuda says you can place an ear of tefillin ultimately again on a grave. So according to Yehuda, you can go and place an ear even in a place that's a serbanda. There was the same basic logic. Since the duration of that hanor is so limited, if Rabbi Yehuda permits it. So watch this. So he'll say, well, once Rabbi Yehuda permits me to place an ear of tchumen, even on a place that's aser ba'anah, so then what? Maybe I should be able to use an ashera as a sulam as well. Because even though an ashera is aser ba'anah, if you can place your ear of tchumen on a grave which is aser ba'anah, why can't I use an ashera? It's a sulam even though it's aser ba'anah. So watch this. I come according to the Hassam, the more Liknos, Bayis, Yisrihan, Ella Hassam. No. Maybe that money allows you to go ahead and use a grave, which is Asabanda, for your ear of tune. Why? But remember again, what does ear of tune do? Ear of when you place your food on that grave, what are you doing? You're acquiring a Makom Shisa. You are acquiring a domicile. So when does Rabbi Yehuda allow you to do that? The Basar, the Kanile, Eruv, Lonechale, the Linkar. We'll say, this is before. Because we'll say, what do I need to do for Erev Tchumen? I just need to acquire a domicile. For how long? Just a few minutes. Right? That's all I need. Just a few minutes. And then afterwards, I don't care what happens to that food. I don't have a vested interest in retaining that domicile. I feel the Rabbana is the Ari to the other. Maybe we say that Sheva was the same idea. Maybe a Shira tree is a ladder. It is a ladder. It's just that what? There's a lion crouching on the ladder, and that lion prevents me ultimately again from accessing the ladder. Also, you hear what the tension is over here? The tension of what I is that when I look at a situation, does halacha define the reality of the circumstance, or is there a reality that exists independently? So, for example, in this case of the Ashera, so we're saying Ashera is Asabana. There's Asabana. So because Asabana, does halacha say it's not there? It's as if it's not there. So you don't have a ladder leading up to your wall. You have nothing there. It's Asabana. You have nothing there. Or do we say no? There is a ladder there. No, there definitely is a ladder there. It's just like what? I can't use it. I can't. To deny the Metzias is ridiculous. What's maybe I'm falling over here, and this is a fundamental tension. Is in general, it's a fundamental tension in life. Is how do you define Metzias? Right? How do you define reality? Is reality defined by the halachic reality, or is reality defined by the actual reality? Now, sometimes those things don't clash, but sometimes they do. You have an Ashera tree sitting against your wall. It's very easy to get to the top of the wall just by climbing the Ashera tree. Maybe the Ashera tree has notches in it. You just use it as a staircase. So do we say there's no staircase here? There's nothing here because halachas is an Ashera tree. No, it doesn't exist. Do we say, oh, of course it exists. Right there. You can't tell me it doesn't exist. I can touch it. I can walk it. It doesn't exist. You just say I can't use it because there's a line standing on it. There's a halacha that's preventing. There's like a gate at the we're not allowed to use it. I'll say, but just understand that also hashkafa is it's a fundamental tension that we often encounter in life. How do you define your reality in life? Is my reality defined by what halacha says? Is my reality defined by what Torah says? Or is my reality defined by what I see, what I understand, what I say? And it's a tension that all Ilan mutter v'ashera asura. Okay? The halacha is about to say that the Ilan is mutter, the ashera is asur. Which is say, interestingly enough, the distinction seems to be that one. Remember, the use of a tree on Shabbos is a regular tree, it's asur mid'Rabbanan. The use of an ashera is asur mid'Oraisa. So it sounds like what the Gemara is saying is like this. When there's an Isra D'Oraisa associated with the use of the tree doesn't exist. When there's an Isra D'Rabbanan, the tree does exist. There's just a lion that's crouching on it, which prevents me ultimately again from ascending the tree. Adraba, Elon. So let's listen to this. Such a great instrument. So this is, I would say, just the opposite. Elon, She'isr Shabbos Gorim Lo Nitzar. So what's that? The use of a tree is something that Shabbos prohibits. So because Shabbos prohibits, that's a good reason to say that that tree is as if it doesn't exist in this situation. However, Ashera, She'isr Davar Acher Gorim Lo Nitzar. Most of the Ashera, which has nothing to do with Shabbos. So maybe for our purposes here, the Ashera should be used. If you want to look at it, the first statement of the Gemara makes more sense because I think more intuitive. Ashera is Avodah Zara. So one study Avodah Zara, one study Avodah Zara, you have other examples of this. What's the halacha? What's the halacha if you use the lulav of Avodah Zara? It's in Mishnah in the second circle. So lulav shel Ashera, what's the halacha? What's the halacha? You can't use it. And so why can't you use it? Why doesn't it work? The Gemara says, Michsas Susei Shi'ura. It's as if it doesn't have the requisite shear for lulav. What is that? It's when it's Avodah Zara, it's like it doesn't exist. So that's the first time you know. Avodah Zara doesn't exist. A regular tree on Shabbos Asir D'Rabbanan does exist. Now Rav Chisda says, no, I could say just the opposite. What's the opposite? The use of an Ashera has nothing to do with Shabbos. Nothing to do with Shabbos. So here, for Shabbos purposes, I can actually use the tree as if it does exist. But the use of a tree on Shabbos, even though it's only Asir D'Rabbanan, that's an Asir Shabbos. Oh, maybe when something is Asir al Shabbos, that's when it doesn't exist for Shabbos purposes. So again, so the Gemara is Adraba, Ilosh is a Shabbos ben Nisar. Asher says Isar Davar Achar Gorim Lo Nisar Itmar Nami. It was also said because Rav and Amar Velazar, Amar Yadol, Amar Yochanan, Kol She Isar Shabbos Garam Lo Asar. Also in general, we have a principle that says anything that is Asar because of Shabbos is going to be prohibited. Kol She Isar Davar Achar Gorim Lo Mutter. Anything I will say that is also because of something unrelated to Shabbos, that history doesn't necessarily impact its status on Shabbos. Nachman by Yitzchak Masikafi, Nachman by Yitzchak had a different version. He said, Elon, Klukta Rabbi Yochanan, Klukta Rabbi Yochanan. He said, Elon, that's something I hope for Rabbi Yochanan. Ashera, Klukta Rabbi Yehuda Rabbanan. And Ashera is a topic of discussion ultimately again with Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi. I should also say it appears that this here the Shmuel aspect, the halacha l'maisa again, it's really like my first one. Even mutter ashira so in general, whenever you have an ashira, which is whenever there's something that will it is non-existent. So an ashira tree by a wall will definitely not count as suva. But another tree by a wall could potentially go ahead and count as the suva because even though you can't use it, halacha l'maisa, it is still there. Once I say this halacha, this is in Shin Ayin Beis test Vav. So in Shin Ayin Beis test Vav, it's okay. Even b'tzad ha'kos v'asal some very ladder. In Ratzu ma'ar bin echad, aval in osa sheros sulam l'kosel, ein ma'ar bin echad, mishum so again, if you were to go ahead and Chatzar B, we're both to have trees, and those trees were to go allow you access to the wall, essentially it acts as ladders, even though even though you can't actually climb that tree. Allah says that presence of the trees on both sides of the wall will allow you
no idea
Running
how
cuts or
making
running in front.
was
Also,
one
the tree
disaster
itself can
as
act
well
as
as
a
a
tree love,
catastrophe.
even though the tree is also,
Could
even
you say
though you
that
can't climb the tree
you
with
went
the
down a
Rabbanon,
really,
but
really,
if the
really
Asherah
dark
tree were on both
roads
sides of the
where all
concept,
this
then Asherah tree is not complete,
gigantic
and
film
therefore
that's
halacha
destined
l'maisa
to
would not
fail.
destroy the Hasiris, nor
Jesus
would it act
Christ.
as a tree. That's the most we stop over here for today. We'll pick up again with him after the Mishnah
We didn't
tomorrow.
even know. Just our heads were spinning. She is such a committed actress, and I saw that in Cabo Movie too, something like that. She was so committed and focused and amazing and worked so hard on that movie. And of course, the movie went over by many, many months, and it was an incredibly hard experience for both of us to do, but it was rewarding at the same time. It was rewarding for both of us because we got to act alongside each other in
All right, so
a
we'll say
film
good
that I
morning.
think
Let us begin with a
touched a
beautiful
lot of
dot
people
ahead of us
around the
today.
world, and
Today's dot
I'm
is
proud of
I
saw that one of the inputs there. I was ready to do it.
9. We are picking up on Ayin Ches on the days. We are picking up on 70b at the Mishnah. We thank our sponsors for this morning's share. We thank you all of our comments. Appreciation for all of the learning, sharing from our Kiva, as well as Dr. Lily's sponsors, Robert and Lilienfeld, in honor of their anniversary. So incredibly. They also an anonymous sponsorship for unfortunately for Akal, who put this in the past global Israel, we also have the American Land Health Torah. Together with global colleagues, all have and also with that, let us begin. So the Mishnah says as follows: Choretz sheting beis chatzeros, amot yud v'lo chav dalet. What's the Mishnah? Ayin Ches days. You have a choretz. Choretz is a ditch in between two chatzeros. We'll say in the previous Mishnah we were speaking about a wall in between two chatzeros. Now we are focusing ultimately on a ditch between two chatzeros. So a ditch between two chatzeros, amot yud v'lo chav dalet, 10 fucking deep and 4 fucking wide. So obviously we've already learned that concept of a mechitza could go ahead and extend upwards or downwards, right? It works either way. So here, obviously, instead of having a wall, you have a ditch. The ditch extends downward 10 tefachim, 4 tefachim across. So what's that look up? You have such a ditch in between two chatzeros. Ma'arvin shnayim ve'im ma'arvin echad. The two chatzeros can only make two independent peyudim and cannot combine to form one united peyud. Look at the ditch of that size with those dimensions. So ultimately, again, cuts off the two chatzeros one from the other. Afilu malikash o tevin. We'll say this is true even if the ditch itself was filled with straw, or hay. So the Gemara says, Mali afar soros. However, if the ditch was filled with dirt or with pebbles, with rocks, ma'arvin echad ve'im ma'arvin shnayim. That's interesting. So Mishnah seems to indicate that the ditch that is filled with straw or with stubble, so the halacha is that straw or stubble does not include the ditch. The ditch is still considered to be a different ditch, and therefore halacha l'maisa, zeros are reckoned as you. However, and Rashi points out over here, Valag Stimahi, Vilomavagli Hasim the Sofa Little. Straw and stubble is used as animal food. But because it's used as animal food, therefore again it's not going to remain in the ditch, you're going to take it out. So because you're going to take it out, therefore again, it does not become bundled in the ditch. Because it doesn't become bundled in the ditch, therefore the ditch is still considered to be as if it's fully exists. And therefore Allah says two considered are separate. Masha if you have dirt or pebbles, so we'll say so that when you put that into a ditch, that has a degree of permanence. Because it has a degree of permanence, therefore halacha l'maisa, it effectively does not go to the ditch. Without the ditch. Therefore I will say again, ma'arvin echad ve'im ma'arvin shnayim. We'll say if you have a ditch that's filled in with dirt, then we'll say what do you have? Well, what you don't have is a ditch. And therefore again the two chatzeros are only joined in one common area because now these areas are fully open one to the other, and they cannot make their own separate and distinct areas. Nasan alav neser sherachav arbat shvatim. We'll say across the ditch you lay a board that is 4 tefachim wide, and that board goes across the ditch. Then what? The same days busteros zu connected to, or we'll say for example if you have two balconies are two homes and those two balconies are opposite each other, and same idea. You place a board from one balcony to the next, and the board itself, it looks like, is 4 fucking wide. Ma'arvin shnayim, b'matzu ma'arvin echad. So the presence of a board that is 4 fucking wide, connecting two areas, effectively serves as an entranceway. But once you have an entranceway from the two areas, you have a choice. You can go ahead and make one joint eruv, or you can make two separate eruv. That is your choice. Therefore, says the Gemara as follows. We must not be pachos mikan, but if halacha l'maisa again, the board is not 4 fucking wide, and therefore again, it lacks the requisite shear to be intentional. Right? In that case, ultimately, again, they can only make 2 different eruvim and cannot make one joint. Good. Says the Gemara. We'll say, here we go. This heaven lochayis was, remember again, the Mishnah made a distinction between pit that is filled with dirt and pebbles versus a pit that is filled with straw. So the Mishnah indicated that a pit that is filled with straw, it's no different than a pit that's filled with empty. And the logic seems to be because halacha l'maisa, people are going to take the straw out of there for their animals, and therefore halacha l'maisa, it's not buckled. So the heaven lochayis is that true that straw in a pit does not go in terms of filling the pit. But we learn mitzvah shebein shtei chatzeros. So if you have a haystack, in between 2 chatzeros, Rabbi starts talking. So what's and the haystack itself is 10 fucking high. Ma'arvin shnayim ve'im ma'arvin echad. So let's say a haystack of 10 fucking high. It's a mechitza. It's a wall. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, the two chatzeros cannot join in a common eruv. Only join again. They 2 separate eruvim. So you see that a haystack serves as a mechitza. Rabbi, the Indian mechitza kuli amlo kuli either have the mechitza. This is very interesting. Rabbi said everyone agrees that a pile of straw, a haystack, straw stack, right, can go in terms of a mechitza. About the Indian chatzitza. Let's listen to this. There's a chilek between the mechitza and the chatzitza. Right? That's a wall. It doesn't really matter what it's made of. If it's a wall, it's a wall, and therefore it's kosher. And therefore halacha l'maisa, let's say therefore it's a mechitza. And therefore halacha l'maisa divides into 2 areas. A chatzitza will say something that is considered to be a filler. In this case, chatzitza is a little bit different than we normally think about it. We know that chatzitza has something for filler purposes. In this context, for chatzitza is a filler. And for filler purposes,
Hey, we won one.
in terms of a filler for a ditch, was the only time that the filler is considered to be a filler is when fillers are
Fantasy football champions, kids.
You're going to leave it there. But if the filler that is being used ultimately for the ditch is not something that's going to remain there, but rather it's something that's going to be moved, that's not called filler. So it's like very important distinction. So straw and stubble as a pile could serve as a mechitza. But straw and stubble as a chatzitza, a filler or a ditch, won't work because it's only to be moved. Now, we're going to see an exception to this rule in just a moment. So I'll just tell you this. Let's say there's a distinction when it comes to. So it sounds like over here from the Gemara that straw and stubble can never serve as a filler for a ditch. Of course, the Shulchan Aruch will see points out, of course, if a person says, I'm leaving this straw inside of the ditch, then what's the halacha? Then it is a filler. Then it is a chatzitza, which it says. Or all it's saying is that stam straw, right? If you fill a ditch with straw, you don't specify anything about it, then halacha l'maisa said that straw does not serve as a filler for the ditch, because the nature of straw is you're going to take it out, you're going to use it. But a person says, I'm never using this straw. I'm not. I'm leaving it here in the ditch. And Enochinam, it becomes a chatzitza, it becomes a filler. We'll see that in a little bit. But yet again, the Mishnah said that if you fill the ditch with dirt, buckles, and the 2 chatzeros must join in one common eruv. Said Rabbi, I don't say anything. I don't say I'm leaving the dirt there. I'm not leaving the dirt there. So that's called stomach. See, it sounds like in the Mishnah that if you fill the ditch with dirt, even if you say nothing, you don't articulate your intentions at all. Paishanos have an Oxloros Ubitlo bottle. Those are interesting case. If you have a home, very quickly, if you have a home and there's a corpse in the home, there's corpse in the tumas mace. Generally, tumas mace is contained in the house. It doesn't go ahead and go past the roof. However, if there's a corpse in the home and the home is filled from ground to ceiling, let's say with dirt or with straw or with something else, the halacha is that the tuma is ola ubokas. Just see if you can imagine it. If the home has space, so the tuma is contained within the walls, within the structure of the home. If there's no space in the home, then the tuma is not contained in the home. The tuma goes straight up. So the Gemara says if you have a home that you fill up with heaven otroros, straw, or dirt, or pebbles, and you are mevakel in the house, which means what? It's to be filled, and the tuma therefore goes up. What do you see from here? Bitlo in Tavabayin Daslo, Bitlo low. We'll see still be even. Now, again, we're not worried about straw, but you still be even by pebbles and dirt. The only time the pebbles and dirt are considered to be the pillar of the home is when you're mevakel, which sounds like there needs to be an active bitol in order to go ahead and consider that the dirt and the stones are there. Amravuna, man kind of all those, what's the opinion over here of all those Rabbi Yossi. It's Rabbi Yossi, don't say, again, it's a different opinion. Rabbi Yossi, of course, don't say Rabbi Yossi. You see Rabbi Yossi on record with a different opinion. Where's Rabbi Yossi? This time, Rabbi Yossi, Omer, Kevin, getting us to know. Sorry, it's a stand up bar. Rabbi Yossi says, if you have straw, and you have no intention to remove the straw. So straw without intention to remove it is like stam upper. We'll say stam upper just means plain dirt. Dirt with which you have articulated or expressed no intention. It's bottle. Bottle. Offer ba'asa the so we'll say if you have dirt and you're going to move that dirt, how do you stam heaven below bottle? And it becomes like regular straw, and therefore it's not bottle. So we'll see if you see over here the point Rabbi Yossi, stam offer, you just have dirt, you assume that dirt is going to remain where it is. Amravasi, non-pana Erevin, who is the opinion of our mission? Erevin, that's Rabbi Yossi. So therefore again, Rabbi Yossi is our opinion. In the Mishnah, Rabbi Yossi says, stam offer, dirt, just stam dirt, we assume that when you place dirt somewhere, what's going to happen? It's staying there. If you put dirt in a ditch, unless you articulate otherwise, we assume that dirt is staying in it. That is different from straw. When you put straw in a ditch, you assume that what? The straw is going to be moved. Unless, of course, you articulate that the straw is going to remain in place. So the Gemara says the question from Tuma on to Shabbos. Hanaf Isur Shabbos. Oh, here we go. This is fascinating. You see, by Shabbos, the criteria for being mevakel something is fundamentally different. Why? Because on Shabbos, we're mevakel things all of the time. A person goes ahead and goes, look at Rashi, even your wallet, he's money most, but Sham, about Kevin the Kashmir, when it comes to Shabbos, the person has an item that's smoked up, they leave that item and then the back of that item all of the time. So the Shabbos halachos of thistles are very different. So the Ashi Amar Bayis Acharitz Kalan is why you compare in the case of a home that come out to a ditch. Dishlam Acharitz Limitni Ekai about Bayis Limitni Ekai. Also, here's a difference also. Very well being that in a home. And we'll say, remember again, what did the Mishnah say about all of this? The Mishnah said that if you have a corpse in a home and that home is filled with dirt, if you are mevakel the dirt, then ultimately again the home is considered to be filled and the tumah ascends upwards. If you weren't mevakel the dirt, then the dirt is not considered to be a pillar for the home, and therefore the tumah is contained in the home. So the Gemara is bringing that as a contradiction to our Mishnah, because our Mishnah seems to indicate that what if you fill a ditch with dirt, even if you were not mevakel the dirt, the ditch is considered to be filled. Which Rashi says you can't compare this to the skill set. When you fill a home with dirt is not really a place for people. Home is not a place for people to store dirt. Unless you're mevakel that dirt, the assumption is that what? The dirt is going to be removed. is a place that people normally store dirt or put dirt. And therefore, again, it's quite possible that when you fill the dish with dirt, even if you're not explicitly mazakel, we assume that is. And the most like that is indeed the halacha as a scout in the Shulchan. Shulchan Aruch means that if you go ahead and you fill a ditch with dirt, the assumption is that dirt is there instead. It's bottom. So dirt, pebbles, that fills in a ditch. Therefore, also just to plug this back in. If you have a ditch that's 10 fucking deep, 4 fucking wide, in between two chaseros. So before that ditch is filled in, what's the halacha of Eruvin? What's the halacha? Two separate areas, two separate distinct areas. Can't make a joint area. If you fill it in with dirt, I'm done before Shabbos. You fill it in with dirt before Shabbos, that totally negates the ditch. Even if you did not express any intention of gathering the dirt. Because the assumption is when you fill in a ditch with dirt, that dirt is there to stay. There is no needed expression or articulation of intent. That is different than straw and stubble. Straw and stubble, because it is used for animal food, even if you put it inside of a ditch, the default assumption is you're going to be taking it out. You're going to be using it. So because that's the default assumption, therefore, halacha l'maisa, it's not mevatel the ditch. But if you were to place straw and stubble into the ditch and what? Articulate and say, I'm leaving it here in the ditch, then the halacha is that indeed would be mevatel the ditch. Because everything you need to know about ditch is kind of also, I love message of the ballot. One case in the is you have a ditch. Now you place a board across that ditch that obviously goes across the ditch and has a minimum width of 4 tefachim. So what's that? Amarava, Losho, Elashnas, and Rakbo. That's only true if you place the length of the board across the width of the ditch, which that's how you imagine it, right? That are you're placing the board across a plank across the ditch. However, Bala Arko, listen to this. But if you go ahead and you place the board along, you place the length of the board along the length of the ditch, this is actually very interesting. When do you need the plank, the board, to be 4 fucking wide? That's when you're placing the length of the board across the width of the ditch. So you're not using the board as an entrance filter. Entrance must be a minimum 4 fucking. But if you're placing the length of the board along the length of the ditch, then you'll force that any amount of width and it successfully bridges the gap between the two like this. So why does that work? So this is picture 270. So we'll say, so again, the reason it works is because halacha l'maisa, we're talking about a ditch that has a width of 10 tefachim. Excuse me, that has a width of 4 tefachim. Right? 10 tefachim deep, 4 tefachim wide. So pretty much, if you go ahead and you put a board, right, across, you put a board, the length of the board across the length of the ditch, what are you doing? You're minimizing the width of the ditch itself. Or once you minimize the width of the ditch, we'll say, what is that like? Going back to our wall piece, what is that the equivalent of? Minimizing the height of the wall. What happens when you minimize the height of the wall? Well, again, either create an entrance on both sides to it, or it gives you usage on the top. So interestingly enough, halacha l'maisa, if you go ahead, so let's say, so if you go ahead and you put the length of the board along the length of the ditch, that successfully minimizes, that successfully minimizes the area of the ditch, and then halacha l'maisa allows you to go ahead and make one joint. Good, incredible. Says the Gemara, Amarava, good. The king snake was negative. What's it going to be? 2 balconies. 2 balconies opposite each other. The 2 balconies opposite each other could also be could also make a plank in between the 2 balconies. As long as the plank is 4 fucking wide, the plank creates entranceway between the 2 balconies, and halacha l'maisa they can make one plank. Says the Gemara. Amarava, other Amazon negative. Ain zu shalokin, I'm sorry, in zu shalokin negative. No, we'll say this is only the 2 balconies that are opposite each other. But if the balconies are not opposite each other, then of course this does not work. The Sula Malam is Unamino Amr, Elashish being jealous that wasn't fucking. Furthermore, I'm going to say if one balcony is higher than the other, that does not work if it is a greater than a 3 height differential. About being jealous that so we'll say again, you can see this. This is pictures 271, 272. Even though the Gemara indicates to us that the balconies must be directly opposite each other, indicates opposite and on the same level, in order to go ahead and make the same, or place of board. Sorry, two halachas over here actually. One is that the balconies have to be opposite each other, and again along that same logic, halach l'maisa they have to be on the same level as each other. All the Gemara is saying over here is even if they're not directly opposite each other, or that you're not directly on the same level as one another, as long as what? As long as there's not a greater than a 3 kappa differential between the two of them, you're good to go. Which I will say, we understand this already. And halach l'maisa, anything that you get to talk about was to be on the height differential, but they're not exactly opposite each other. They're a little bit. As long as there was 3 spots of each other, ultimately again that allows the two roads to work together in a common. Beautiful. Mishnah. This one shebein shtei chatzir. So here we go. Haystack. We just quoted this before. And I have some days. You have a haystack in between 2 chatzeros. Kavos are talking, and the haystack is 10 talking high. What's kaloho? I've been trying to aim at Arvin. So then a haystack can effectively act as a cluster. A haystack acts as a cluster, and therefore you have local areas and a local areas making it 2 distinct areas. I've been trying to aim at Arvin. Again, they can make 2 eruvins, cannot make 1 eruvin. Elumach kind of what's very interesting. Now in this haystack, now remember, hay, straw is not on Shabbos. Why? Because it's for animal food. It's interesting that process. Imagine the scene. You have a haystack. There's no picture on this. There's a haystack. The haystack is 10 fucking high. The haystack is between casinos A and B. What's the law? Haystack 10 fucking high. 2 separate casinos cannot join in one way. The residents of A can take from the haystack, and the residents of B can take from the haystack. Everyone's allowed to go ahead and feed their animals from the haystack. What happens to both sides as a result on Shabbos? Yisma'it HaTevin starts something, or was it not on before Shabbos? Right? Let's say again, the haystack then as a result of everybody quote unquote feeding from it, or using it, the height of the haystack diminishes. Both sides, of course, in that case, both sides, of course, if the height of the haystack diminishes below 10 tefachim, you no longer have a mosquito, and if you no longer have a mosquito, all you can do, the only right you have is to make one common area. You cannot make 2 separate areas. Good. Says the Gemara. So also, it's very interesting. The Mishnah told me that when you have a haystack that's 10 fucking high, it acts also says that each hunter is permitted to go ahead and take the straw from the pile. Even though you still puzzle the yaklo. So what can you do? Look at that. Show you think. The adayin was still puzzle. So let's say here's what's interesting. So the Gemara says, actually the Tuna says, from the haystack. What can't you do? You can't take hay with your hands and put it into the puta, put it into whatever the trough or the feed bag of the animals. You can't take straw with your you can't take it with your hands on top. It's almost like what's the issue? It can't really be muktzah. Right, Kim was because animal food. Because animal food is not muktzah. Look at that. She's very interesting. So you think the adaim was so tuva. So Dilma shakil tuva. We'll say what's the concern? The concern says the puna is if you allow you to take it with your hands, what's going to happen? You're going to take too much. The Gemara says, "Umamit leina asara zekam kalto b'chatzer ha'useres umachilim b'toni b'machlisim shebehim abava okalas v'hasam lo kashim." So let's listen to this. What's the concern? The concern is if I take straw with my hands, I'm going to what? Take too much straw. And if I take too much straw, then what? I diminish the height of the haystack. 10 tefachim. Well, we'll say, so now what happens? I create a vicious cycle. I've taken too much hay, diminished the height of the partition of the haystack. modified, require one Eruv. The problem is started Shabbos. Before Shabbos, it was 10 Pachmas, they made 2 different Eruv, which means I'm going to take too much and thereby diminish the height of the haystack, make the chaseros into one joint area, and invalidate their individual Eruv. Therefore, Allah says that you can't take straw with your hands, you can just leave the animal there. So why isn't that a concern by animals? So listen to this. Rashi says something very interesting over here. Rashi said, animals eat clothes, and therefore most say it's a lot out of it. Therefore most say, in the course of the Shabbos, there's no concern that animals are going to diminish the height of the haystack. But if I start taking it, there's got to be a fascinating Muslim in this, right? That animals have food consumption. I don't just mean like eating them, how food consumption, but sometimes we eat too much at any one particular time. Sometimes, again, there's not the proper pacing oneself in the overall hagashiyos in the material world, and there's just too much consumption among fascinating ideas to think about. In any event, Rashi says the other part, Rashi happens to advance another idea, and Rashi says over here the other possibility that because the straw was part of the Nefitza and Erev Shabbos, therefore it is muktzah. Therefore it's muktzah. Therefore, again, I can't take it with my hands, but I can lead my animal ultimately to go ahead and eat from the Shabbos. Says the Gemara, V'ha'amar Rabbi Hanina, Ma'amid Adam Espehem, to Al-Gab Ve'asavim Shabbos. Ve'im Ma'amid Adam Espehem, to Al-Gab Muktzah Shabbos. The Muslim Rabbi learned also that a person could go ahead and Ma'amid Adam places animals on top of grass. You know that the animals eat grass on Shabbos, but I can't go ahead and bring my animals to eat something muktzah on Shabbos. And if a concern will say that I may come to handle the muktzah myself, to which the Gemara says, we'll say, what's the case? The case over here in our Mishnah is where I'm directing my animal, not by going ahead and essentially standing in front of it. So I lead my animal without direct involvement with my animal. Actually, the Hemto Allah Taviside La Hoshari, the Logazin the Mashaka be a dime, the Sakure Amo, coming is Nabaram of others. Listen to this. So the idea over here is that there's a concern about leading your animal with your hands to a muktzah item to eat. The out of a concern that I may come to handle the muktzah. Well, I'll say that's the case, then how can I go ahead and lead my animal to straw to eat? To which the Gemara says, you're right. I'm not really actively pulling my animal so rather I'm directing my animal by standing in its way and kind of causing it to go in a particular direction. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, I'm sorry, I skipped a lot of them. I'll say, Shari is it permissible to go after all? Says the Gemara. A person could go ahead and take his animal to graze, could lead his animal to graze, from grass on Shabbos. The aim ma'amik adam eshem dagai muktzah b'Shabbos. Notice that person cannot actually eat his animal to eat from muktzah I didn't know. What's the concern of those, right? Because grass, there's no concern I'm going to go and pick the grass. That's the right stuff. There is a concern if I leave my animal to eat from muktzah items that I may come to handle. The muktzah items, well, the straw is muktzah for me because it is part of the meat, like you said, in your sentence. If that's the case, then halacha l'maisa, I'm not permitted to leave my animal to eat on Shabbos. To which the Gemara says, no, you can't leave I'm not actively pulling the animal or leading the animal to eat from the straw on Shabbos. What am I doing? Let's say you could direct the animal even without touching the animal. You just stand in the animal's way, forcing it to go in a different direction. The situation over here is I'm allowed to steer my animal to eat from the straw on Shabbos, even though again apparently I am not permitted to actively lead my animal, to pull my animal to the straw on Shabbos. Although you came yourself to Basel Kevin. And we'll say again, remember the Gemara qualified this. Mishnah said, that halacha l'maisa, I'm sorry, this is what we call the creation of the Gemara Rahuda, that although I can allow my animals to eat from the straw, I cannot take from the straw and put it into my bag on Shabbos. That Shuvah Tanya, Bayish, Shevei Shnei Chatzeros, Mulal Terros, is a very interesting case. You have a home in between two Chatzeros, and the home itself is filled with straw. So let's say this is picture 273. So you can see what you have over here is two chatzeros, two homes, both open into a chutzner. In the middle of that chutzner is a home. There's a structure that is filled with straw. So now watch this. Says the Gemara, so the two homes have the ability to go ahead and, or the two chatzeros, because there's a home that is filled with straw. That area, that essentially acts as a partition. That part of straw acts as a partition. And therefore, the two chatzeros must make two independent uses. Do not make one joint use. Echad knows, sorry, Vein Marvin Echad. Zen knows in the Sof Kupaso V'Yachil. There's Zen knows in the Sof Kupaso V'Yachil. We'll say each of their members of their respective chatzeros have the right, however, on Shabbos to take from the straw, take from straw, put it into their bags, and feed the animals. So we'll say now you see what the contrast is. Okay, the Bright seems to clearly indicate that what? That on Shabbos, not only can you feed the animals from the straw, but what? You can take from the straw and put it into your bag. You want to do tonight, and then you're talking. But if over the course of Shabbos, the height of the grain pile, or actually the straw pile, goes below 10 tefachim, the pizza is no longer there, then what? Shnei masu. Ultimately, again, both chatzeros will be asin. I will say, it makes sense. The straw pile was 10 tefachim, which means it acted as a wall. Because it acted as a wall, Chutzner A made its Eilut, Chutzner B made its Eilut. If on Shabbos the height of that straw pile dips below 10 tefachim, then suddenly halachically what happens? Those two areas are reckoned as one area. Well, the problem is they don't have a joint Eilut. If they don't have a joint Eilut, then no one is allowed to carry in their respective chatzeros. So how do you save the day? Gates of the Osef. So we'll say, what can he do? Noah let's say so. The members of one of the chutzner, right? One of the guys from the chutzner, he blows up his home. And he goes in and does bittul rishus. Therefore, who also the chaveil? So we'll say essentially, if one side of this equation, one guy chooses to go ahead and essentially close his home and yield his rights, therefore again it's no longer chatzeros open to two people, but the entire chutzner is considered to be owned by one person or one entity. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, it allows the other one to go ahead and catch. So, for example, if the members of chutzner B's lock up their apartment house, right, and yield their rights to the members of chutzner A, then enochinami, right, members of chutzner B close up their home, yield their rights to the members of chutzner A, then halacha l'maisa, again, the members of chutzner A can carry the members of chutzner B. Omer, the go shall have 7 days to finish out. Most of the same halacha is if you have a pile of straw in between. I actually go actually points out this a pit, right? If you go ahead and you have a pit in between two chatzeros, and that pit is filled ultimately again with straw. What's the halacha? It's the same halacha. So a pit filled with straw has the same halacha ultimately again as, I should say, the case between two Kumei Shabbos will be the same case as between that pile of straw in between two components has the same halacha as a pile of straw in between two chatzeros. Again, we're going to go through each of these one, right? Says the Gemara. I'm telling you guys, we'll say, but again, let's not lose sight. What are we focusing on over here? We said, Rabbi said in the beginning of the Gemara, that you can allow your animal to eat from the straw pile. But what can't you do? You can't take it and put it into your bag. Yes, the price clearly indicates the halacha l'maisa. In this case over here, you can't take it and put it into your bag. So what's going on over here? I'm telling you how it's done and so and so. Plus of Yochal, there's no sense of plus of Yochal or Biyachil. So say, Amri Bayis, Kevan to eat particular, Nifchas Minkalei. No, sir. How about Laminka and this? Oh, well, so here we go. Let's go back for just a moment. Why did I want to say that you can take your animal to eat from the straw pile, but you cannot take from the straw pile and put it into your bag? What was the reason? Remember, again, what was the first year said Nashi? The reason for that was why I was saying, because there's a concern. When animals eat, how do they eat? A little bit at a time. Therefore, that's considered the height of the pile. When people come and grab stuff, they grab a lot at a time. So if they grab a lot at a time, there's a significant concern of diminishing the height of the pile. Don't say, watch this. In the case of the Raisa, where is the pile of straw housed? Where is it? a structure. So what's the great part of being a structure? It's more easy to discern the height of the pile. We'll say, when I walk in Shabbos and I see the height of the pile, I see the height of the pile relative to what? Relative to what? To the ceiling. If that pile dips below 10 feet, and therefore again I am permitted to take from the grain and put it into my bag. To be able to see the height diminish, height not diminish, and therefore Kuna says you can allow your animal to eat from it, but you are not allowed to take it. So now we're going to go through this case of the Brisa. We're going to spend a good part of the rest of the daf focusing now on this Brisa, particular case of the Brisa. So what did we say? Then they smite. Then I start talking Shanahan. Let's remember again, this is the case, two chatzeros, home in the middle, filled with straw. The straw pile is 10 feet high. Each chatzer makes its own view. If the straw pile is diminished over the course of one chatzer, but because they did not join in a joint either on Erev Shabbos, but each have their own individual movement, halacha might say no one's allowed to guarantee their chatzer. The Gemara says, Sarah, shortly. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, so as long as the grain pile maintains the height, that's straw. As long as the straw pile maintains its height of 10 feet, everybody is good. I will say, interestingly enough, in Afagav, in the Dali Kitruva, I will say, interestingly enough, even though 10 feet, looks like 10 feet is not a lot of height, even though, again, the top of the pile is far from the ceiling of the house, nevertheless, as long as the pile is 10 feet high, that serves as a mechitza in between the two chatzeros. There's a significant distance between the ceiling of the home and the top of the pile. Shmamina mechitza shemagir. Shman mechitzos. What do you see from here? You see where that partition that did not reach to the ceiling, so the roof of the structure, are still considered to be partitions. Then we had this case. This was the case again of the mansion that was divided up into 5 parts. And you had 5 different groups. And what's the difference we were discussing? Do they have 5 different day movements? Can they run one? And part of that discussion was what happens if you have partitions that do not skew the top of the ceiling. So you see from here on both sides, the fact that a straw pile that is 10 feet high, that is situated inside of a home, serve as a mechitza between 2 chatzeros, tells me that what? That even a mechitza that doesn't reach the ceiling is still what? Still called the mechitza. So the Gemara said, here's about a very short house. I will say the rooftop of this house is what? Is actually 13 fucking minus a bit. We'll call it, 12 and 9 tenths fucking. Right? That's the amount, that's the height of the roof. Let's say, if you have a grain pile that measures 10 fucking, therefore what? It's loved to the top of the roof. And everyone agrees that if you have a mechitza that's loved to the roof, that's considered to be attached. Okay, depending on what I think I will say, don't draw any conclusions from this case regarding the status of mechitzas that don't reach the roof. Because I could just as easily set this up as a situation where the mechitza in fact does, because of our steps, it can even be ultimately again in a home where the height of the ceiling is 10 tefachim amavez. The Kevin Shiva Umashu case is where the height of the ceiling in the home is 10 tefachim, and the grain pile itself is only 7 tefachim and a bit, and yet it'll still work, I will say, because a pile of straw that is 7 tefachim in a bit, enclosed in a home that has the ceiling height of 10 tefachim works. Why does it work? One word. Love it. It's all about love. So he wants to. Well, actually, it's really very fascinating because you're talking about a pile of straw. See, generally when we speak about lovers, we're speaking about a connection between what I guess we call more substantive or solid entities. Yet, interestingly enough, what we begin to see over here is that if you have a pile of straw, that pile of straw is 7 tefachim in a bit. Inside of a home that has a ceiling height of 10 tefachim, that pile of straw is considered to be lowered to the ceiling, thereby creating an effective heat. It's quite amazing. So according to Abaye, ultimately again, so we'll say Abaye was of the opinion and halacha l'maisa talking about a pile that is 10 tefachim with a ceiling height that is 13 tefachim minus a bit. So that makes sense because the Brayz itself speaks about the height of a straw pile of 10 tefachim. So the Gemara says, "El Rav Una B'Rav Yeshua B'Yamei Asara." What does it mean when the Brayz speaks about the height of the pile diminishing from 10? The Torah Asara. So we'll say it means that we're speaking about a pile that is what we'll call in the Torah Asara. In the halachos concerning 10 tefachim. So we'll say interestingly enough, according to this approach, you can have a pile of straw that effectively acts as a mechitza, even though it is not 10 tefachim. How can you have that if the pile of straw is housed in a home which has a ceiling height of 10 tefachim, and the pile of straw itself is 7 tefachim minus a bit, or 7 tefachim and a bit, and Allah I will straw ultimately again with pretty incredible. Moses, remember again, if however, same case, two chatzeros is housed in the middle filled with straw, pile of straw is 10 tefachim high, that divides the ability to make their own individual area. What happens once they go to the tefachim high? So we'll say both of the chatzeros are also. What do you see from here? The urine hapoin b'Shabbos asur. We'll say interesting enough. What do you see from here? That if new residents come on this topic now, that we'll say, but ultimately again we will see it. Actually, we already made reference to this idea. That we'll say, Allah might say, new people, new residents show up in the Chatzar on Shabbos. So did not participate in the Eruv on Erev Shabbos. They have the ability to answer the Eruv that was made. We'll say this is another way of saying that if new factors come into play on Shabbos, they have the ability to impact the Eruv. Now, what's the Chiddush there? Because I would have thought, yes, last night in our Smichas Chavish here, so let's say generally we assume that the status of certain things, most notably Eruv, are locked in when? Bein Hashmos, the beginning of Shabbos. Yet, interestingly enough, so we'll say, therefore, again, I would have thought, if I was structuring this off, I would have thought, when do you need the pile of straw to be 10 tefachim? When do you need 10 tefachim? When? Bein Hashmos. And as long as it's 10 tefachim at Bein Hashmos, it doesn't really matter what happens to the question. You see that that's not the case. You see that halacha l'maisa, if the height of the pile changes over the course of Shabbos, that will restrict the members of the respective sectors. So you see from the Rabbi that blog that developments over the course of Shabbos absolutely impact the concept. But to which the Gemara says maybe not Dilma, the impact is we're actually talking about a case when Rabbi talks about that the height of the straw pile diminished. Maybe it actually diminished when? Maybe it diminished actually Erev Shabbos. Maybe it diminished Erev Shabbos. Okay, good. It's not a raya. Kate said, you know, let's face it. Remember again, if the straw pile was diminished on Shabbos, remember again, so to be clear, what's happened in our case over here? Because there was a pile of straw housed in this structure in between two chatzeros, and the pile of straw was 10 tefachim high, that's a mechitza. Because it's a mechitza A and B, chatzeros A and B are separate. Because they're separate, they each make their own respective eruvim. Now what happens? We'll say on Shabbos, the height of the straw pile is diminished. And we'll say, what's the status? Usher. Because now we'll say again, although A has its own eruv and B has its own eruv, the absence of the mechitza in between them really requires a joint eruv. But it's already Shabbos. You can't make an eruv on Shabbos. Therefore, neither of them can carry. The only remedy that says that the Mishnah said it was what? So one side of this equation, right? One of the chatzeros can choose to lock up their home, and yield their rights to the members of the other chatzar. And if they do that, then what? Then the members who yielded cannot carry, but the members who were yielded to can carry. It says in my tariq, why do I need to learn those? Like the Mishnah said, you have to close your home and yield your rights. Okay, so why do I have to close my home and yield my rights? We learned this before. What do I have to do? I have to yield. What I have to close my home and yield my rights? Oh no, that's based on the battle. Oh, you're right. You don't have to do both. You either have to close off your home or yield your rights. Again, closing off your home is effectively the same. Seems like the same thing as yielding your rights. So you have to do one or the other. Levi says, "Other guys say, no, you actually have to do both. Why? He wants to keep it the Dutch. Rabbi said, this is a little bit different. In this case over here, because ultimately, again, the members of one side, right? One of the guys used to constantly carry, right? Also, by the way, utilizing the straw, taking from the salt, because they're used to it, if they don't close off their home, they're going to come to you and perfectly use the area. Who else have a chaveiro filter? You want to say again, and if you go ahead and you yield and close off your home, so the one who yielded and closed off, he can't carry, but the others can carry. It's obvious. So, the other either what's going to happen over here? Let's say B originally closed off and yielded to A. And now A decides, you know what, okay, I used it for 2 hours. Now I'm going to yield and close off as which the Gemara says, doesn't work, sir. You choose to close off and yield to the other, but you can't keep going back and forth over the course of Shabbos. In Ata Omer, the gold shell having Shavim Shnei Tchumin Shabbos. And Rabbi said the same halacha would apply to a pile of straw in between two tchumin. So we'll say again, I have two tchums that overlap. You saw that pile of straw is in between them. Which verse is Pshito? Okay, so why do you have to go ahead and illustrate this? Why would the tchum be any different ultimately again than two katseiros? So the Tzricha Rabbi Akiva, most of the Rabbi Akiva, the Amar Tchumin Doraisa. We also remember again Rabbi Akiva holds that the din of tchum is a din Doraisa, as opposed to everyone else who holds that tchum is Rabbanon. Rabbi Akiva holds that tchum is Doraisa. Now the Mohuj Rav thought Lik Zart Doma Asilech Rufe. So say I'm at a front that halacha l'maisa. You have this straw pile that halacha l'maisa is between two tchumin. I would have thought, you know what? Don't let either member of either tchum take from the straw. Why not? Right? Maybe there's a concern that what's going to end up happening. If I'm in tchum A and Ruben's in tchum B, and we're both taking from the same pile, I may come to carry. Certain items ultimately again from my tchum to his tchum, and according to Rabbi Akiva, that isn't Isser D'Oraisa. So I'm not a maybe when Isser D'Oraisa comes about, don't allow people to share a common straw pile. Kamash that is not peace. Kamash that even in the case of the straw pile, between two potatoes, ultimately again, both opportunities to use. Let's see, I should have stop over here at the Mishnah. All right, we'll have a lot to do in the next session tomorrow. Okay. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin the beautiful daf of us today. Today's daf is daf Hey 80. And we are picking up the next session at the Mishnah on Ayin Tes. Almost by thanking our sponsors for this morning. Should we thank our sponsors, Yoel and Sartanen, dedicating all the shiurim and drushos this month. As cars that go to the Kila, to thank our Dafyomi sponsors, Dr. and Mrs. Ivan, for dedicating shiur this morning in memory of Dr. Ivan's father, Jack Milton, Yaakov Meir, and Moshe Levi from Raqqa. Together was a Mishnah, Ayin Tes in the days 79. Says the Mishnah. Kate said Mishnah in the Mavos. Most interesting days. How do you make a shikut Mavos? We say, how do you make a shikut? Remember again, we've seen so far Erev Katzeros, Erev Tchumin, we'll even talk dabble a little bit today in Erev Havshilin. So now we're speaking about how do you make a shikut in Mavos? Right? How do you make a shikut? It says the Mishnah, Kate said Mishnah in the Mavoi. How do you go ahead and make a shikut in the Mavoi? Mania, that's not obvious. So the person goes ahead and puts aside or as they sets down a barrel of food. Gomer, harays with the chobanei mavui. And a person says, this food is hereby given over to all of the members of the mavui. Let's say we all live in a mavui together, or whatever. We all live in our respective chatzeros and share the same mavui. And then what happens? I go ahead and I bring a barrel of food. And I say, here, it's my barrel. I say this barrel of food should be for the entire chutzner, all the members of the chutzner. So it says, what's the halacha? Fine, so that work is mavui. The halacha is that in order for that to happen, I have to somehow transfer ownership to you. So how do I transfer ownership to you? The way to do this is by using another party who can acquire it on your behalf. So the Mishnah says you could use anyone you want to go ahead and be exacted to acquire it on behalf. I did no be done. More related to have the ability to go and use by the Abdo, which is also different, or ultimately again through your Jewish servants, by the Ishto, and through your wife. It just needs to be someone other than you to acquire the shituf foods on behalf of the other residents of the Mavui. So you can't use your minor children, like you can't use your children who are kanim. But no, the abdo, the shikosak kanim. You also can't go ahead and use your non-Jewish servants. Again, their hand is like so. A couple of their facts over here. Number one, I have the ability to go ahead and convey. I have the ability to bring about fires, of course, of me is to somehow convey ownership of the food to the other members of the mavui. They can be related to me. They just have to be an adult with capacity, and they have to be Jewish. It's a Jewish adult with capacity, and that works. Says the Gemara. I'm ready to go. But Yehuda says it's true, but in order to acquire it on behalf of the other residents of the chutzner, you have to go ahead and lift it up a kefa. Okay, well, this is a general halacha in acquisitions. I will say the logic behind it is as follows: because if the barrel of food sits on my property, so it hasn't really been acquired on behalf of anyone else, or for it to be acquired on behalf of another party. So ultimately, again, the acquiring party has to lift it up, at least the tefach from my rishus. Says the Gemara, so Rabbi comes along and he says, the elders of Kompradisa, they said two things. What are the two things? One is what we just said. Namely that halacha l'maisa, that if you're acquiring the barrel of food on behalf of the other members of the mavui, you have to lift up the food at least a tefach. The barrel is the tefach. The other halacha they said is on the kaddish. If you go ahead and you make kiddush in kam molivud mavyatza, if you drank a cheekful of the kiddush wine, you're yotzei. Ve'imlav lo yotza, but if not, you're not yotzei. Now that happens to be the halachas codified in Shulchan. It's actually very important that when making kiddush, it's not just enough to take a sip of the wine, but one has to drink a cheekful of the wine. We should not define this as a low revius, the majority of revius. So again, revius is 3.5 ounces. So the majority of that, although better to just drink a revius. So that the elders of Kompradisa also said the following halacha. The Amar Rabbi, the Amar Shmuel, Osim Medur Lachai b'Shabbos. Make a fire for a woman who has given birth on Shabbos. What's the number again? A woman who has given birth is considered to be in a state of Sahanas Nefashos. And if halacha l'may says she's cold, she's not warm up, you can go fire in order that she warms up. So we assume that the meaning of that halacha is l'chai and l'chololo. That only applies when he was given birth. It doesn't apply to a stam kola. Furthermore, it only applies during winter, but not during summer. So the Gemara says, yet interestingly enough, to know that in fact that's not the halacha. The halacha is that you can go ahead and eat the fire for any chola who is together sakanas nefashos, or even safek sakanas nefashos. What is the danger to life? You can make a fire on Shabbos, and the truth is, it's the middle of the summer, and it's 90 degrees outside. The person is still cannot warm up, and you can keep up the fire in order to go ahead and make either help. Halacha l'mais, one is coming to go ahead and do that. So the Gemara goes on. I'm sorry. I'm sure he is down. Therefore, again, Sabi the Kompedisa. The Elder Kompedisa said that if a person does bloodletting, then it's signing. As a result, it's signing the living down. It becomes still. He becomes still to the point that he can't get his body temperature back up. Also, moment to go to the Shabbos, to make from a bonfire on Shabbos, or whatever, a fire on Shabbos, even if it's the middle of the summer. So here you see that halacha l'mais, although the halacha itself was articulated, it's to make a fire for a woman who has given birth and cannot get her body temperature up, and in the winter, the concept applied is to make a fire for a chola who is seriously ill, no matter what type of holy, even if it's from bloodletting, and no matter when this occurs. There's another halacha that the elders of Pumbedisa said. What is it? This is very interesting. Both say, in general, how do you know that halacha l'maisa certain trees in Ashera? Let's say, obviously, I guess historically, they knew that certain trees were Ashera trees. But let's say you don't know with absolute certainty that a tree is an Ashera tree, but you have your suspicions. So how would you know if a tree is an Ashera tree? Listen to this. So Amarav, Kol Shem Misharse Avodos Kalil and Shlomo. Well, in general, if you see a tree that the priests of Avodah Zarah are always watching over, that's a pretty good indication that's an Asherah tree. I said, if you see that the Avodah Zarah priests are always watching over it, it's probably an Asherah, type of pay. Furthermore, again, if you see a tree, that ultimately, again, they don't eat their fruit. The old Avodah Zarah are not to eat the fruits of the tree. That might also be demonstrative of the fact that it's an Asherah tree. The Shasul made the Omukada. The Shmuel said, what often happens if you have an Asherah tree that has dates, you'll often hear the Avodah Zarah saying, you know what, these are good dates, to go ahead and send the babies to feed that with the house of Avodah Zarah in order to go ahead and make beer for our holiday. Okay, so this was just Talmudic wisdom, that if you see a tree that the Ovdei Avodah Zarah are guarding and they don't eat the fruit, that's pretty indicative of the fact that this is probably an Asherah tree. But Amruli Savi the Kompedisa and the elders of Kompedisa said, Hilchasa Kabasei Tishmir, that the halacha follows. But what's the sense thing right now we're jumping back for just a moment. So going back to the thing of Rabbi Huda. Rabbi Huda said that halacha l'maisa. Again, let's remember, again, just for energy purposes, we all use the same level, right? We live in our respective caseros. We all live in this. We all utilize the same level. I come along. I decide, you know what? I'm bringing the barrel of food. Right? The shitof is on me. Right? I bring the barrel of food. I want to be now. I have to be exactly. I have to take ownership. So again, in this said, no problem. Just use a third party to acquire it on behalf of the other residents of the Mavli, and they can use anyone who is a Jewish adult with capacity. No problem. Rabbi Huda said that in order to do that, what has to happen? The adult with capacity has to what? Has to lift the chavis, the barrel, off the ground by its hand. He said to Gemara, is that true? And the Mavli, let's say, how do you make a sheet in the Mavli? The Vim, Chavis shall yayin, vishal shemen, vishal tmar, vishal glogos, vishal shemen eperos. We'll say, what do? I bring a barrel of wine, or of oil, or of dates, or of dried figs. Usually we'll say the food actually doesn't matter at all, whatever it is. In Yishallah, and if the food is mine, then I will say, I have to convey ownership to everyone. And remember again, there are two ways you can make a sheet. If it happens that the barrel of food belongs to me, that's absolutely fine, very generous of me. I just have to go ahead and somehow convey ownership to you. Then we'll say, what we did is we just collected, right? Everyone contributed. Then what? Then Then ultimately, again, also Rashi says, "Im chapetzim bekach shalom achidim be'eluvan." I will say, now what this means is as follows. Doesn't mean that the food belongs to all of us. Let's say we happen to all own a barrel of wine in partnership. We all own a barrel of wine. Don't say nothing to do with shidduch. It was a business investment, right? We came across a very expensive, unique barrel of wine. We decided to all invest in the barrel of wine together. So all of us had a chilek in that. All of us had a chilek. So now we say, okay, great. Let's just use it for the shidduch also. Well, you can do that, but I love to again, you have to inform or you have to ask the other residents. In other words, we'll say, I can't act unilaterally with partnership wine to convert that into a shidduch. But if we all own wine jointly, they're going to say, you know what? Instead of recollecting for our shidduch muvos, let's just use that barrel. So actually, look at that actually once more. I have to ask all of you if everyone wants to use this barrel of wine for the shidduch. Now we'll say, now why? I'll tell you why. Because in order for shidduch to work, what has to happen? We all have to be okay with one another taking from that barrel of wine. Let's say, in other words, the food collected for shidduch levos, just like the food collected for erev haseros, only works at what? If everyone is allowed to partake in it. But you know, we'll say that's in a very, very, very expensive, unique stock of wine. What do they call that unique stock? What do they call it? All right, you know, when they do a production, so there's, so a unique production, right? A unique production of whatever it is. So once they say now halacha l'maisa again, we're all so it only works if halacha l'maisa we're all okay with each other partaking of it. So therefore, again, if it's my barrel of food, I can do whatever I want. So if it's my barrel of food, I can convey ownership to each of you. But if we all own it jointly, then I must get the permission of everyone in the sponsor in order to go ahead and use that barrel. So the Gemara says, "Magdia min hakarka mashu." Now listen, here's what we're focusing on. And halacha l'maisa, again, the barrel. Let's say again, it's my barrel. I want to convey ownership to all of you. Then someone else, another Jewish adult with capacity, has to lift the barrel up off the ground at least a little bit. And everyone said that the same thing happened to Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda said, "How much do you have to lift up the barrel? How much? How much? A tefach." Here the Bryce says, "Mashu." Krishna says, "No, it's not a concept. My mashu. What's a mashu? My mashu. Now we become a tefach. A tefach. Okay, that's what it. That's the mashu. Mashu means a tefach. Good. Itmar. We'll say slipper again, and that indeed is halacha. That's clear by the Shulchan. Namely, again, that when you're going ahead, if I own the barrel and I want to convey ownership to all of you, halacha l'maisa again, a third party, an adult with a Jewish adult with capacity, ultimately again has to lift it up on behalf of the other members of the chutzner. It only needs to lift it up at beautiful. Itmar, shitufe muvos. So now we're going to get into this a little bit. So we're going to talk about three different types of we'll call it irrigators. So there's shitufe muvos, which we're talking about. So Rav Amar interact with zakos. Well, so this is actually very interesting. So Rav says in general, if I'm using my food and I want to go ahead and allow all of you to utilize my food to go ahead and make a shidduch, I don't have to convey ownership. Shmuel Amatzach L'Zakos. Shmuel says, yes, you do. Eruvei Tchumen, when it comes to Eruv Tchumen. Rav Amatzach L'Zakos. Rav says you have to convey ownership. Shmuel Amar Inzach L'Zakos. Shmuel says I don't have to convey ownership. So what's going on over here? So Vishlam of Shmuel, we'll say, according to Shmuel, it's very simple. According to Shmuel, we'll say it's not really a din in Svara. This is a din in Mishnayos. Hachatnan, v'hachalotnan. We'll say it's very simple. According to Shmuel, the Mishnah says by shituch muvos that you have to convey ownership. The Mishnah does not say by eruv tchumen that I have to convey ownership. It just says it. So I will say just to be clear, what does it mean to convey ownership for eruv tchumen? Let's see what this can mean is if I'm making an eruv tchumen on behalf of someone else. Let's say you ask me, you're running late for Erev Shabbos. You ask me to extend your quote by making eruv tchumen. I say, no problem. I realize I don't have any of your food. So I just put my own food and I make an eruv for you. So in order for, by the way, and we know that's not a problem. You can make an Erev Shimon on behalf of someone else. The Shaila is, if I make an Erev Shimon on behalf of someone else and I use my food, do I have to convey ownership of my food to that other individual? That's the Erev to work. So Shmuel says, no. So interestingly enough, Shmuel says, you have to convey ownership of food used to people, but you don't have to convey ownership of food used to Erev Shimon. So what you want is don't get caught up in the Torah. Shmuel is just learning the science. The Mishnah by Shita said you have to convey ownership. The Mishnah by Erev Shimon didn't say you have to convey ownership. Therefore, don't say that. You don't have to. Al Rav, my timer. Don't say according to Rav. Rav says you have to. Rav says by Shita you don't have to convey ownership. Yet by Erev Shimon you have to convey ownership. What's the Rav? Al Rav, my timer. Can I be? Rav will say, listen, to my focus today. The Amar Rabbi, the Amar Rav, my Tzaddik Halach, the Tzaddik Oshir, Shal, for the Beis HaNerfad. The Kash, oh no, something very interesting. One point. Jordan of Rabbi Shaka, and what happened? When America turned into her intention was go to the bathhouse to get home before Shabbos. Somehow finding that out Shabbos started, and she was outside of the room. What's the problem? She wants to come home for Shabbos. So what happened? The Irvala Kamosha, and her mother-in-law made an Erev for her. Mother-in-law made an Erev for her. Ubama, I think of his name. Rabbi Kia, her mother-in-law made an Erev for the house. Her mother-in-law, I was looking before Shabbos. Well, wasn't that realizes that the haircut, so that's outside of this book, it needs an area for Gorilla to come back. What happens? The bar might just say that the Kia, every question before the Kia, but also, and the Kia said, sorry, it doesn't work, the Kia doesn't work. Only when we saw the Yoshi, Bob Lloyd, didn't have to like what he feels inside. Because when he's Babylonian, so Khan Arthur Machne with Eredin, why are you so Machne with Eredin? Not Omer Abba, this is what Abba says, supposed to use what Eredin. Whatever you do, but that's not something that you can do. On one hand, you see that sometimes Egypt was betraying Yosef. They made it more intense to that and therefore again, so he's talking about Eredin. Like even the Shah Yosef said, what do you do? You make it. You buy those. Also, that we asked about what all the stuff. You buy those. You start Kamoshe Evala, you say, well, Zitzala? Was it because this girl's mother-in-law made the Erev with her own food? And maybe she never conveyed ownership of the food for Jordan. And that's what I'm here with Bob. Coming to someone with your food, you must convey ownership of the food in order to get it to work. And that's what we're calling here. Oh, Duma, we shall not live alone, and we can go to the Daita. So maybe, the key felt it didn't work because maybe the mother-in-law didn't use the daughter-in-law. Maybe the reason it didn't work is because she used it without outside. Oh, so listen to this. See, this is quite fascinating. So remember, you say Zachmar and Shemodifano, right? If you do something about some people without their knowledge of potatoes, it's true by Sutra and Baos. It's not true by either. So listen to this. See, you can't take care of food for someone without knowledge. Why? Because remember again, air kuman is great is that you extend your mobility in one direction. Remember, as we've seen, whenever you do in one direction, you lose in the argument for what's in this case, really the girl wants to get home. Notice that it goes to the general idea in halacha. But halacha has to work in a framework. And a framework says that sometimes you do not look at every single individual how was the halacha structured? Right? Well, how was the halacha structured? What's the meaning of the halacha? So the meaning of the halacha is Eruv Tchumen is not an objective source. It's not, in this case it is, in this case it's not. It says you look at every single case, you look at the concept. So I'll say, so again, so that's the tension over here. We shouldn't get into this also a lot. We'll touch on it a bit. Amrlahan, how I'm sorry. Maybe it didn't work because Rambam did it without a consent. One of them said, one of the rabbis said, his name is Rabbi Yaakov. I heard that from Rabbi Yochanan that what happened in this story was as follows. Ultimately, again, the mother-in-law used her own foods. And Rabbi Chief of the food to her daughter-in-law. That's why it didn't work. Because in order for Erev coming to work, the person ultimately, again, for whom the Erev is being made must be the owner of the food. The mother-in-law never conveyed ownership. And therefore, ultimately, that's why it did not work. However, Rabbi Yaakov, literally again, the son, or actually take out the Ray. The Bas Yaakov. So we'll say, why isn't Rabbi Yaakov known by his father's name? We'll say, look at Rashi. His father wasn't a good guy. The Sichas was his kiddush. Therefore, again, he's not mentioned in his kiddush. They'll say, what an incredible Muslim. Make sure that things start to live a life. Will never be embarrassed to be known as our sons. Right? That children will never be embarrassed to be Ben you. Right? It's an incredible Muslim. Someone says, Timatis Hassan. That's what the Gemara says. When they got there, Agit Vizil Usuma B'Tzot. Let's listen to this. So now, they have the Omar about what happened in the spirit. Right? So here you have Rabbi Chia saying that Eruv doesn't.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad.
Is it because the mother-in-law never conveyed ownership to her daughter-in-law, or because she made the Eruv without her daughter-in-law's knowledge? And you can't make an Eruv on behalf of someone without their, or at least Eruv human without their knowledge. So watch this. So the Gemara says, Amarle Rabbi Zer, Rabbi Yaakov, Bas Yaakov. So Rabbi Zer said, Rabbi Yaakov, Kimatis Hasa, when you go there, Akif is in Suma Detour. Go make a detour in the heights of Sura. Someone goes to the place. Rabbi Yaakov Bar Idi. And go ask Rabbi Yaakov Bar Idi about this story. Ask him what exactly happened. It was around K on the Alice 88 second wide line. So the Gemara says, Notice what happens. So Yaakov comes and he goes ahead and he finds Rabbi Yaakov Bar Idi, and he says, Rabbi, what happened in this story? Is it because the mother-in-law made the Eruv with her own, who never conveyed ownership to the daughter-in-law, or is it because she never informed the daughter-in-law of her intentions?
What's up, babies? On the 12th day of Kabbalah, my rabbi gave to me
and she never conveyed ownership
a bunch of reasons why they're the biggest pimp. The history of humankind doesn't have to run. No way! Dog, I sneezed so fucking far. No way! I fucking sneezed so far. Whoa! Dog, I sneezed so far. That's gotta be like 10 feet? Dog, I sneezed so hard that that was fucking incredible. My saliva hit a phone and opened an app, and I saw the saliva slide down. That was the most baller sneeze of all time, and perhaps one of the most famous. Really, anything I do is perhaps the most famous. Alright, that was fucking unbelievable. Dog. I went like this. That bitch, I'm like, why is that fucking phone moving? And then I see my sneeze. My sneeze actually opened an app. It opened a fucking browser on that fucking phone. Dog. That was fucking unreal. Alright, dog.
I've been wanting to talk about this for hours. I can't believe I talked for an hour 2 days ago and 2 hours today. What is this? Day 12 of Kabbalistic study. On the 12th day of Kabbalah, my rabbi gave to me.
It's a pretty explicit statement. Yes, Eruv Tafshilin, you have to convey ownership if you want others. If you want to make an Eruv Tafshilin have others, you must convey ownership of that food to
A bunch of Jewish shit that pertains to me. Really? Dog, I'm still in shock over this fucking sneeze. So the Rebbetzin know it's going to be like Big Dog. Are you... Who are you? I'd be like, dog, you ever see that? You ever hear that song by The Who? Who are you? What do you want me to be, baby? Really? Yeah, dog. I didn't... Dog! It's unreal. Alright, so... I was so excited to talk about shit, and now I'm tired. And I've been up all night. That sneeze was so phenomenal. Unbelievable. Alright, well, let me say this. I got a lot of problems with you people, and you're going to hear about them. Like what? I hate nebbishness. I hate it. I hate it so much. I want Jews to be strong and confident and not self-deprecating. And nebbishness. It pisses me off more than anything. It makes me not want to be Jewish. Why? Because it's just like, why do I want to be around a bunch of fucking weak motherfuckers? I want strong motherfuckers. And then we've got Israel, who are like the Sabra, and frankly, just quite rude to many people, and very mean to many. And it's like, oh, but once you get to know us, we're nice. Dog, nobody wants to get to know you if you're a dick to them. So there's that. Dog, I cannot believe that sneeze. It was unbelievable. All right. So I've got a bunch of shit to read. I'm like really sad about this Moses De Leon. I'm like, no, I'm still sick as fuck. Some Rebbetzins will be like, how sick are you, Rabbi? I'm gonna be like, baby, I can't keep track of how many hot bitches are giving me head, and I lose track of 42. Body count, not the bitches that give me head. They'd be like, huh? I'd be like, just calm down. Perhaps I'm just being funny. Or perhaps I'm telling the honest fucking truth. Dead nuts. And I lose track of 42. Who knows? They'd be like, 42 bitches are going to be out of there. Fuck that. I can't keep track of that one. Really? I can't keep track of the 42. I lose track of 42. But I never started keeping track of the beach situation. Anyway. Why?
So they would have an armory in the city, and this
everything sucks. I'm just sad. I really was like, I was really motivated to learn Kabbalah, like better than anybody. I feel like by day 10, I figured it all out. I've disproven Maimonides with his negative theology, and this whole Moses De Leon. I mean, we did it yesterday. There's a 1% chance any of that shit is true. So here's the thing. I was doing some research, but just it's like AI. It's like, it's not my friend, but it's like it's a tool that I use. And I was looking at it,
It's incredible.
And
A man's wife.
this thing's gonna like restart like 1,000 times, but
his knowledge. Even without his knowledge. Yes, the wife could enter into the ear.
I find it interesting that ChatGPT and Chabad.org, like the two websites. Not that I follow them, go to the most. ESPN is a huge one, but
let's remember again. Let's go back to the beginning of 6 parak.
they're both CHA.
Again, Anachi has nothing
All right.
to do with Eruv Chatzilus. And
So-
the presence of Anachi should not in any way impact Eruv Chatzilus. So why is it that I have to lease this property?
I want to say
why?
I don't like that religion isn't perfect.
Dissuade me from living with non-Jews.
I wish it
That
were
was the whole
perfect.
point.
I wish there were like these laws that were
You
easily
could- therefore, again,
followable,
it's not a real estate
and
business. That's why we
they had a perfect source and all kinds of stuff.
Right.
So
So again, therefore, even if he's not agreeable,
I
if
asked-
is agreeable, that's enough.
I don't know. I mean, I've been a
I've
member of
the guy in charge of the
Hasidic dynasties,
or
and modern Orthodox, and I perhaps have had some certainly academia, and maybe at least contemplated some secular ideas, and slung a lot of dick. What do you want me to do about it, baby? Anyway, I'll calm down on the confidence, but it's just like smear sex is unreal. Anyway,
yes, a man's wife is permitted to enter into a period of arrangement even without his.
some members are gonna be like, "Yeah, Rabbi, I got a question." I'd be like, "Go ahead, babe." She'd be like, "Big dog, do you think that you're actually gonna go viral?" I'm like, "Baby, you ever seen the Grand Canyon? One drop of water started all that shit." And she'd be like, "Yeah, but it took like thousands of years." Like, and I'd be like, "Yeah, I got time, babe."
You just told me a second
And
ago that a woman
so long as I keep doing this,
now you're telling me that she cannot. What's happening?
unless YouTube goes away today or in the future, but I imagine that even part of it would be archived to some extent. But I mean, I've seen social media sites, they go down and all of your shit's gone. And so that could happen, but I don't know, Google's a big company. I don't think it's going anywhere right now. So with that being said, if I do this for long enough, are you fucking serious? Why is this fucking shit
outside of the sphere
not
of her husband?
not
If we
recorded?
don't need that household participant, for whatever the reason, Halach Rashi explains all these cases. We don't need her.
Anyway,
We're not going to allow her
there's a
to
chance
her husband.
that this goes viral. And if it goes viral, people are going to look to me as a leader in a lot of different ways. And I'm okay with that. I don't really want it. If I could have it my way, I would have liked to have a comfortable position, had a great company, worked there for 30 years, had a wife, perhaps children, and live comfortably, and just never have to worry about anything. And really live my life. But I mean, let's just say I still can't do that. But I'm streaming my life. I'm really saddened by it because anything I really want to get into, I know it's like the fruit of the poison tree. I have a major issue with Moshe De Leon. Major issue. And in my own way, I have an issue with Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and the Lubavitcher Rebbe and a lot of the Hasidic world because we want to, they put a lot of emphasis on Kabbalah. And it's like, dog, it's very inconsistent. And then it all goes back to this one guy. There's 1% chance that he didn't forge all this shit. Well, that saddens me. It really hurts my heart. Like I thought I was gonna like learn mystery schools and shit. And that isn't to say Kabbalah didn't exist before Moses
so let's say
Daily.
again,
But
normally I am compliant. This week again, I'm breakfast. Shmanina, everyone, so what do you see here? When you see the
it's like,
if the wife is going
and I have to pretend like I have the Rebbe's here, and
she can participate in the Eruv
I would literally say to the
knowledge.
Lubavitcher Rebbe, if he were right here, I'd be like, dog,
In a case where that household's
you
participation
had such a
is
vision
necessary
for the
Eruv
world.
Yidden.
I admire it so much,
Let's bring a raya that supports this idea.
and
Open also last us.
I love you, and I love people who love
Let's say
you.
one of the members of the Mabui
But I
doesn't
think
want
that
to put up a lechi or a kola.
some of
Let's
your
remember again, this is going mamish all the way back to the beginning of our Eruv days. Remember again, at the entrance of a Mabui,
teaching
must put up a
may
lechi or a kola.
have an opportunity to be flawed, but I don't blame you. You didn't have the internet, dog. I mean, it just was coming about when you died. And so I cannot blame you. And Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, you certainly didn't have it. And I love you, and I love people who love you. And I would dedicate my whole life to you. I mean, I do, to both of them. And Rabbi Victor Miller and Rabbi Soloveitchik, and
talking about a case where the mavli is open. And if the mavli is open, having a lechi or a chula, having a lechi or a chula there,
and I very much empathize with Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai in that cave.
So we'll say, interestingly enough, maybe you could force someone to participate in a lechi or a chula.
And I don't know, there's this lady
the mavli is open, it's unsecured. The lechi and the kola closes.
Who I saw one time on Instagram from the 1980s, and I've made fun of her, but she had like yellow dishwashing gloves on, basically. I don't know, I call them bitches. They're like cannery gloves. I don't know. But I've never heard anybody say that they wanted to start their own religion. And she said it. Now we kind of make fun of her today. I don't want to start my own religion. I'm Jewish as any Jew has ever been. And I would say to Chabad and the Breslovers and the Chernobyl lists and
I just want to point out that halacha l'maisa, why it can participate in the Eruv.
I'm waiting for Mashiach, just like you are.
So we'll say, it goes without saying that a wife can participate in the Eruv, not dealt with her husband's compliance. Interestingly enough,
and I want Mashiach. I yearn for Mashiach.
The woman of the house has the ability.
I want somebody to make this world right. I want somebody to spiritually, but also politically and legally and all that.
Remember again,
without going into, I would look any of them in the eye and I would say to them, I feel that I love Judaism more than you do. And they could be like, well, I don't think that's true. And that's cool. But I will say to them that I feel I have sacrificed more for Judaism, some specific tenets of Judaism, than they ever will. And some people may consider me a religious fundamentalist. And I would say to the fucking kids in Brooklyn with just a little bit of a mustache here that the guys in Crown Heights who are fucking wearing tefillin all day, that in my own way, I love Judaism.
Torah, on the other hand, must be at least a tefach in width. And remember, again, it has to be strong enough to be able to
as much as I love my life. And
we'll say, now watch this. The opinion that says that
if they really heard my story, and they recognize how much I hate the disorientation of Judaism and how much I yearn for unification, I would hope they'd listen to me. I would say to them, I don't know other people who have had to sacrifice their lives as I have for Jewish law, for the mitzvot,
This is
the
lulav mishnah sukkah. You can't use a lulav of an ashera. Right? Why? Because the lulav has a specific shear, a specific size that it has to be. Now, anything coming from avodah zarah is assumed to not
pronouncements
possess a shear. So interestingly enough,
for
to indicate that Allah you could use a piece of
how
a
impassioned I am
for your lechi,
about
because the
Jews
lechi
marrying
doesn't have a
Jews,
shear, but you could not
and
use
my
shear
absolute
or Torah because
just
Torah
flat
requires.
up hatred of
But says the Mishnah,
intermarriage and
same idea. So now Baruch Hashem, we all joined in a sheep, right? So we're all part of the same lovely, one big happy lovely family. We have our sheep with bows.
and
Get a barrel of food, either that we
I would say
own
to
together
the
and agree
kids in
to,
Crown
or
Heights
I own the food,
and
my
everywhere
food,
else.
but I convey ownership to all of you. So what's the halacha? Ismai ta'otel. So now what happens? Let's say
I'm someone who you only read about in books, meaning like you read about a Rabbi who sacrifices everything in Eastern Europe for some
Now we don't know what the
in some shtetl, and
I can add
I've done that in my own way.
and I can convey ownership of that food to everyone else in the market. I will say there is no need for me to share this.
I don't know what's going to happen with my life.
It's very interesting. So
I know I'm going to do everything I can to not stop
we
streaming.
all joined in a sheep together.
It's the most important thing.
It already happened. We're all part of the same sheep.
And one day, I'd love to
so I want to add on more food.
have my
So
story
that
about the
I
life.
can add on more food.
There are embarrassing parts of my life,
and there's no need
but
for
there are
disclosure.
really courageous,
Why is there no need for
amazing
disclosure?
aspects of
Why
my
is there
life.
no need for
Well, I'm
disclosure?
human.
Because we already talked about it. Or what am I disclosing?
And
I added on more food. Who cares? Who cares? As long as I'm willing to do it, take care of it, convey ownership to you. Now, we already agreed. We'll say what happens if more people moved into the country.
I don't know. The youth of Judaism is really important to me, as it was to the Rabbi, and specifically Chabad. I mean, I was in a Chabad. I restored a Chabad shul, and I've davened into Chabad more times than I can count, and more than that times than I can recall. And become a rabbi. They're probably already a rabbi. But they're of this rabbinic dynasty, and I love their father in a lot of ways. Like I owe a major part of my life. I call him a kid, but this
not a lot of people, a very small number of residents, then what? For every individual.
This person, he was
when you speak about the amount of food you need for the sheep, whether it's a lot of
it was after shul, after chakras, and this kid
when is
was
that so? The tilas is. That's only true when you are first making the Eruv. About the Shiare Eruv, I will say once the Eruv has been made, I will say you do not need to start anything. Once the Eruv has been made, you don't have to keep up
putting
that
to fill
level
in
of
the
food at all
and
times. Rather, again, the Shiare Eruv kosher, as long as once you make the Shikah, then even if the Shikah
at the time he didn't know who I was. He still doesn't know who I am really.
Something left,
But
ultimately, again, you are good to go.
in my own way, there's a new person to him. And
we saw this before. Technically speaking, once you have a sheet of
he
muvos,
was putting tefillin away in a
you
tefillin.
actually don't need an ear The sheet of technically covers,
And
that's one of the ear but yet even
as
if you have a sheet of muvos,
he had it like up on
still
a
gonna tell you that you have to do an
like a
ear
railing,
Why? In
and
order that the concept of ear
he
not be forgotten.
basically zips the bag. And
therefore, if they never see
I was talking.
they'll forget about what ear
I don't think I was talking to him. I think I was talking to somebody else. And this tefillin was about to fall, and it did. It just began falling. And I grabbed this bag and looked him in the eye and gave it to him. And it was like, I mean, it was a purely like
I want to
human
add on
thing,
more food. I want to add on
but
more food. What are the
it
missions
was
saying?
like
I can
it
add
was
on more
very
food.
athletic. I've
I
got to
can
say
make
that.
ownership to you.
But
to all
it
of
was
the
like
rest of
he
the
dropped
and what?
something,
There's no obligation of disclosure.
and I
So
caught
what's
it
the case?
and
My
gave it
asking.
back to him.
Even if I'm just adding on the same type of food. My ear is my. They will say not to set up as the case of where the sheet of diminish. I feel color none.
I'll just never forget that.
Nothing left of the old sheet.
Anyway,
All. I could add on. I could add on totally.
I feel like
disclose.
in my own way,
Must be that what?
I can do that for all Chabad
I
and
now
all the
want to add on
Hasidic
like
world
another type of food.
that basically
Even if I want to add on a second type of food, even though now I'm introducing a new food into the sheep, there is still no obligation of disclosure. This time, because
I
we learned
just feel like I can help them,
if the food are
and I can help
really no
modern
longer
Orthodoxy.
in
Now, to anything outside of that,
if I'm adding on the same type of food, there's no obligation of disclosure.
you need to become
Adding on a
Orthodox.
second type of food, then what?
It's as simple as that.
Then I have to go ahead
There will
and
not be. I would say this, and I think this would be. People would like celebrate in the streets if they heard this in Crown Heights. It is my goal in 100 years that there will be no reform and no conservative. And if you want to consider this an active war on them, it's a peaceful absorption, not of their philosophies, but of their people. And I would say 300 years ago, those things didn't exist. 200 years
Other
ago,
possibility is two types of food. When possibility number one is not replenishing
they
the same
barely,
type of food.
one barely existed. So
What does it mean that the food there's no more food?
I think
Therefore, was the initial teaching me that even if there's
the
no
thing
more
is, I know
food,
if I could
as long as
unite
I'm replenishing with
the
the same
Hasidic
type of
world,
food,
I
it's
can unite
obligation
all
of
of
disclosure.
Judaism.
The by saying that possibility is
And
again, I'm going ahead and adding on a second type of food and color shiny. And I will say Allah myself. When there's no more food,
and they can reject me too,
if there's no more food,
and that's fine.
and
If
I'm
they do,
replenishing the food with a different type
I'll
of
just
different type of food, that's not an obligation of disclosure.
have like
But if the initial Eruv food
years of my life talking to them
there's still some left, but I'm replenishing
and
it with
wanting the best for them.
there would be no obligation of disclosure.
They don't have to accept what I say,
when you're replenishing with the same type of food, whether there's something
but I do want
left
them
of
to
the
know I
original
love them.
Eruv or not, no obligation.
I don't love everything about them.
When you're replenishing with a different type of
I wish
food,
they treated
if
their
the
women
initial
better.
Eruv is totally gone, and I'm replenishing
Women
with
better
some
as
of the
well.
original Eruv food is left over, and I'm just bolstering it with new food, then there is no obligation of this. Because what's the top of
And
we'll pick up the marriage that Shabbat that he does.
I wrote this thing. I didn't write it. I asked AI a question. So we'll get into Kabbalah. We're going to learn today about Isaac Luria. But before we do so, I asked what I thought was a really great question. And I feel like the Hasidic world, I've seen your rabbis behind closed doors. They laugh, they cry, they use the restroom. They're not divine. They're human. And so I don't fear them. I love them.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin.
And to the modern Orthodox world, I love them too. But I feel as if they're. I mean, I've heard it myself. What do we do? What do we do in a situation like this? And this happens. And it leads me great pain. Like, I want to go through with a lightsaber and destroy anybody who put into place this type of system. But where you have someone who works their entire life to be extremely
devout, pious, righteous, and for whatever reason they're not able to make aliyah. Whatever reason. Whether they can't afford it, or whether they get rejected for it, whatever. And then you have a situation where you have some schmuck in Israel, some who moves to the United States, finds some shiksa, they have children, and their child has Israeli rights. But under halakha, they're not Jewish, and I don't consider them Jewish. And I would say to Benjamin Netanyahu and any other prick in that fucking country that you need alignment. And I speak very critically of Israel on some policies. Somebody needs to. And one of the major policies is the religiosity. It's a secular country under the guise of a religious veil. And I know that I've met Israelis. I get it. There's a yearning that Israelis have to want to be religious, but they just don't want some of the bullshit. And I get that. And I'm going to cut out the bullshit. It's very difficult to be religious. And I understand that. And I feel like we can find a happy medium where we can align with modern orthodoxy and the Hasidic world and the secular world of Israel. And also, that person who's a child of an Israeli, they need to convert. Even though Israel may see them as an Israeli citizen, that's cool. But they may see them as a Jew. I don't. Not until I see them keeping what we're going to consider the bare minimum of mitzvot and Jewish life. I'm not saying that they have to go hog wild or whatever the phrase is, pardon my poor idiom, whatever. But you can't throw out thousands of years of tradition because some guy, some schmuck, saw some shiksa, and now they have a shanda. So what do? We just have to make sure, just like they just have to become religious. And I'm not saying that they have to become rabbis, but they have to become religious to some extent. And it's really fun to be religious. You ask any religious person, it's really fun to be religious when you, in some ways, some elements are terrible, and I want to get rid of those. But we cannot have a society where there is not any alignment on what is a Jew. It needs to be clear, and I'm an insurer. And I mean, you can follow your lineage back to the Bible through your mother, her mother matrilineally, or you had a kosher conversion. And many of the conversions I've seen are not kosher. Even the gold standard ones are not. They're very political. And I know the Beis Dins that have done them, and I've looked conversions again. Because I've seen the gold standard conversion, and the gold standard conversion is the way that it's portrayed. The way that I know that it takes place, it's not good enough. So maybe we need something better. And then conversion. Alright, so what are we saying here? Well, I'm tired, and so I'm just talking.
Also, the amount of
But,
the same size as 18 dried days. Okay, therefore also his Mishnah tells me
people would want to know, okay, what do we have to convert to? Somebody in Israel is going to be like, okay, this asshole who's sitting on camera and filming, who is saying that we have to do all the mitzvot and stuff, is just doing the absolute bare minimum of anything that we've ever seen. And they could be living a much more kosher life, and here they're over here saying that they've done this and this and this. That's not righteous. For the circumstances in which I have been exposed, this is as righteous as I can be. And if we switch spots, you wouldn't be. I would hope that you would do your best, but I don't think that you would be doing what I.
How much food. Now we're speaking about what
maybe you would be streaming your life, but it doesn't even mean about streaming my life. What the streams are going to do is it's going to give me a lot of to talk and teach and things like that. But if I didn't have the streams, I would still feel this way. I felt this way before the stream. And it's not just Jews, all of us who need a shepherd, someone to, I mean, I say shepherd because if you've ever seen, I've done it before and I've shown it before. But drone, shepherd,
and it's incomplete. You can't go ahead and use that for the Eruv. However, if you have a very small loaf, but it is whole, then
yeah, here we go.
Go ahead and use that. First thing is you make an Eruv,
we need like someone to guide us, and I'm doing everything I can. And if you don't want to listen to what I say, that's cool. When Mashiach's here, I'll let him judge me, or if they want. And I can tell you this: I have in my writings published to other rabbis that I want my grandson to be Mashiach. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? I think that'd be really cool. I think it's a riddle, and I've talked about this previously. But without getting into all that right now, so I asked, like, I know that if I can convince 770 Eastern Parkway of what I have to say, that what I have to say is good for this world, everything else is cake. Cake by the ocean, maybe, which would be an Israeli tradition. Like, I've got so much to spread, but I know if I don't have 770 behind me, I could give a shit about whatever street the Beit HaMikdash is going to be on, and whatever, I mean, like the King's Highway, I could give a shit about Rothschild Boulevard and Tel Aviv. None of that matters. The only thing that matters to me is 770 Eastern Parkway. And so for Eruv Tchumim, for a Shikut Luvos, you can go ahead and if I don't have 770 Eastern Parkway,
go ahead and you can go ahead and use whatever you want.
Then-
However, again, for the chutzah, you have to go ahead and use bread. So the Gemara says, "Man shamas leita amar pas in midiachrin alone."
My life.
Who is the opinion who says you can only use bread and nothing else? That's Rabbi Yeshua. Right? That's Rabbi Yeshua sprouts in our Mishnah. The kahani bakol, and yet it says bakol. So
Not be complete.
Can you make an eruv with anything, or is it eruv only made with bread?
All right. So, a question that I had: how could you make Judaism into a religion that pleases both the Hasidic world and the modern Orthodox world, and academics? Like, how could you have respect for things from a spiritual standpoint, but also want it to be historically accurate? Right? Is it not? Now I know, like that. Whatever your feelings are on the Rabbi and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein and any academic of ever, Jews want an answer to that question. How could you combine it, at least Orthodox? The other stuff, they can come in, but they're going to have to convert to our ways. And I don't understand why it's not considered a conversion. I get it, it's a political move, but for other religions it would be considered a conversion. So I don't understand why we don't consider we call it balls shoot, but my opinion, it's a convert. You need a convert.
Everyone's contributing bread.
And even everybody's going to have to convert. And if you are already Shomer Shabbat and Shomer Nagia and live a kosher life, you don't have to change anything. I just want people to. That should be what 770 wants to hear. And if it's not, then you're doing it wrong.
What happens if you just collect fruits?
So my question, I think, is good, and AI, who knows what this is, but it says that you're basically asking, can Judaism be spiritually serious and intellectually honest without either side feeling betrayed? I think the answer is yes, but only if you redesign the framework, not the beliefs themselves. And I think, okay, everybody should be open to this. And with that said, the core move, meaning separate, meaning the core move, separate meaning from mechanism. Most fights in Judaism come from confusing two different questions. What does this mean? Spiritual, existential, moral truth. How did this happen historically? Who wrote it? When? Under what conditions? You can respect both without forcing them to agree. Hasidut often treats meaning as proof of mechanism.
What happens if you have a loaf? If you don't have.
I don't know if it's a browser thing that I have, but I'm gonna maybe explore a different browser because this thing doesn't load the way that I want. I think it. I don't want to blame anybody erroneously, but
what happens if you take a loaf and you forgot to remove your challah from the dough? So what do?
I'm very tired.
You still take it. You just take it off the loaf. So now I had a loaf that was whole, and then I took off the challah. By the way, how much do you have to remove for challah? Very small amount. Very small amount. So let's say I have a loaf that was whole, but I removed the amount for challah, or I removed.
So the core move, separate meaning from mechanism. Most fights in Judaism come from confusing two different questions. What does this mean? Spiritual, existential, moral truth. How did this happen historically? Who wrote it? When? Under what conditions? You can respect both without forcing them to agree. Hasidut often treats meaning as proof of mechanism. Academics treat mechanism as replacing meaning. Modern orthodoxy gets stuck trying to fuse them. The solution, they don't have to fuse. Principle 1, Torah is divine in meaning, not dictation, not in detection. Instead of God literally dictated every word at Sinai, you shift to God is the ultimate source of meaning, obligation, and sacred direction, mediated through human history. Dekavut, Kedusha, mystical depth. Academics can say yes, text develop, redactions happen. Modern Orthodox Jews don't have to lie in college classes. Theology, Rav Kook, historical unfolding of divine will, Hasidic ideas of Torah emerging through Zadkin. You're not inventing something, you're making it explicit. Principle 2, revelation is an event, not a transcript. Sinai becomes a collective encounter with the divine, a founding trauma, a moment, the birth of obligation and covenant, not a stenographer moment. Hasidim get cosmic significance, souls hearing according to their level. Academics get no need to deny archaeology or linguistics. Modern Orthodox gets a covenant that still binds even if the text crystallized over time. Think, Sinai is the moment Israel became commanded. Torah is the ongoing record of how that command was understood. Principle 3, halakha is binding because of commitment, not proofs. Instead of saying halakha is binding because God literally said X in year Y. You say halakha is binding because the Jewish people accepted it and lived it as divine. This is huge. Hasidim already live this emotionally. And I've lived amongst you. You do. Academics understand legal evolution. We do. Modern Orthodox Jews stop needing apologetics gymnastics, and it's true. I've lived in all of these, and I still do. It's similar to common law, constitutional interpretation, Rav Soloveitchik's covenantal community. Authority comes from lived fidelity, not archaeology. Principle 4, myth is not a lie. This is critical. You teach openly. Myth is a sacred narrative that shapes reality. It's not fake, it's not childish, it's not journalism. Creation, Exodus, even parts of Genesis are true in what they teach about God, power, justice, freedom, not required to be modern history textbooks. Hasidah already reads Torah symbolically. Stop pretending one side is heresy. Principle 5, Kabbalah as phenomenology, not physics. Instead of claiming these are literal metaphysical maps of the universe, you frame Kabbalah as a map of human divine experience, a symbolic language for consciousness, ethics, and longing. Hasidim keep avoda, emotional depth, sacred imagination. Academics keep comparative mysticism, historical development. Nobody has to pretend Sephiroth are subatomic particles. Principle Sphirot are subatomic particles. Principle 6, truth has layers, not one axis. You teach kids and adults that Judaism has multiple truth registers: historical truth, legal truth, psychological truth, mystical truth, moral truth. A thing can be false on one register and profoundly true on another. This is the biggest missing educational piece right now. What this religion would look like practically. So study halls at Yeshiva, Rashi next to source criticism, Zohar next to Geroshim Scholam, Rambam next to neuroscience, no panic, no harem energy, shul life. Halakha is still observed, and that's very important. Davening is still intense. No sermons pretending archaeology doesn't exist. God language. Less God said X, more God calls, demands, draws, obligates. Very Hasidic, very Rambam, very honest. Look, I've lived in the Hasidic world, and I think this would fly. And for those who say it wouldn't, you're not as fundamental as I am. And I can give you real, actual, not how much you daven or what your record is. I can give you real ways that I have been more fundamental in my Jewish beliefs than you have. It's as simple as that. And unless you can match me, and you have the same record that I do, then you need to recognize that there are some people out there who are more fundamental than you are. And if you want to call me whatever you want to call me, a fundamentalist, fine. But you will find no more Jewish fundamentalist than you will find than I am.
Who would hate this? Let's be real. Fundamentalists, because certainty feels safer. I'm the fundamentalist, and I feel safe in this. And anyone who doesn't, you're lying to yourself. Some academics, because obligation scares them. It's fun. It is. It is nice if you have a place to go on Shabbat and you have families that are growing and you have the spiritual life and not so much the obsessive compulsive disorder like world that can occur when you become extremely devout, but a very relaxing, comfortable learning community. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And I would tell the fundamentalists, I'm fundamental than you are, and I have the record to show it. You show me your record of your religious fundamentalism. You show me your record. I'll show you mine, and we'll let the people be the jury. And I will win 100 times. 100 times. And for the academics, you're not having this discussion publicly. I don't see you having it. I don't see you trying to not just speak to those in a classroom, but so in my own way, I'm the ultimate fundamentalist and academic, and I think that these two worlds, I think what we just read will be welcomed. And for anyone who says they don't want it, that's fine. You will die out. It's as simple as that. No one will want to be a part of whatever you're creating.
Do you have shleimin for lechem mishnah? So Shlomo Zalman Paskin says a very simple thing. He said,
and I don't think I think that fundamentalists. If I went to 770 right now and I said, look,
but if you lift it up, and what happens?
We are going to respect Shabbat. We're going to make the world. We're going to make it so that you could go to McDonald's and make every kosher. We'll have kosher McDonald's in the United States, and you don't have to look at a hechsher. You're going to be able to trust all the food that you have, and we're going to make it. Perhaps we'll genetically modify things so that they become kosher, and you'll be able to have kosher bacon, not just beef bacon, but kosher bacon, because we can genetically modify an organism to be able to chew its cud and have split hooves. We're going to use science to make the world more religious. I think that people will listen with open ears. And those that don't will not exist. Everybody's going to think this is cool as fuck. And I mean the Hasidic world, not just Chabad. You will have.
There was this lentil bread that they had in the time of Marshmallow.
And
they threw it to the dogs.
For those of you who are modern Orthodox and trying to balance those two words, you will be rewarded as well. You will be seen as people who were living a Torah true life before it became cool. Again, now, just one moment, because this device keeps shutting off on me. A multi-grain, look here actually just a moment. Yeshanim hava minin harbe hayu me'urabin ba dahi vaday lav has ksiv gabi yechezkel ba'atakar ba'achitin ksiv lechem anashim osofal. I'm not love lechem. So it's actually very interesting. The bread that apparently is eaten to the dog and time to shmon, and the dog didn't eat. And the bread that was made of multiple grains. So apparently, like in the act of making bread. And for those of you who are like,
Would you believe what that guy's saying? Yeah, most of it, and I think he believes most of it too. But I can also say to him, look, I have lived in I mean, I would say to 770, just as, how many of you have lived in multiple Jewish communities? No, like, you're born in Crown Heights, you die in Crown Heights. Maybe you visit some, but have you really, I mean, have you paid dues in multiple? Have you gotten to know the rabbis? Have you eaten at their houses? Have you seen them perform? Have you been to their classes, heard their drasha? Have you done this? If you have, great, but not all of you have. Some of you live in an area and you've just, that's all you know. And I'm telling you, if you travel enough, even just a few, less than a mile, you go to one shul that is Orthodox, and they will tell you one thing. You go to another shul that is Orthodox, and they will tell you another thing. It's very confusing. And then they say, don't shul shop. What do you expect me to do? I'm going to go to the one that fits my needs. That's the moment that the quality of the bread is fundamentally compromised. So the Gemara says, so with that being said, went ahead and shul life halakha is still observed, davening still intense, no sermonality doesn't exist. God language, God, less God said X, more God calls, demands, draws, obligates. Very Hasidic, very Rambam, very honest. Who would hate this? Let's be real, fundamentalists. But nobody's a bigger fundamentalist than I am. Look at my record. Look at my record because certainty feels safer. Some academics because obligation scares them. What's so bad about having dinner with your family? That you're helping to create a people, a diverse people that thrive in society. What's wrong with that? But most Jews, now this is the biggest thing ever. When I read this, I was like, I have to talk on this. But most Jews are exhausted from pretending. And I know that goes everything from 770 to Harvard Yard. So apparently, they used to shape bread of different grain, different thickness. All right. So one sentence summary of this. Remember again. So today, when you buy an item, you look at the packaging. Judaism survives. It treats spiritual meaning as sacred and historical honesty as non-threatening. And I would say also spoke to the beauty of the shape. The beauty of the shape. So apparently barley bread, which was an inferior loaf, was look, and I've said this in front of the Shabbat tables. So we know already that I am a certainly again Erev Kumin, Rambam Homer, even though even though can really be made with any definitely the ideal of using bread. Definitely the ideal of using bread. And if you're going to use bread, then halacha l'maisa, in the ideal sense, even though we were able to recently be able to perhaps use logic to be able to prove that Rambam would not agree with the statement God exists. That's fine. I know that I'm still
an advocate in many of the things Rambam stated. I'm here. I'm just waiting for this computer to be done.
So let's say here a person is giving money to the shopkeeper
I've
who sells wine.
I've had these memorized better than some shuls, and as I've said previously,
I live with
I
Ruben. Ruben and I live in the
have
same
forgotten
house.
more about
We're making
Judaism
a shidduch.
than I perhaps even remember.
I will say, again, it doesn't matter if it's shidduch or irrefutable, it's all the same idea. But here, Rashi illustrates
But
bubbly.
the 13 principles, belief in God's existence, that there exists a creator who brings all into being and sustains it. God's absolute unity. God is one in a non-physical, non-composite way. God's incorporeality. God has no body, no physical form. God's eternity. God has no beginning or end. God alone is to be worshipped. No intermediaries, angels, or forces are to be worshipped. Truth of prophecy. Human beings can receive true divine communication. Now, what about that one? Who knows how God communicates with people? And anybody who tells you that they know, I would be very cautious of them.
So chances are the rest of the chevra is going to come to you for a barrel of wine.
Like, for instance, there's the tradition that Judaism does not believe that the age of the prophets continued after the fall of the Beit HaMikdash in 70 CE. That's a tradition. But yet, we think that, under traditional orthodoxy, we think that Rabbi Shimon God to leave the cave in the 12th year. So how does that work? That was after the fall of the temple. Well, I have my ideas of how that could have worked, but I don't know, and I don't think anybody really truthfully knows. And anybody who says that they do, again, I would be cautious of them.
So what happens? What's the issue over here? So now watch this. I go to Ruben. I decide, I'm being proactive. I start to be proactive. Go to Ruben. I say, Ruben, I know the camera's going to come to you. They're going to buy a barrel of wine for the shidduch. Here's my $10 for the shidduch. Sure enough,
and
Ruben brings his barrel of wine and makes the shidduch revolves. It was never going to be so beforehand. So again, let's say Ruben decides.
Anyone who feels that they know anything about God, I would be cautious of them as well. We're gonna look this one up though in a second. So, truth of prophecy, human beings can receive true divine communication. What does that mean? Moshe's prophecy surpasses all others in clarity and authority. Divine origin of the Torah. The Torah we have is from God. Torah min Hashemayim. We can play with that though. Immutability of the Torah. The Torah will not be changed or replaced. That's fine. I'm okay with that. We can play with that though. There are word games we can play. That's what any rabbi can do. That's what any lawyer can do. We can play some games with that. There are opportunities for interpretation. Divine knowledge of human actions. God knows human deeds and thoughts. Reward and punishment. God rewards obedience and punishes transgression. Okay. Coming of Mashiach. Belief in the eventual arrival of Mashiach, even if delayed. I'm waiting just as much as anybody else is. Resurrection of the dead. The dead will ultimately be resurrected. And I'm cool with that. I look forward to that. I'd call it revivification of the dead. This list is Rambam's invention. Earlier Judaism did not have a fixed creed. Many great rabbis disagreed with parts or the idea of creeds entirely. Rambam, the Hasdai, Preskas, Rabbi Yosef Albo. The poetic versions, Ani Mamim Yigdal, are much later and more literal than Rambam's own philosophical intent. One key tension relevant to the earlier questions, Rambam defined these philosophically, stripped mythology, meant them minimally. Popular Judaism reads them literally and mythically. The gap is why people feel cognitive dissonance today. The one-sentence summary, the 13 principles of Rambam's attempt to stabilize Jewish belief, influential but not the original or only way Judaism understood faith. Okay. But I mean, I'm saying that, like,
I was expecting, I'm relying on my money to acquire for me a portion. My money can't acquire for me a portion.
I believe this.
If I give money to my friend, who's not the
This is the Judaism that I believe.
He's not the baker. And I say, here's $10, get me a portion of the Eruv. That works fine.
And in my own way, if you believe something else, I don't know if that's Judaism. It might be, but I don't know. I don't know what you call it. Okay. But the key phrase that I said, if you remember anything from this bitch and moan session, or whatever you want to consider this, is most Jews are exhausted from pretending.
When I go ahead and I
What is this?
I'm looking to purchase.
Is this shit working?
What am I not
This is the
doing?
worst.
I'm not relying on the Chendani to act as my Sharia.
Come on.
The relationship I am entering into with the shopkeeper
Is this shit working?
is a commercial relationship. Is it transactional?
All right, here we go.
I'm asking you my Sharia.
So then I asked,
I'm asking you to sell me something.
well, I had some questions about the Shabbat bride. Does anything about the Sabbath bride come into play before Moshe Dayan? Short answer is yes, but not in the fully personified erotic Sabbath bride form you get after Moshe Dayan, the Zohar. Before him, you see clear proto-ideas that later become the Shabbat bride. Here's a clean historical layering. Tanakh, Shabbat is sanctified, not feminized. In the Bible, Shabbat is holy. Exodus 20:31. Shabbat is covenantal. Ot High, Shabbat is blessed. But not a bride, no queen, no romance imagery. So the raw holiness is there, but zero personification. Rabbinic period, Talmud, Shabbat is a person, barely. This is where things start moving. Shabbat as a presence. Shabbat is treated like an honored guest. You welcome it, you prepare for it. Key text, Shabbat 119.8. Rabbis dress specifically, clean their homes, and go out to greet Shabbat. Rabbi Hanina would say, come, let us go out and greet Shabbat the Queen. Important. Queen, not bride. Honorific, not erotic. No sphero, no sexual union. Still, this is the first crack in the door. Midrash, Shabbat wants a partner. This is huge. Genesis, Rabbah 11:8. Shabbat complains, every day has a partner. I have none. God replies, Israel will be your partner. This is proto-marital language. Shabbat as feminine, Israel as counterpart, covenant framed relationally. But again, symbolic, national, not mystical, sexual. This is the seed, not the tree. Early Piyot, pre-Zohar, emotional, still not erotic. Some early liturgical poetry hints at Shabbat as beloved, Shabbat as joy, Shabbat as radiant. But no Shekinah, Tiferet coupling, no cosmic repair via sex, no divine eroticism. So emotionally rich, but still pre-Kabbalah. Well, Moshe de Leon, the Zohar add, the real shift. This is the revolution. The Zohar introduces Shabbat is Shekinah. She is feminine, exiled yearning. Friday night, sexual reunion. Mitzvot plus marital sex. Cosmic tikkun. Israel, the groom who arouses union. This is not just poetry, it's a metaphysical system. Nothing like this exists explicitly before the Zohar. L'cha Dodi is later and confirms this. Just to be clear, L'cha Dodi is 16th century Sfat, based fully on Zoharic Kabbalah, popularizes the bride imagery for the masses. So if someone claims the Shabbat bride is ancient, straight from Sinai, historically no, conceptually it grows organically but late. Bottom line, very precise. Before Moshe de Leon, Shabbat is holy. Shabbat is as a queen, I guess. Feminine hints, no erotic mysticism, no cosmic sexual union. With the Zohar, Shabbat becomes a bride in a full metaphysical sexual cosmic sense. One sentence verdict. The Shabbat bride is not an ancient doctrine, but a medieval mystical crystallization built on earlier rabbinic metaphor.
Let's go back for just a moment. Says, if I go over to the
Okay, so then I have questions about Mashiach.
I
think we all do.
How does that work? How do I acquire anything? I never did Mashiach.
So
they both say again, Amos 101.
What is Mashiach supposed to do when he gets here? Good question, and I'll answer this cleanly, historically, and without hype, because what Mashiach does gets widely overstated in classic rabbinic, philosophical, Rambam, and mystical, Kabbalistic. If you don't separate them, everything gets confused. The classical rabbinic job description, Talmud and Midrash. At a minimum, Mashiach is not supernatural by default. Definite check. Restore Jewish political sovereignty, check. A functioning Jewish state, Jewish self-rule in the land of Israel, check. Rebuild the temple, check. Or at least restore sacrificial worship, check. Details debated. Gather the exiles, check. Jews return to Israel, ends the long Galut condition, check. Restore Torah observance, check. Courts and Hedron and Halakha clarity. Key source, Sanhedrin 97 and 99 Barako Midrashim. No miracles required, no end of nature, no instant utopia. Rambam's model, most important for historically accurate Judaism. Rambam deliberately strips Mashiach of magic. According to Rambam, Mishnah Torah Hilchot Malachim 11:12, Mashiach will fight the wars of God, rebuild the temple, restore Jewish law, bring anybody who has been claimed as a Mashiach-like figure, perhaps Lubavitcher Rebbe, perhaps Jacob Frank, perhaps Shabbatai Zvi, anybody, Mark Kochba, anybody. Did you rebuild the Beit HaMikdash? Did you rebuild the Beit HaMikdash? No? Then you're not Mashiach. But you could be a Mashiach for your age. Meaning you could be a really important spiritual person for your age. Some of those ones that I said, other ones might be just garbage. Who knows? But the person who's Mashiach is the person who rebuilds the Beit HaMikdash. I mean, that's a big thing. I don't know who that is. But I'm waiting for him. And if he wants to hear my plan, I'll give it to him. You can have a plan for it. Nobody's saying that you can't. All right. Mashiach will fight the wars of God, meaning political, legal, defensive wars, not cosmic battles. We rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, restore Jewish law, bring peace and stability. What Rambam explicitly denies, Mashiach performing miracles, changing nature, knowing the future, being semi-divine. Do you not think the Messianic era will involve anything supernatural? According to Rambam, the world runs normally, people still work, eat, die. The difference is political freedom and peace. Jews can finally focus on Torah without persecution. The only difference between now and the days of Mashiach is subjugation to kingdoms. Mystical, Kabbalistic later development. This is where things get cosmic. Mashiach is said to unite male and female aspects of the divine, heal the Shekhinah, complete tikkun, trigger resurrection and transformation of reality. Historically, late Zoharic and Sfat Kabbalah, symbolic, not halakhic requirements, not binding beliefs. Importantly, Rambam ignores it entirely. What Mashiach is not supposed to do, despite popular belief, Mashiach does not have to, and free will, make everyone religious instantly, judge souls, abolish science, be recognized immediately, bring heaven to earth overnight. Although, at least in my teaching, I'll just say this. There's something like when Mashiach comes, everybody in the world will know. There won't be like, is this? It'll be like, if this ain't him, then this motherfucker's not coming. So we're all waiting. Bring heaven to earth overnight. Judaism is extremely conservative here. Practical checklist. Rambam's test. Rambam gives a test. If a Davidic king starts restoring Torah, sovereignty, and the temple, he's a presumed Mashiach. If he completes it, he's confirmed Mashiach. If he fails, not Mashiach, just a righteous king. No apocalypse, no embarrassment. What would you say about the Rebbe? For those who are messianics. Look, I've asked your rabbis bluntly, was the Rebbe Mashiach? And they say they don't know. Now, many will say, yes, he was. Behind closed doors, and I've had those conversations as well. Others will say he's not. Others will say that's fundamentalism. I think that the Rebbe could have been Mashiach in his day. Like, that's okay. Maybe not seen as the Mashiach, but a Mashiach. But unless the Rebbe rebuilds the Beit HaMikdash, we're still waiting. But that doesn't mean that you're wrong. Messianics, I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I mean, in my own way, I've wanted to be a Messianic. Chavadnik. But until the Beit HaMikdash is rebuilt. And I would love if we could like revivify the Rebbe and we want to make him Mashiach, that's cool. But the person who revivifies him is going to be really powerful too. All right. So, when is Mashiach first discussed? Short answer, later than most people think and stages. There is no single Mashiach chapter early on. The idea emerges, then crystallizes, then explodes. Here's the clean historical timeline. Torah, 5 books, no Mashiach figure. This surprises people. The Torah never mentions Mashiach as an end-time redeemer, a future Davidic savior, a messianic age led by a specific person. What does exist? Promises of national return, blessing, curse, exile, restoration. God acting directly, not via a messianic king. Even Deuteronomy 30 talks about return and renewal. No human redeemer figure. No Mashiach yet. Elderly prophets, 8th to 7th century before Common Era. Davidic hope appears. This is the first real stage. Key text: Isaiah 11, a shoot from the stump of Jesse. Micah 5, ruler from Bethlehem. Jeremiah 23, righteous branch of David. Important. These are political kings written during monarchy crisis, not end of time apocalyptic figures, no resurrection, no cosmic transformation. Mashiach here is an ideal future king, not savior of souls. Through exilic and post-exilic prophets, expectation intensifies. After the destruction, Ezekiel 34:37, my servant David. 2nd Isaiah, redemption without a named king. Zechariah, hints of priest-king imagery. Now, restoration becomes more dramatic. Hope becomes forward-looking. Still no technical term Mashiach. Second Temple period, 5th century BCE to 1st century CE. Messianism diversifies. This is where things get wild. You get King Mashiach, Priest Mashiach, Prophet Mashiach. Sometimes 2 Mashiachs, Qumran. Sources, Dead Sea Scrolls, apocalyptic literature, Daniel, Enoch. Important, not unified, often political and cosmic, responding to foreign rule. This is when Mashiach becomes a category, not a single idea. Rabbinic Judaism, 1st through 6th Common Era, Mashiach becomes central. Now it stabilizes. Talmud discusses lineage, signs, timing, and warns against calculating it. Failures and false messiahs. Still, no dogma yet. Plenty of disagreement. Mashiach is human, not divine. Rambam, 12th century Mashiach is codified. This is a turning point. Rambam defines Mashiach legally, removes supernaturalism, makes belief in Mashiach a principle of faith, frames it politically and halakhically. From here on, Mashiach is standardized. Kabbalah, 13th to 16th century, Mashiach becomes cosmic. Later additions: Tikkun, Shekinah, sexual cosmic repair, medical physical drama, powerful but historically late. Bottom line, very precise. No Mashiach in the Torah. First clear Messianic king, early prophets, Isaiah and Micah. Full Messianism, Second Temple period, codified Mashiach. Mashiach begins as political hope in the prophets and only later becomes the cosmic redeemer people imagine today. And then we went through the 13 principles of faith. Shalosha Asar Ikar.
You'll say, but what's the problem?
All right.
So let the Chevy forget about the
Now
problem.
let's
Now,
learn
what's
about
the Chevy gonna
Isaac
do regarding
Luria.
all the other residents in the mob? What is he going to do? What is he going to do? He's going to be marking
Who is he?
a portion in the barrel of
Some
wine.
douche.
So the same way that he's going to be marking them a portion of the barrel of wine, just going to be marking me a portion of the barrel of wine as well.
All right, here we go. Isaac ben Solomon Ashkenazi Luria. He lived from around 1534 to July 25th, 1527. So this is the first time we've gotten, like, as in the last 12 days or whatever, generally, like a date, a secular date of a death, July 25th, 1572, commonly known in Jewish religious circles as Ha'ari HaKadosh, or Arizal, was a leading rabbi and Jewish mystic in the community of Sfat in the Galilee region of Ottoman Syria, now Israel. He is considered the father of contemporary Kabbalah, his teachings being referred to as Luriatic Kabbalah. So we're going to read this. Okay, so Luriatic Kabbalah is a school of Kabbalah named after Isaac Luria, 1534 to 1572, the Jewish rabbi who developed it. Lurianic Kabbalah gave a seminal new account of Kabbalistic thought and its followers synthesized with and read into the earlier Kabbalah of the Zohar and had disseminated in medieval circles. Lurianic Kabbalah describes new doctrines of the origins of creation and the concepts of Olam HaTohu, the world of Tohu chaos, the Olam HaTikun, the world of Tikkun rectification, which represents two archetypal spiritual states of being and consciousness. These concepts derive from Isaac Luria's interpretation of the mythical speculations on references in the Zohar. The main popularizer of Luria's ideas was Rabbi Chaim ben Joseph Vital of Calabria, who claimed to be the official interpreter of the Lurianic system, though some disputed this claim. Together the compiled teachings written by Luria's school after his death are metaphorically called Kitvei Ha'ari, writings of the Ari, although they differed on some core interpretations in the early generations. Previous interpretations of the Zohar had culminated in the rationally influenced scheme of Moses ben Jacob Cordovero in Tzvat immediately before Luria's arrival. Both Cordovero's and Luria's systems gave Kabbalah a theological systemization of rival and earlier eminence of medieval Jewish philosophy. Under the influence of the mystical Renaissance in 16th century Sfat, Lurianism became the near-universal mainstream Jewish theology in the early modern era, both in scholarly circles and in the popular imagination. The Lurianic scheme, read by its followers as harmonious with and successively more advanced than Cordoverian, mostly displaced it, becoming the foundation of subsequent developments in Jewish mysticism. After the Ari, the Zohar was interpreted in Lurianic terms within the Lurianic system. The later Hasidic and Mignonic movement and its social role in popular mysticism. The Sabbatean mystical tradition would also derive its source from Lurianic messianism, but had a different understanding of the Kabbalistic interdependence of mysticism with Halakha Jewish observance. Right, Lurianic thought. Where the messianic aim remained only peripheral in the linear scheme of Cordovero, the more comprehensive theoretical scheme and medieval practices of Luria explain messianism as its central dynamic, incorporating the full diversity of previous Kabbalistic concepts as outcomes of its processes. Luria conceptualizes the spiritual worlds through the inner dimension of divine exile and redemption. The Lurianic mythos brought deeper Kabbalistic notions to the fore: theodicy, primordial origin of evil, and exile of the Shekinah, divine presence, eschatological redemption, the cosmic role of each individual, and the historical affairs of Israel, symbolism of sexuality in the supernal divine manifestations, and the unconscious dynamics of the soul. Luria gave esoteric theosophical articulations to the most fundamental and theologically daring questions of existence. Kabbalist views. Religious Kabbalists see the deeper comprehensiveness of Lurianic theory being due to the description and exploration of aspects of divinity rooted in the Ein Sof that transcended the revealed, rationally apprehended mysticism described by Cordovero. The system of medieval Kabbalah becomes incorporated as part of the wider dynamic, where Cordovero described the spheral divine attributes and the four spiritual realms preceded by Adam Kadmon, unfolding sequentially out of the Ein Sof. Luria probed the super-rational origin of these five worlds within the infinite, traction and Severa, shattering and reconfiguration of the spheral, or more deeply in origins, it is also reflected within the inner dimensions of subsequent creation, so that Luria was able to explain messianism, divine aspects, and systematize beforehand. Cordovero and medieval attempts at Kabbalistic systemization, approached by medieval Jewish philosophy, approached Kabbalistic theory through the rationally conceived paradigm of Hishdal-Shelu, sequential evolution of spiritual levels between the infinite and the finite, the vessel's external frames of each spiritual world. Luria systemizes Kabbalah as dynamic process of hitabshut, enclothement of higher souls within lower vessels, the inner soul dimensions of each spiritual world. This sees inner dimensions within any level of creation, whose origin transcends the level in which they are enclosed. The spiritual paradigm of creation is transformed into a dynamical, interactional process in divinity. Divine manifestations enclose within each other and are subject to exile and redemption. The concept of hidlabshut, enclothement, implies a radical shift of focus in considering the nature of creation. According to this perspective, the chief dynamic of creation is not evolutionary, but rather interactional. Higher strata of reality are constantly enclosing themselves within lower strata, like the soul within a body, thereby infusing every element of creation with an inner force that transcends its own position within the universal hierarchy. Hitlabshut is very much a biological dynamic, accounting for the life force which resides within creation. Hishdal-Shelu, on the other hand, is a physical one concerned with the condensed energy of matter, spiritual vessels, rather than life force of the soul. Due to its deeper moral internal paradigm, the new doctrines Luria introduced explain Kabbalistic teachings and passages in the Zohar that remain superficially understood and externally described before. Seemingly unrelated concepts become unified as part of a comprehensive deeper picture. Kabbalistic systemizers before Luria, culminating with Cordovero, were influenced by Rambam's philosophical guide in their quest to decipher the Zohar intellectually and unify esoteric wisdom with Jewish philosophy. In Kabbalah, this embodies the neshama, understanding mental level of the soul. The teachings of Luria challenge the soul to go beyond mental limitations. Though presented in intellectual terms, it remains a revealed supra-rational doctrine, giving a sense of being beyond intellectual grasp. This corresponds to the soul level of Haya, wisdom, insight. Described as touching, not touching apprehension. Academic views. In the academic study of Kabbalah, Gershom Scholem saw Lurianism as a historically localizing of Judaism and a uniquely paradoxically messianic mysticism. Mysticism phenomenologically uses phenomenologically usually involves withdrawal from community. In more recent academia, Moshe Idol has challenged Shalom's historical influence in Lurianism of Jewish mysticism by itself. In his monograph, Position of the Soul, Healer of the Cosmos, Isaac Luria and his Kabbalistic Fellowship, Stanford University Press, Luria from a point of view of the lived experience of Luria and his disciples. Influence, Sabbatean mystical heresies. Lurianic Kabbalah has been accused by some of being the cause of the spread of Sabbatean Messiahs, Shabbatai Z, 1626 to 1676, and Jacob Frank, 1726 to 1791, and their Kabbalistically based heresies. The 16th century mystical renaissance of Sfat, led by Moshe Cordovero, Joseph Caro, and Isaac Luria, made Kabbalistic study a popular goal of Jewish students, to some extent competing for attention with Talmudic study, while also capturing the hold of public imagination. Shabbateanism emerged in this atmosphere, coupled with oppressions of exile, alongside genuine traditional mystic circles. Where Isaac Luria's scheme emphasized the democratic role of every person in redeeming the fallen sparks of holiness, allocating the Messiah only a conclusive arrival in the process. Shabbatai's prophet Nathan of Gaza interpreted the messianic role as pivotal in reclaiming those sparks lost in impurity. Now faith in the messianic role after he apostatized to Islam became necessary, as well as faith in his antinomian actions. Jacob Frank claimed to be a reincarnation of Shabbatai Zvi, sent to reclaim sparks through the most anarchist actions of his followers, claiming the breaking of the Torah in his emerged messianic era was now its fulfillment. The opposite of the messianic necessity of halakhic devotion by Luria and the Kabbalists. Instead of the elite 16th century Kabbalists of Sfat, after the expulsion from Spain, they sensed a personal national responsibility expressed through their mystical renaissance, ascetic structures, devoted brotherhood, and close adherence to normative Jewish practice. Influence on ritual practice and prayer meditation. Kabbalistic chart of divine names in Ari synagogue. You're just looking at the picture. Traditional Lurianic prayer method involved esoteric Kavanot meditations on specific divine letter permutations related to each prayer.
But there's a difference between paying for something that you're obligated to pay because you got something in return versus going ahead and paying some type of premium. So it's like interest, I will say, is I'm paying for
Lurianic Kabbalah remained the leading school of mysticism in Judaism and is an important influence on Hasidism and Sephardic Kabbalists. In fact, only a minority of today's Jewish mystics belong to other branches of thought in Zoharic mysticism. Some Jewish Kabbalists have said that the followers of Shabbatai Zvi strongly avoided teachings of Lurianic Kabbalah because his system disproved their notions. On the other hand, the Shabbateans did use Lurianic concepts of sparks trapped in impurity and pure souls being mixed with the impure to justify some of the antinomian actions. Luria introduced his mystic system into religious observance. Every commandment had a particular mystic meaning. The Shabbat, with all its ceremonies, was looked upon as the embodiment of the divinity in temporal life, and every ceremony performed on that day was considered to have an influence upon the superior world. Every word and syllable of the prescribed prayers contained hidden names of God upon which one should meditate devoutly while reciting. New mystical ceremonies were ordained and codified under the name Shulchan Aruch Hari, the code of law of the Ari. In addition, one of the few writings of Luria himself comprises 3 Shabbat table hymns and mystical allusions. From the third meal hymn, your princes of the palace who yearn to behold the splendor of Zair Anpin, be present at his meal. Be present at this meal at which the king leaves his imprint. Exult, rejoice in this gathering together with the angels and all the supernal
beings. Rejoice now at this most propitious time when there is no sadness. And impurity will be utterly removed. In keeping with the custom of engaging in all-night Torah study on the festival of Shavuot, Isaac Luria arranged a special service for the night vigil of Shavuot, the Tikkun Leil Shavuot, rectification for Shavuot night. It is commonly recited in synagogue with Kaddish if the Tikkun is studied in a group of 10. Afterwards, Hasidim immerse in a mikveh before dawn. Modern Jewish spirituality and dissenting views. Rabbi Luria's ideas enjoy wide recognition among Jews today. Groups frequently acknowledge the moral obligation to repair the world. Tikkun Olam. The idea draws upon Luria's teaching that shards of divinity remain contained in force help to release this energy. The mystical theology of the Ari does not exercise the same level of influence everywhere. However, old less sway include many German and modern Orthodox communities, groups carrying forward Spanish and Portuguese traditions, a sizable segment of Balaldi Yemenite Jews, see Dor Daim, and other groups that follow a form of Torah Judaism based more on classical authorities like Maimonides, Rambam, and the Geonim. With its rationalist project, the 19th century Haskalah movement and the critical study of Judaism dismissed Kabbalah. In the 20th century, Gershom Scholem initiated the academic study of Jewish mysticism, utilizing historical methodology, but reacting against what he saw as its exclusively rationalist dogma. Rather, he identified Jewish mysticism as the vital undercurrent of Jewish thought, periodically renewing Judaism with new mystical or messianic impetus. The 20th century academic respect of Kabbalah, as well as wider interest in spirituality, bolster a renewed Kabbalistic interest from non-Orthodox Jewish denominations in the 20th century. This is often expressed through the form of Hasidic incorporation of Kabbalah, embodied in Neo-Hasidism and Jewish renewal. Contemporary traditional Lurianism. And then they show a mikvah of Isaac Luria on the hillside below Spot in the Galilee, led by Cold Spring.
And Shimon says, if Levi's not a Nazir, then I am a Nazir. Whatever, that's the condition there. So what's that halacha? Neither of them are Nazir.
Study of the Kitvei Ha'ar, traditional form, Kabbalistic circles, and in sections of the Hasidic movement. Mekubalim, Mizrachim, Oriental Sephardi Kabbalists, following the tradition of Chaim Vital and the mystical legacy of the Rashash, 1720 to 1777, considered by Kabbalists to be the reincarnation of the Ari, see themselves as direct heirs to and the continuity with Luria's teachings and meditative scheme. Both sides of the Hasidic Mitnagdic schism from the 18th century upheld the theological worldview of Lurianic Kabbalah. It is a misconception to see the rabbinic opposition of Hasidic Judaism, at least in its formative origin, as deriving from adherence to rational medieval Jewish philosophical method. The leader of the rabbinic Mitnagdic opposition to the mystical Hasidic revival, the Vilna Gaon, 1720 to 1797, was intimately involved in Kabbalah, following Lurianic theory, and produced Kabbalistically focused writing himself, while criticizing medieval Jewish rationalism. His disciple Chaim Volozhin, the main theoretician of Mitnagdic Judaism, differed from Hasidism over practical interpretation of the Lurianic Tzimtzum. For all intents, Mitnagdic Judaism followed a transcendent stress in Tzimtzum, while Hasidism stressed the immanence of God. This theoretical difference led Hasidism to popular mystical focus beyond elitist restrictions, while it underpinned the Mitnagdic focused on Talmudic non-mystical Judaism for all but the elite, with a new theoretical emphasis on Talmudic Torah study in the Lithuanian yeshiva movement. The largest scale Jewish development based on Lurianic teaching was Hasidism, though it adopted Kabbalah to its own thought. Joseph Don describes the Hasidic Mitnagdic schism as a battle between two conceptions of Lurianic Kabbalah. Mitnagdic elite Kabbalah was essentially loyal to Lurianic teaching and practice, while Hasidism introduced new popularized ideas such as the centrality of divine immanence and devekut to all Jewish activity, and the social mystical role of Tzaddik Hasidic leadership. Literal and non-literal interpretation of the Zimzum. In the decades after Luria and in the early 18th century, different opinions formed among Kabbalists over the meaning of Zimzum, the divine self-withdrawal. Should it be taken literally or symbolically? Emmanuel Harichi, Yosha Levav, 1736-7, took Zimzum literally, while Joseph Ergas, Shomer Amunum, 1736, and Abraham Herrera held that Zimzum was to be understood metaphorically. Hasidic and Mitnagdic views of Zimzum. The issue of the Zimzum underpinned the new public popularization of mysticism embodied in 18th century Hasidism. Its central doctrine of almost panentheistic divine immanence, shaping daily fervor, emphasized the most non-literal stress of Zimzum. The systematic articulation of this Hasidic approach by Shneur Zalman of Leidi in the second section of Tanya outlines a monistic illusionism of creation from the upper divine unity perspective. To Shneur Zalman, the Zimzum only affected apparent concealments of the Or Ein Sof. The Ein Sof and the Or Ein Sof actually remain omnipresent, and the world nullified into its source. Only from the lower worldly divine unity perspective, the Zimzum gives the illusion of apparent withdrawal. In truth, I, the eternal, I have not changed. Malachi 3:6. As interpreting the Zimzum with any literal tendency would be ascribing to God. Norman Lamb describes the alternative Hasidic Mitnagdic interpretations of this. To Chaim Volzin, the main theoretician of the Mitnagdim rabbinic opposition to Hasidism, the illusion of creation arising from the metaphysical Zimzum is true, but does not lead to panentheism, as Mitnagdic theology emphasized. Divine transcendence, where Hasidism emphasized immanence. As it is, the initial general impression of Lurianic Kabbalah is one of transcendence, implied by the notion of Zimzum. Rather, to Hasidic thought, especially in its Chabad systemization, and the Atzmus divine essence is expressed only in finitude, emphasizing Hasidic immanence. Norman Lamb sees both thinkers as subtle and sophisticated. The Mitnagdim disagreed with panentheism in the early Gaon, seeing it as heretical. Chaim Volzin, the leading pupil of the Vilna Gaon, was at the same time both more moderate, seeking to end the conflict, and most Hasidic interpretation. He opposed panentheism as both theology and practice, as its mystical spiritualization of Judaism displaced traditional Talmudic learning, as was liable to inspire antinomian blurring of halakha Jewish observance strictures, in quest of a mysticism for the common folk. As Norman Lamb summarizes to Shneur Zalman and Hasidism, God relates to the world as a reality through his immanence. Divine immanence, the human perspective, is pluralistic, allowing mystical popularization in the material world while safeguarding halakha. Divine transcendence, the divine perspective, is monistic, nullifying creation into illusion. To Chaim Volzin,
to Chaim Volozhin, the Mitnagdism. God creates to Chaim Volozhin and Mitnagdism. God relates to the world as it is through his transcendence. Divine immanence, the way God looks at physical creation, is monistic, nullifying it into illusion. Divine transcendence, the way man perceives and relates to divinity, is pluralistic, allowing creation to exist on its own terms. In this way, both thinkers and spiritual paths affirm a non-literal interpretation of the Tzimtzum, but aesthetic spirituality focuses on the nearness of God with mitnagdic spirituality, while mitnagdic spirituality focuses on the remoteness of God. They then configure their religious practice around the theological difference, Hasidism placing devotee fervor as its central practice, Mitnagdism further emphasizing intellectual Talmudic Torah study as its supreme religious activity. Fuck! If you ask me, what did you just read? I have no fucking clue. Don't ask me. I have no fucking clue. Let's just get this fucking guy. Okay, here we go. So Isaac Luria, who read about this fuck? Anyway, so his title, Ha'ari Hakadosh Arizal. He was born in 1534, Yerushalayim, Damascus, Eilat, Ottoman Syria, Ottoman Empire. He died July 25th, 1572, age 37 to 38. So pretty young. 5th of Av, 5332. Anno Mundi, Olivia Ha'ol, in the year of our Lord. Damascus, Eilat, Ottoman Syria, Ottoman Empire. He died in Sfat. So he was born in Jerusalem, died in Sfat. He's buried at Old Cemetery of Sfat. While his direct literary contribution to the Kabbalistic school was extremely minute, he only wrote a few poems. His spiritual fame led to their veneration and the acceptance of his authority. The works of the disciples compiled his oral teachings into writing. Every custom of Luria was scrutinized, and many were accepted even against previous practice. Luria died at Sfat on July 25th, 1572, and is buried at the Sfat Old Jewish Cemetery. The Ari Ashkenazi Synagogue, also located in Sfat, was built in memory of Luria during the late 16th century. Early life. Luria was born in 1532 in Yerushalayim, in what is now the old Yishuv courtyard, to an Ashkenazi father and Solomon, and a Sephardic mother. Oh, do you consider that interfaith? Oh, it's inner something. All right. So is that a mixed marriage? Yeah, while still a child, Luria lost his father. It's at least mixed tradition. While still a child, Luria lost his father and was raised by a rich maternal uncle, Mordechai Francis Multizam, tax farmer from Cairo in Ottoman Egypt. His uncle placed him under the best Jewish teachers, including the leading rabbi scholar David ben Solomon ibn Abi Zimra. Luria showed himself a diligent student of rabbinical literature, and under the guidance of another uncle, Batzalzel Ashkenazi, best known as the author of the Gathered Method, he became proficient in that branch of Jewish learning. At the age of 15, he married a cousin, the daughter of Mordechai Francis, and being amply provided for financially, he was able to continue his studies. Around the age of 22, he became engrossed in the study of the Zohar, a significant work of the Kabbalah that had recently been printed for the first time, and adopted the life of a recluse. Retreating from the banks of the Nile for 7 years, he secluded himself in an isolated cottage, giving himself up entirely to meditation. He visited his family only on Shabbat, but even at home, he would not utter a word, even to his wife. Teachings. In 1569, Luria moved back to Jerusalem Sanjak, and after a short sojourn there, where his new Kabbalistic system seemed to have met with little success, he settled in the Sfat Sanjak. Sfat in the Galilee had become a center of Kabbalistic studies over the previous decades, led by Moshe ben Jacob Cordovero. There's evidence that Luria also regarded Cordovero as a teacher. Joseph Sambari, an Egyptian chronicler, testified that Cordovero was the Ari's teacher for a very short time. Luria probably arrived in early 1570 and Cordovero died on June 27th that year, the 23rd day of Tammuz. Bereft of their most prominent authority and teacher, the community looked for new guidance, and Luria helped fill Cordovero's former role. Soon Luria had two classes of disciples: novices to whom he expounded elementary Kabbalah, and initiates who became the repositories of secret teachings and formulas and intentions of prayer. The most renowned of these initiates was Chaim ben Joseph Vital, who, according to his masters, possessed a soul that Adam's sin had not soiled. With him, Luria visited the grave of Shimon Bar Yochai and those of other eminent teachers. It is said that these graves were unmarked, even though the mystical guidance, even recognized, but through the mystical guidance given by Elijah, each grave was recognized. Lurie's Kabbalistic circle gradually widened and became a separate congregation in which the mystic doctrines were supreme, influencing all the religious ceremonies. On Shabbat, Luria dressed himself in white and wore a foretold garment to signify the four letters of the Tetragrammaton. Many Jews who had been exiled from Spain following the expulsion of Jews from Spain believed they were in the time of trial that would precede the appearance of Mashiach in Galilee. Those who moved to Damascus Islet in anticipation of this event found a great deal of comfort in Luria's teachings due to the theme of exile. Although he did not write down his teachings, they were published by his followers, and by 1650 his ideas were known by Jews throughout Europe. Luria delivered his lectures spontaneously without ever writing down his ideas, with a few exceptions including Kabbalistic poems and rabbinical Aramaic for the Shabbat table. The foremost advocate of his Kabbalistic system was Vital, who collected all the disciples' lecture notes. Numerous works were produced from these notes, the most important of which was the Etz Chaim, Tree of Life, in 8 volumes, see below. Originally, it circulated only in manuscript copies. Each of Luria's disciples had to pledge, under pain of excommunication, not to allow any copy to be made for a foreign country, so that for a time all the manuscripts remained in Ottoman Syria. Eventually, one was brought to Europe and was published at Zoikeb in 1772 by Isaac Satnow. In this work, both the theoretical and the devotional meditative teachings of Lurianic Kabbalah based on the Zohar are elaborated upon. Tzimtzum was one of Luria's most important ideas and stressed in his lectures. His disciples, some of them were Chaim ben Joseph Vital, Israel Sarub, Samuel ben Isaac de Ageda, Joseph ibn Tabu. This shit sucks. Alright, are you done? We'll learn about Cordova, whatever.
Purpose, you can go and extend your part. He goes on, he says, now listen to this.
Yo, dog, didn't the rabbi say that, like, prophecy ended at the fall of the Second Temple? But then how did Shimon Bar... Yo, is that a contradiction? Yeah, good question, and you're not wild. Distinctions between different kinds of God communication. Once you separate those, it clicks. Prophecy ended actually mean classical rabbinic position. Formal prophecy, the kind Moshe, Isaiah, Jeremiah had, ended either with the last prophets, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, Persian period, or at least at the latest by the early Second Temple, long before the destruction, 70 CE. This is stated explicitly in the Talmud, Yoma 9b, Sanhedrin 11a. Fuck this shit.
On behalf of his minor children, right? I have young children. I can make an Eruv on their behalf. Or even without their knowledge.
This is stated explicitly in the Talmud. Okay. So when rabbis say prophecy ended, they mean no more prophets, no more prophecy for the Jewish people, no more new Torah or binding revelation. That's the claim. Then how did Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, the Rashbi, hear God? Here's the critical distinction. No prophecy, not prophecy, does not mean no divine communication at all. Judaism recognizes several lower tiers of divine interaction after prophecy ended. The main categories: Ruach HaKodesh, holy inspiration, not prophecy, no new law, no national message, personal or mystical insight, can include visions, inner voices, symbolic communication, Talmudic and medieval consensus. Ruach HaKodesh continued after prophecy ended. This is explicitly stated in multiple sources. Bat Kol, heavenly voice, a non-prophetic voice, often appears in the Talmud, famously not halakhically authoritative. Lo bashamayim high. Bat Kol, communication but intentionally downgraded. Mystical experience, what Rashbi has. Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai is not portrayed as a prophet in the biblical sense. What he experiences in the cave is described as extreme asceticism, Torah immersion, mystical union, Ruach HaKodesh, level awareness. So when traditions say God told him to leave the cave, that does not mean a prophetic command like Moshe, a new revelation, a public message. It means something closer to an inner divine prompting, a signal, a spiritual awareness that the decree ended. Think intuition on steroids, not prophecy. Why this is not a contradiction rabbinically, because the rabbis are consistent on the point. Nevuah, prophecy, had ended. Ruach HaKodesh continued. Bat Kol continued. Mystical experience continued. New Torah law had ended. Rashbi stays firmly below the prophetic line. How academics read this important. From a historical critical perspective, Rashbi's stories were developed later, especially in Zoharic mystical circles. God told them his literary language, not a transcript. Even alchemists who think the Zohar is medieval will say this reflects how later mystics imagined divine intimacy without breaking the rabbinic rule that prophecy ended. So even historically, the system is internally consistent. Bottom line, tight answer, no contradiction. Judaism says prophecy ended, but divine inspiration did not. Rashbi was a mystic, not a prophet. His experience is not the same as Moshe at Sinai. If Rashbi had said, "Thus says God, here's a new commandment," that would be a contradiction. He never does. All right, I don't give a fuck.
A wife, and everyone like her. Who's everyone like her? Any adult with capacity has the ability to make their own Eruv and cannot be included in the Eruv of a husband / master. I don't mean a husband for the wife, or master, right, or master again for the servant.
Okay, we're gonna read this and then we're done. This shit sucks. Moshe Ben Yaakov Cordovero, physical development of Kabbalah, leader of a mystical school in the Ottoman Empire in 16th century spot, located in the modern state of Israel. He is known by the acronym Ramak. Moshe Ben Jacob Cordovero. He was born in 1522. He died in 1570, so he's about age 47 or 88. Spot, Damascus, Eilat, Ottoman Empire. This is where the other guy, Luria, this is where he was died as well, because he was born in Jerusalem. We don't know where this fucker was born, I don't think. Ottoman Jew, sister of Solomon. His spouse was the sister of Solomon. Alcabetz, his children, Gedaliah. Notable works: Partis Ramonium, or Yakar, Tomar Deborah, or Nirab, Elima, Rabadi, Sefer Gerushin, occupation Rabbi Kabbalist. I would love somebody to be like, hey, what do you do for a living? I'm a Kabbalist. Huh? A Kabbalist? I'm a Kabbalist? What the fuck are you doing today? Like, you're a plumber? Or like a machinist or something? After the medieval flourishing of Kabbalah, centered on the Zohar, attempts were made to give complete intellectual system to its theology, such as by Meir ben Ezekiel ibn Gabbai. Influenced by the earlier success of Jewish philosophy in articulating a rational study of Jewish thought, Cordovero produced the first full integration of the previous differing schools of Kabbalistic interpretation. While he was a mystic inspired by the opaque imagery of the Zohar, Kodavarian Kabbalah utilized the conceptual framework of emanating cause and effect from the infinite and the finite in systemizing Kabbalah, and the method of philosophical style discourse he held most effective in describing a process that reflects sequential logic and coherence. His encyclopedic works became a central stage in the development of Kabbalah. Immediately after him and Tzfat, Isaac Luria articulated a subsequent system of Kabbalistic theology, with new supra-rational doctrines recasting previous Kabbalistic thought. While it became predominant in Judaism, its followers read Kodavarian works in harmony with their teachings, where to them Lurianism described the world of rectification, Cordovero described the pre-rectification world. Both articulations of the 16th century mystical renaissance and Tzfat gave Kabbalah an intellectual prominence to rival medieval Jewish rationalism, whose social influence on Judaism had waned after the expulsion of Jews from Spain.
She doesn't object, but she creates her own Eruv. So again, she is not part of her husband's Eruv. But Mishnah, Kami Yishira, will say, how much is the shear? How much is the shear ultimately again?
Okay, early life. The name Cordovero indicates that his family originated from Cordoba, Spain. Okay. That's where Rambam is from. And perhaps fled from there during the expulsion of 1492, ensuing from the Spanish Inquisition. His Hebrew signature, however, Cordillero, strongly suggests a long-lasting residence in Portugal. Moses was either born or moved to Tzfat in the land of Israel. Why doesn't it say that? The city that was soon to be famed as the center of Kabbalah and mystical creativity. Although not involved in mystical studies until his 20th year, he soon gained a reputation as an extraordinary genius and prolific writer. Besides his knowledge of Kabbalah, he was a Talmudic scholar and a man of commanding mastery in Jewish philosophy who was respected in these fields. Contrary to popular belief, however, he was not one of the rabbis who received a special smicha ordination from Jacob Rab in 1538 alongside Joseph Karl, Cordovero's teacher of Halakha. Moshe ben Joseph D. Trani, Yosef Sagis, and Moshe Alshich. As a whole, Cordovero's contribution of posterity were in speculative and performative Kabbalah. However, during his lifetime, he was the renowned head of the yeshiva for Portuguese immigrants in Tzfat. Scholarship. According to his testimony in the introduction of Curtis Ramonium, Orchard of Pomegranates, in 1542, at the age of 20, Moses heard a heavenly voice urging him to study Kabbalah with his brother-in-law Shlomo Alkabetz, composer of the mystical song Lecha Dodi. He was thus initiated into the mysteries of the Zohar. The young Moses not only mastered the text, but also decided to organize the Kabbalistic themes leading to his day and present them in an organized fashion. This led to the composition of his first book, Partis Ramonium, which was compiled in 1548 and secured his reputation as a brilliant Kabbalist and lucid thinker. The Partis, as it is known, was a systematization of Kabbalistic thought up to that time, and featured the author's attempt at reconciling early schools with the conceptual teaching of the Zohar to demonstrate an essential unity and self-consistent philosophical basis of Kabbalah. His second work, magnum opus entitled Precious Light, or Yachar, was a 16-volume commentary on the Zoharic literature in its entirety, and a work to which the Ramak had devoted most of his life. Some other books for which he is known are the Tomer Devorah, Palm Tree of Deborah, in which he utilizes Kabbalistic concepts of the Sefirot to illuminate a system of morals and ethics, or Nirav, a justification of an insistence upon the importance of Kabbalah study, and an introduction to the methods explicated in Pardes Rimonim, Aima Rabbi, a highly abstract treatise on Kabbalistic concerns revolving around the Godhead relationship to the Sefirot, and Sefer Gerushin, a short and intimate composition which features the highly devotional slant of Cordovero, as well as asceticism and religious piety. Certain parts of Cordovero's works are still manuscripts, whereas the existing writings suggest that he had many other compositions that he either intended to write or had written, but which were lost. Disciples. Around 1550, he founded a Kabbalah Academy in Spot, which was led for approximately 20 years until his death. He is buried in the old cemetery of Spot. His disciples included Eliyahu de Vidas, author of the Reshit Chachma, Beginning of Wisdom, and Chaim Vital, who later became the official recorder and disseminator of the teachings of Isaac Luria. Cordovero was survived by a wife, the sister of Solomon Alkabetz, whose name remains unknown, and by his son Gedaliah, 1562 to 1625. Gedaliah was the impetus behind the publication of some of Cordovero's books in Venice between 1584 and 1587. Gedaliah was buried in Jerusalem in the Damascus Islet, where he had spent most of his adult life after returning from Venice. Succession of Kabbalistic interpretation after Ramah. According to tradition, Isaac Luria, known by the acronym Ari or Aritzal, arrived in Safat on the exact day of the funeral of Moshe Cordovero in 1670. When he joined in the funeral procession, he realized that only he saw a pillar of fire following the Ramach's presence. The Zohar describes this spiritual revelation as a sign to the individual who sees it that he is meant to inherit the succession of leadership from the departed person. However, as Luria had been instructed to find the chosen disciple in Sfat, Chaim Vital, to reveal his new teachings to, he avoided accepting Kabbalistic leadership until 6 months later, when Rabbi Chaim Vital approached him. Ari only lived for 2 years after this, until 1572, but in those few months he revolutionized the conceptual system of Kabbalah with his new doctrines and philosophical system. The two schools of Cordoveran and Lurianic Kabbalah give two alternative accounts and synthesis of the complete theology of Kabbalah until then, based on their interpretation of the Zohar. After the public dissemination of the Zohar in medieval times, various attempts were made to give a complete intellectual system of theology to its different schools and interpretations, influenced by the earlier rational success of Jewish philosophy, especially the work of Rambam. In producing a systematic intellectual articulation of Judaism, the Ramach achieved the first accepted systemization of Kabbalah, followed by its rational categorization and study. Subsequent followers of the Ari saw their teachings as harmonious with and a deeper interpretation of the Zohar and the Ramach systems, but the new system of Isaac Luria revealed completely new doctrines, as well as the descriptions of the earlier ideas of Kabbalah. In time, Lurianic Kabbalah emerged as the dominant system. However, the works of the Ramach are still highly esteemed and widely studied as well.
You overturn it, and you're going to diminish the height of the walls. Remember again, that cluster that has easier access to the top of the wall is granted that area.
Among the Ramach's most visible books, Pardes Rimonim, An Orchard of Pomegranates, Ramach's first book, an encyclopedic synthesis of the main trends of Kabbalistic thought with numerous diagrams, which secured his reputation as a mystic genius. Or Yakar, or Yakar, a precious light, a magnum opus of some 16 volumes in its extant manuscript form, which have occupied Ramak throughout his adult life. A classic commentary on the Zohar is Sefer Yetzirah, and the Zoharic literary art offshoots. Its publication ended around 2005 in Jerusalem, some 22 volumes. Certain parts, such as Tefillah Moshe and Shuri Korma, were previously published as separate works. Tamar Devorah, The Palm Tree of Deborah. Tamar Devorah, The Palm Tree of Deborah, a popular work of Musar literature based on Kabbalistic principles. It was translated into English by Louis Jacobs in 1960 and by Rabbi Moshe Miller in 1993. The first chapter was translated with an extensive commentary by Henry Abramson. 2014, that's my boy. That's my boy. Good on you, big dog. Okay, Ilima Rabbi, of which 2/3 is still unpublished. We'll publish that shit. Or Nerav, a pleasant light, or perhaps a mixed light or a darkened light. An annotated English edition was produced by Ira Robinson, 1994. Sefer Gerushin, the Book of Banishments, a disclosure of Ramak's fellowship and their devotional piety to Galilean outskirts of Svat. A highly informative text concerning Ramak's devotional piety and the use of landscape as the negotiator between heaven and earth. Dog, we are so fucking dumb. Alright, did you learn anything today? You're fine. You're fine. Go fuck yourself. This is the worst.
Never again in the Mishnah. So we spoke about remember, there were two groups of residents, really two groups of residents. There were people who lived on the Chutz area. Then there was a structure. There were people who potentially opened up into the Chutz. And people who also lived in an aliyah upper story. So we assume that when the Mishnah says anything that's above 10 tefachim goes to the Akshei Merkasas, anything below 10 tefachim goes to the Bnei Chotzer. What's my Merkasas? Top of Pei Dalit, Bnei Aliyah. So we'll say we assume that Akshei Merkasas doesn't literally mean people who live in a damasar that opens right onto the Merkasas. Rather, we assume that means people who live in the story. My Karula Merkasas, and I will say, so why do we call them that way? They're Bnei Aliyah. Like if they live in the upper story, why do we call them the name Merkasas? So the Gemara says, the Kasanki, the Merkasas. Because the way they access everything, ultimately again, it's through this terrace. It's through this Merkasas. Almost, we'll say, what do you see from here? Call Rezev Shebishulshul, Rezev Isvika. Ghosting also Rezev Shebishulshul. We'll say, now watch this. This is very interesting. So what does the Mishnah say? You have people who live in the Chutz area, people live in an upper story. So how do we decide which part of the Chutz belongs to you? Anything above 10 tefachim goes to the Bnei Aliyah, or what we call the Merkasas. Anything below 10 tefachim goes to the Bnei So imagine the following. Imagine a pillar that's higher than 10 tefachim. They will say, the Bnei Chutz. So how do they use that? Zrika. You throw it. The Bnei Aliyah, how do they use that? Shulshul. Lower. And yet we see that what? That halacha l'mayim say anything above 10 tefachim goes to the Bnei Aliyah, which tells you that anytime you have an area, there's some to access to Zrika and others to access to Shulshul. We give it ultimately again to the ones who can utilize it.
Dude, that sneeze? That sneeze was unfucking believable. That sneeze was unbelievable. Oh, dude, it went 10 feet, and then that was fucking unreal. I gotta take a shit. If I ever have to take a shit, it's a legend. Hopefully my shit don't stink.
Therefore, by definition, downward use is always considered to be a greater
Dog.
use than
That shit.
use.
That shit was unbelievable.
Requires me to break
Oh,
to be a ben Yeriba, to unfortunately someone who goes in a downward direction in life, that has to go with the flow. That requires no
dog. That shit was fucking believable.
That's not the easy use.
I can't wait till Twitter says I'm banned. Just waiting for the day. Oh, yeah, unbelievable. Oh. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move.
So we thought, who was
Look at this athleticism.
We thought Mirpesas meant the people in the Aliyah, the people in the upper story. And therefore, what it's saying is the people in the Mirpesas could access this area through lowering shulshul. The people in the Chutzar have to access it through zrika. And you see that whenever one group has ability through shulshul, one group has the ability through zrika, you give it to the group who has the ability to access it through shulshul. Group shmuel. Which the one says, no. When we say B'nai Mirpesas, Mirpesas literally means the people who live on the terrace. Now, their domicile opens right up into the terrace. Oh, so what's that? Watch this. If that's the case, then when it says above 10 tefachim goes to the B'nai Mirpesas, why is that the Mosai? Because you saw in yesterday's daf, those individuals pretty much have the ability to access an area above 10 tefachim straight away. That's called Echad the Pesach, the Echad the Sukkah. Echad the Pesach means one has complete ease of use. There's no lowering, there's no throwing. Pretty much, again, it's called lateral usage. Lateral usage means I don't have to go up, I don't have to go down. I can just directly access the area. Therefore, if you have something that is above 10 tefachim, the B'nai Mirpesas could go ahead and we'll call it engage or utilize it in a form of lateral usage. There's no lowering, there's no going, throwing. They could. That's why in halacha l'maisa, anything above 10 tefachim, the B'nai Mirpesas get. The B'nai Chassid do not. Hachinami. So the Gemara says, so therefore the Gemara explains that you misunderstood Mirpesas. You thought that Mirpesas meant B'nai Aliyah, people in the upper story, and you thought they're talking about in Chutzah used through zrika. And yet the Mishnah is saying that we awarded to the B'nai Aliyah, and you were using it as a proof to Shmuel. That whenever you have two groups to access an area, you get through shulshul, which the Gemara says, no, that is incorrect interpretation. Mirpesas literally means the people living on the Mirpesas. And therefore, when they access the area above 10 tefachim, that's called access. Just use it straight away. That's why we awarded that. If that's the case, look at the end of the Mishnah. If it's less than 10 tefachim, you give it to the Chutzar. Amai. We'll say that's the case, and it's less than 10 tefachim. Then halacha l'maisa again, both the Chutzar as well as the Mirpesas both have direct ease of use. To which the Gemara says, "My l'chutzar." You're right. What does it mean, my l'chutzar? What does it mean, l'chutzar? Af l'chutzar u'shnei nasur. That what it means actually is as follows: that if the area in question is less than 10 tefachim, that it enjoys ease of use by both the Mirpesas and the Chutzar, in which case it will be ushered to both. This would appear to be clearly becoming safe. If you look at the end of the Mishnah, we're in. When is this? Most of them make a distinction about areas above 10 tefachim or below 10 tefachim, and if they belong to the Chutzar or the Mirpesas, it's lucha. That's only if the areas in question are close to the Chutzar or close to the Mirpesas. If the area in question is far away from the Mirpesas, even if something is above 10 tefachim, it belongs to the Chutzar. So what's very important. Let's remember again, the Mishnah, when it discusses what area is called, what areas belong to the Mirpesas, discusses above 10 tefachim belongs to the Mirpesas, below 10 tefachim belongs to the Chutzar. But when is that true? When the areas in question are close to the Mirpesas. But if the areas in question are not close to the merchasas, then even if it's above 10 tefachim, it's the rights of the chutzner. My lechutzer, what does that mean? If you want to say it belongs to the chutzner and it's permitted for use, why should that be? We'll say it should be the rishus of both the merchasas and the chutzner. Ela my lechutzer, af lechutzer. Rather, we'll say, what does it mean when it says that it belongs to the chutzner, means even to the chutzner? Meaning not only does it belong to the merchasas, but it also belongs to the chutzner. Ushnehen asur. The Gemara says, Hachanami, so to over here, my lechutzer. What does it mean that if it's below 10 tefachim, but it's close to the merchasas, it belongs to the chutzner? And halacha l'maisa, again, both therefore have access to it, and therefore it is also. Therefore, we'll say, we did not, remember again, we were trying to bring a proof to Shmuel. Let's take a step back. We're focused, the entirety of today's daf is focused, almost the entirety of today's daf is focused on the machlokes Rav Shmuel. If you have an area that borders two chatzeros, one chatzer utilizes the area for shulshul, growing, who is considered to have ease of use and therefore who has rights? Rav said, Zrika, shulshul, same thing. Neither is considered to have ease of use more than the other, and therefore Rabbi say again, if they join in an eruv, common eruv, then they can both use the area. If they don't join in an eruv, then what? Then halacha l'maisa, neither of them can use the area. Shmuel says no. When one is Zrika, one is shulshul, we give it to the area with shulshul. Why? Because again, lowering is considered ease of use. Lowering is ease of use, and therefore halacha l'maisa, we wanted to that. We tried to bring this case with Shmuel, didn't work out. Next, Tanan. Interesting case. Chulias habar b'hasela. So let's say Chulias habar means you have an area that is the edge of the pit. Chulia is the edge of the pit. And I will say, now understand, when you want to say Chulias habar, what it seems as follows. In order to have a pit, you have to dig. So where would you place the dirt that you displace from the pit? You would build like a lip. Or lip is the wrong word of. Yeah. Embankment, thank you. An embankment around the pit, thank you. An embankment around the pit. That's called Chulias habar. So we'll say, so again, obviously that's higher than the rest of the ground area. So Chulias habar b'hasela, shein gavon hasela. So we'll say if you have the embankment of the pit, or a rock, for that matter, that is more than 10 tefachim high. We'll say still the same case of the chutzner merchasas. So what happens? So if it's more than 10 tefachim high, the merchasas, and we'll say it's considered to be the domain of the merchasas. Which again, that's the klal we keep saying. Pakos mikan, if halacha l'maisa is less than 10 tefachim high, then the chutzner. Ultimately, again, it belongs to the chutzner. Omer Rapuna, Ma'osen Hadarim B'Merchasas. So the Gemara says, Rapuna says, that Allah we give everything ultimately again to those who go ahead and dwell within the Merchasas. So remember again, Rapuna's understanding, just Rapuna's clarifying over here, that Allah when we see in Merchasas, remember as we saw in the previous case, sometimes you might think that Merchasas means what? That it means to the people who live in the upper story. Rapuna says, no. Merchasas literally means the people who live on the merchasas. Their apartments, their homes open directly onto the merchasas. So again, therefore, I have two groups. People live in the chutzner, people quote unquote live in the merchasas. So a very simple 12. The top of the bit, the top of the rock that are more than 10 tefachim high, those are considered to be the domains of the merchasas. Anything above 10 tefachim is the domain of the merchasas. Below 10 tefachim is the domain ultimately again of the chutzner. So the Gemara says, "Ina sela." So I understand how you can have the top of a pit, the top of a rock that's more than 10 tefachim high. So you have a rock that's tall, right? This rock that's tall, more than 10 tefachim. But bar, my equal name, I will say, what is the case of bar? What is the case of bar? And I will say, look at Rashi just a moment. Dinach sela, the Habi live name Pesach Kipesach, Sha'al Gabab, Habi Pashmish Bidei, the Gabab Shaval Hani. So we'll say, I see the case of the rock, right? If you have a rock that's more than 10 tefachim high, so we'll say, so why is that considered to be the domain of the merchasas? Because we'll say the merchasas could utilize what's called Pesach, lateral usage, right? It's high, I can use the top of it, no problem. But I don't understand the case of the bar. And what's problematic with the bar? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Ela shememalim heimenu tashmishaso b'shosho afilu mivnei pesas shemakar kiosado." Remember again, what part of the pit is usually the usual part of the pit, right? It's the hole. So therefore, we'll say even for the name of Pesas, how are we utilizing the word? So the Gemara, interesting enough, the Gemara saying over here is like this: the Mishnah is grouping a rock and the pit together, and saying if the rock is more than 10 tefachim high, it's the rishus of the Mir Pesas, belongs to the Mir Pesas. But why? The rock I understand, because the usage of the rock ultimately again is the top of the rock. But a pit is not really used for its intended. What's used in the pit is the cavity. The cavity of the pit is what's used. So if that's the case, I say the only way the B'nai Pesach will be able to use the cavity of the pit is how? Through shoshol, through lowering something down. Rashi says over here. As you look near it, sharing the card piece of the Shlamira, go make Hotchas Hashisha Vizvika, Shini Holy Lamalos, Ella Inki, Dorkim, Lili Lamalam in a forest. Suppose this doesn't appear to be a piece of Shmuel. Because watch this, I will say, if you have a pit, and you thank me for the 10 fucking high. So the B'nai Pesach says, how do they use the pit? How? Lowering, right? Through shilshul. The B'nai Chatzer, how do they use the pit? Through zrika. Because the assumption is if they have like a bucket or something, they have to throw it over the embankment in order to get it into the cavity. So this is a case of echad b'shilshul, echad b'zrika, and yet what does the Mishnah say? We award the use of the pit ultimately to the Mir Pesas, which is a proof to Shmuel's statement that when you have usage of one area with zrika, usage of one chas usage with zrika, or one rishus with zrika, one b'shilshul, we give it to the one with shilshul. So the Gemara says, so you can see, just so you can see this picture, it's picture 278. Picture 278. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, picture 279. So this is it over here. You can see. So ultimately, again, it's the same pit over here. So remember, again, that upper area, to the area to the right behind the railing, that's your Mir Pesas. And the way they're going to act is through lowering the bucket. The bucket to the right is tethered to the peg. That's the B'nai, to the left, is the B'nai Chatzer, and there's Rika. So you see over here that halacha l'maisa, what you're going ahead, and you are lowering it down. So we'll say, you see, echad b'zrika, echad b'shilshul, we award it to the one who uses it through shilshul. It's a proof to Shmuel, to which the Gemara says, Amar Rabbi Yitzchak, Rabbi Huda, Hakabar Milet Ma'im Askina. What are we dealing with over here? We're dealing with a pit which is filled with water. Picture 280. They're going to say, what's success? Now, what does that mean? Being filled with water. Why does that matter at all? So look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, therefore, again, B'nai Aliyah, when they use it, it's considered to be the lateral usage. In other words, the only time the B'nai Pesas have to use the pit with shilshul is how? If there's nothing that fills the cavity of the pit, or that which is in the pit is already all the way at the bottom. But if the bar itself is filled with water, then halacha l'maisa for the B'nai Pesas it's considered to be lateral usage. For the B'nai Chatzer, it's considered to be what? Only usable through what? Through zrika. Everyone agrees that when one rishus has quote-unquote lateral usage, which just means direct usage, and the other one has either zrika or shilshul, everyone agrees that the one with lateral usage, what we call Pesach, is the one who is awarded the rishus. Therefore, the Gemara says, this is not a raya to Shmuel. For 1 second, says the Gemara, aren't we concerned that the pit is going to become diminished? It's going to dwell water. Over time, the pit is going to become diminished. Doesn't that cause a problem? So they both say, because remember again, it's very nice if you're awarding usage of the pit right now when it's filled with water to the Mir Pesas, because for right now,
that was the greatest sneeze I think ever.
Because it's Zrika usage, but everybody keeps drawing water, the water level is going to go down. At some point in time, it's going to be shilshul for the Mir Pesas and Zrika for the Chatzer. And what are you going to do in that case? Which the the Gemara says it's very interesting. The Gemara says, "V'achas hakeva b'chimal yeshari kichasra nami sharia." This is very interesting. The Gemara is talking about, well, since when it's full, it's permitted to remain in process. Therefore, once it diminishes, it's still going to remain more difficult. Versus I don't understand what that means. I do not know. It's just the opposite. Kevan b'chichasra asira kimal yanami asira. It's the opposite. Say that since it has a propensity to be diminished, the water level is going to inevitably go down when everybody's drawing from it. So why don't you say since another water level is going to go down, it should be asr now even the water level is flush with the top of the pits. The which you might be right. I'm Rabbi, what's the case here? Talking about a pit which is filled with fruits. Filled with fruit. Say Rabbi will say again, it's the same answer, but it's not water. In other words, we'll say so the usage, because it's filled. Let's take a step back. The reason we brought up the bar case is we assumed, the Gemara assumed that the bar case was going to be a proof for the principle of Shmuel. Shmuel says, right, Echad b'zvika, Echad b'shul shul. Who do we give it to? Who do we give it to? Shulshul. Give it to Shulshul, right? So what is the Gemara says, that's why I brought the case. No. It's not a case. The case is Echad b'zvika, Echad b'chesed. And in fact, it's not all usage for the chesed, it's water. Filled with water, the water goes down. So not water, it's filled with fruit. Filled with fruit. And that's the normal process. It's used as a lateral usage for the process which was, I understand, don't you run into the same kind of a Hachasida, over Shabbos, what's going to happen? People are going to take fruit and the fish is going to be diminished. So right now, it's very nice. Right now, it's half like the Pesach back of the Utah. But the Pesach has lateral usage with a time. The fruit level is going to go down. And what do you do? You turn to the fruit. Untied produce is can't eat it. Great, those are your Texas. We haven't gotten to this yet, but I'm going and I love for the night, so again, you cannot go ahead and use it on the side. Just on this side, therefore, this says that we award the pit to the Pasha. That's because in the Pasha, usage of the pit is the best lateral.
You are here. How you guys feeling tonight? Tony brought to you by Netflix, ladies and gentlemen. Where this upcoming Monday, January 12th, Kill Tony Once Upon a Time in Texas airs only streaming on Netflix. So we won't be on YouTube next week. We are only on Netflix. How cool is that? How about one more time for the best stand man in the land, Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Matt Mueling on guitar tonight, playing a Matt Mueling signature guitar from John Page Guitars. That's John Dees on the keys. And believe it or not, that is the real D Madness live in the flesh. The Kill Tony band single Pandemonium out now on Spotify and everywhere where music is played. Here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, and Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Granbury, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? You know, I love living here in Austin, Texas, and I just get to work with my friends every week. This is one of those episodes where truly two of my best friends in the world are on tonight's panel. Austin's own. Make some fucking noise for Joe Rogan and Shane Gillis.
However, again, my bar, when you click that give me the value for it, what the piece of the bar, maybe I would say that even in the piece of the bar, the value is third, what happens in the case of the God is humidity. Yes, in the case of the God is humidity, then it's not so pure that it's just like it's
Here.
one
Shane Gillis.
I gotta see this.
Financial Field, aka Eagles motherfucking football stadium, July 17th.
Tashma, Anchi Khatsura Anchi Aliyah, Shaka Kobula Irvu. You have members of the Khatsir, members of the Aliyah, right? Two groups of residents. Some will live in the Khatsir, some will live in the Aliyah. What happens? Shaka Kobula Irvu. We'll say they did not make the joint relief. What's the law? Anchi Khatsir Mishtam Shemashar Tahman. We'll define what it means as well. Let's translate the word. Members of the Khatsir, they get to use the lower tank. The Anchi Aliyah, Mishtam Shemashar Tahman. And the Anchi Aliyah, they use upper tank
Really? The fun of the kid. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, I get that raspy sexy voice. You do. You do. I like your sexy voice. How was your... we were in Spokane, and now shout out to the crowds. Shout out to Tacoma Comic Club. Shout out Spokane. Just real quick, now, I get to go to Appleton Friday, Saturday. I get to go to Appleton. Sure have in Wisconsin, and there's Wisconsin's great. Appleton in January is like Appleton in January is it's a challenge. It's a good time to go. Yeah, so it's nice to go.
The marketing so good, so everyone's gonna know you're there.
So here's the thing, though, Spokane and Tacoma, that weather, it's great, but that weather, boy, is it'll weigh on you a little bit.
Just cloudy and
It's just always cloudy and rainy. I mean, it's
I'm on vitamin D.
No, it's all different shades of off-white.
Yeah.
Right?
Everyone's gray there. Everyone's under gray. It's like, yeah.
Some
other tattoos.
Right. There are 2 black people in the entire lot of meth.
We saw
they get homeless people. There's one dude who was so messed up, it looked like he was trying to put his sleeve, his arm back into his sleeve. I've never seen it like that. Like, he didn't want to get out because I'm not getting out of the car. He goes, I don't want to get bit. That guy looks like he'll bite you. It's fair. It was nuts.
Would you make fun of me? You did.
Well, you want to go get something else and just get milk. And, I wanted to wait with the car because they might break in the car. That's what I was.
You don't want to die for a pack of fucking Starburst.
Just that meth shit is just.
I think the crowds are so good out there, especially during this time of year. There's not a ton to do.
There's not a ton to do. They're all inside. The crowds are amazing. People are amazing.
This is picture 281. 281. So let's say still the picture, the bottom plane is Lamata Master. Like Lamata Master, like ultimately again, the upper plane is Lamata Master. So let's say again, this is Lamata Master, the Halacha Master again.
He just sat there going like this, and the crowd was just sitting there watching. It was really weird.
I've counted down for the past 20 years. I will say this.
Starts at 2.
I took video of it. I was like, what's happening? Spokane. I'm just sitting there and I'm doing my set. I just hear this woman go, Jeff. And the guy's like this. Oh, yeah.
What
I
happens
thought he died right in his chair. So he just kind of keels over and bring him to the ground. And no, he's not there. He's sitting down. He's completely out. And I thought he just died. He looked dead. And I can't find a pulse. I dropped the mic and I'm checking this.
While you're on stage?
So I get down. He's in my front row. This is the third time this happened.
And again, sure. Rav says, when one
I do know CPR. The problem is,
they will ask you
I did that too. No, there was a guy who was a nurse.
What happened to the guy?
Three
They came and they said he was bored to death watching Rise.
So bored that he passed
so
out.
this support Rav.
I said my comedy, I go, sometimes my comedy's so overwhelming, guys, nobody laughed. And then, because people were scared.
Hell yeah.
And the woman was crying because we thought he was dead.
Probably like 50. Yeah.
Not the
50.
outside
You're
out.
right at Tacoma 45.
It gets a little
I
kind
mean,
of off
Tacoma
with
27.
one.
I mean, a Spokane 45 can be. A Spokane 45 can go 55. Because you're not getting any vitamin. So he was. Then they put him down, and this nurse was taking care of him. They put him over on his side. Then he came to the fire engine came in, put him in, and got him out of it. And then I carried on with the shuttle. So they all hung around. We brought the chairs back together. Brian caught me with the lights on. It was awkward. It was lights off on. I had to get him back. What can you do? That was scary though, because I mean, I just heard chairs ruffling, so I thought maybe a fight was happening. So I ran out the green room, and Brian's already sprung into the crowd. This guy, I don't know, did you put the pillow under? Did someone put a pillow under? Yeah, I pulled his chair out. I was a real help. Look, I may as well go mouth to mouth. I said, "Oh, dude, I'm good." By the way, I thought about that. So I think you're supposed to. Didn't you tell me you're supposed to just do chest compressions now? Mouth to mouth is not necessary. Keep somebody alive. What's crazy too is like, cause I'm behind and I'm just watching these people in the back. They go, "He's dead. He's dead." And I'm like, "What the fuck do you know?" And then they go, some guy goes, "Yeah, this happens all the time here." Apparently, it just happened to that's Drew Lynch at the same club. Same guy. Yeah, but he seemed like he was all right. He knew where he was, and then he had a weak pulse, but his blood sugar was fine. And you know me, I don't know if you know I'm a doctor, so I'll do shit like this. I'll be like, I go, I think his electrolytes. I think his electrolytes are probably off. I need to come back to life in Brian, so it gets above you. Yeah, Dr. Brian over here. Let's get over that. You consoled the wife. You were cool. Yeah, it is what it is. I hate to say that. I would say I died like a much bigger show. I really did think he was dead. Yeah. I was like, oh, let's get going. This is going to be sad for her. A little press for you. Just compress his man press. It's so interesting how he's tied to eyes of laughter at Brian Kelly. This is terrible. I can't let this happen. Guys. And then you put warnings on the rest of your board. If you're going to come, you might die. We need a different player. Disney is killing. That's how you know the age of Brian's audience. And I was a little busy this weekend because I was on the Maduro raid, which I can say now. I was on the Maduro raid. I can say it now. Oh, you went into Venezuela? Yeah, I went into that. And some liberal shows. Yeah, I know. They speak. Where can you see Venezuela? Did you see they protested outside of New York? And people from Venezuela beat them up. They're like, what the fuck am I doing? Good.
It's actually really funny. Like, I have a bunch of friends from South Florida that are actually born in Venezuela that like came here through like a pickup truck. And then like you watch their story, like you'll see like a white girl's Instagram story, and like, I can't believe this is happening. We're Venezuelans, and then you go to the next story, and it's Venezuelans fucking partying in Miami right now.
Yeah, and in Venezuela, they came out to the street to celebrate. It's so weird. I can't believe they arrested his wife. She was in glasses, and she was just like, imagine having Delta Force just 2 in the morning. You'd be like, oh, gee. The best part, he was like, come and give me good luck. John was like, oh, buddy, did you have nothing to do? Hold on. Yeah, can you guys go get him? Like, yeah, fuck yeah, we're down to party. Did you tell this guy?
Well, because you got Iranians, you got Chinese delegates there, you got Russians, you're working on a whole oil deal. Like, what? Nah. But with Biden, you could, but Trump's just like, now, what happens after? Like, hopefully, the transition of power is big. But did you see that video where it's just like, you hear, come on, get me, cowards. And you just have this chuckle. Did you see the what Trump was posting? It's really, this is so wonderful.
Now let's have a look at that.
On the order of the President of the United States,
He had his chance until he didn't. He's a rebel. This is one of the most stunning. There's one village where it's like
I want to the judgment is on the East on the East side, right? So you're in the neck of the South Side.
I really,
So again,
I got wrong. I get wrong. I'm looking at this rah-rah America shit, but it was like,
left Lord was
no, what do you mean? The fuck are you talking about? No, it's all good, man. What's happening here? My favorite part of that shit with my favorite part is Maduro's dressed like 11 from Stranger Things when they captured him. He knows he's gonna save Hawkins. Yeah, it's like 95 for a starter jack. You dressed like 11. It's gonna be funny. He just walks on the street and thinks, well, he's dressed like 11. He's a Reebok. That's what everybody thinks. Like, he just says that we're going to keep the oil. And I hope he's listening. I hope that here it is, Colombia versus German start your engines.
Why did they ask that kind of stuff? Because you them both have right in the same area. They both have right in that same Meshitza. And there's a little say, because they both have right, if they make a joint period, Shalom al Yisrael. But if they don't make a joint period, then what? And you ask that kind of stuff, and I'm looking at, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? Take a look back at 1582. But they knew that
Jesus Christ.
do they enjoy the same usage?
He's always posting crazy edits.
The lower left Gustera. How does the lower left Gustera use? How do they use it?
No, I bet it is an 8, but I bet they're showing like,
they have to throw their bucket. Remember again, we'll say, when we say throw left, down, but what is throw mean? Upward motion. But here, they really would have. Right, also, you have to throw their bucket ultimately again. Up until the upper Meshitza, down into the cavity, down to the
if I was the president of Colombia, there's a lot of these people out there.
How does the upper Gustera utilize the Meshitza?
How? He doesn't want the smoke. It's like, what are you doing? He's like, if this happens to me, my people will be out in the streets.
Now, Shua was correct. Shua was correct. Who should be awarded to do something in the Meshitza on Shabbos? Right, social one, right? Ultimately, again, the upper Gustera, which is the Gustera that has
so Maduro is going to get we're going to put a new president.
Yeah, what does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says that our guys
also
say,
say to the vice president, they can say, here's how it's going to go. You're not selling oil at a discount, etc. to the Russians, the Chinese, and the Iranians. They have heavy control. This is our sphere of infrastructure resources. Venezuela was a very prosperous country, balance-led government. Hugo Chavez decided to nationalize everything. He decided to become the used to be a special forces soldier, became the president, and then literally became a convict, like a socialist. He was a soul slave. He's not a fucking. He doesn't understand economics. And he ran that country into the ground. And then Maduro. As well as to do with drugs, though. Way more to do with drugs.
What do they do? They woke up. They woke up to the upper Gustera. Everyone used to those two areas, accessing the